darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf today as we dive into day 2 of week 3. Numbers are difficult, but I think I nailed it. And I think today, the best part about today, Wolf, is that I do get to throw to the standings.
Yeah.
Instead of massively messing that up like I did yesterday. And it's also G-Sun's birthday tomorrow, just in case you didn't know. Just giving everyone
We're safe. We're safe. We're completely safe. And we're a little bit less safe in terms of the matchups today. We do have D+ against Gnomeship later on. KT, Bro, the battle to avoid last place. So some pretty intense games. We might be in for a long day today, depending on how this one all shakes out.
And there's also the prospect of one of Bro or KT getting a win. And I think that that is going to be huge for either of these teams, and it is definitely happening for one of them. Which team it is going to be a big question mark. And KT has a bit of a big weekend coming up as well.
Yeah.
The Telecom War on Saturday. That is in Goyang as well. It's not even here at Lol Park. It's going to be all special. And so far this season, KT have not looked like they're going to bring too much to that particular matchup.
D+ today, though, I think this is a must-win matchup against Nongshim. It's one where you're fighting for top 3, potentially even top 2. You know, go to the second round robin, maybe you get revenge on T1. Had that close game against them last week, as they're trying to keep their winning streak. Very small streak at the moment, just the 1 win apiece. But, of course, the winner will double it to go up to 2. And unfortunately for Nongshim, they haven't won a game against D+ in a very long time.
Yeah, it has been a hot minute, and of course, D+ are looking stronger than they did last season, so it's not likely that it is going to change unless some heroics come out, unless some noodle magic is going to be thrown into the mix. And we'll see whether this veteran gentleman here, Guga, is going to be able to help out, because I feel like Kellen in their last match was the real standout for me. I think that his Alistair, something that we have said with some chagrin in the past, was absolutely incredible. I think that Kellen is going to be a big one to look out for here up against Guga towards that bottom side of the map, because I think that is a big change moving into the summer season. So let's have a look at some milestones, Wolf.
Yeah, Kingen about to break 400 games. He will hit it no matter what. I think it's very likely that Aiming will get 2,000 kills today as well, just given his play style, how he just sucks up the gold and then carries the late game. I think it's, in my mind, very unlikely he will not be able to secure 9 kills in this series, even if it's just a 2-0 here. So he'll be the 7th player all time to do so, and will join the likes of some of our best 80 carries as well. You can take a look at some of his stats across the years. He has 315 kills on Zeri, one of the absolutely the most recently released champion, actually.
Yeah, kind of nutty.
The top 5, but that's just how it goes, man. That's why I think he's going to get 9. You got to ban this champ against this guy, or he's getting his milestone for sure.
Yeah, it might actually just be a pentakill that gets him over the line there as well. Maybe he just picks up 4 and then just goes for the penta to really make it special. Really cool, though. The biggest thing about that list of 80 carries with the most kills, though, was that all of them are currently playing.
Yeah.
And it's only Ruler that isn't playing in Korea right now. Like,
crazy.
That is absolutely insane to me that all of these players are still here, still going strong. And of course, on the top side equation, there were a couple that have left us, of course, Smith and Cuvee, but they are around, of course. But let's welcome D+ Kia into Lol Park.
Yeah, it's a must-win game for this team.
It is.
You've got to bounce back from that one loss you took against T1, but I think in a lot of ways more about that is improving some of the mistakes we saw in the BNK series that wasn't as clean as it could have been and should have been, you could argue, but D+, I think, need to make a statement win happen if the fans are going to have hope that this team could be top 3, maybe even potentially top 2 if they can continue to reach their peak form, because as you mentioned, Kellen has looked much better than what we saw from him in Worlds and what we saw from him at Spring. Showmaker, pretty good meta for him.
Yeah.
And Kingen and Aiming, on their best day, very top position or players in their position, but on their worst day, can cost some games.
Yeah, we don't know. We haven't mentioned Lucid because he's just really good, and we want to talk about the players with some contention. So Lucid, amazing. This team, also amazing. Their social media team, also amazing. The vibes, amazing. The scoreline, not necessarily meeting it. And we'll see whether they can augment that a little bit. They can get up to 2 and 3 and break away from B&K Furex with a victory here today.
Pretty good resilience they showed in that DRX series. I think a lot of people were more disappointed with DRX's performance than they would want to champion Nongshim's, but the man I'm most interested in is Sylvie because his brand games really popped off, and he's been so good at this pick, and it makes you wonder maybe what else he's got in his wheelhouse going to a series like this. Makes it very difficult to draft around this double 80 carry meta. Speaking of 80 carries, let's take a look at aiming stats because
gold per minute's pretty good, Wolf.
His gold per minute is first in the tournament, unsurprisingly, at nearly 500, but he's also making a lot of use of his gold. Still top 5 in terms of damage per gold, which is impressive considering how much gold he picks up. Highest damage percentage in the league as well. Highest DPM in the league in terms of his position, of course, in terms of 80 carries. And his kill participation is also 75%. So they give him the money, and he gets it done. Jiu, on the other side, still a pretty big heavy hitter here in terms of what he does for his team. Very key player. Damage percentage third in terms of the 80 carry position. Very high damage per gold as well. So if he gets the resources, if his team is not too far behind, he often gets it done. It feels, however, more often than not, he's the only one who can get anything done, and the team falls apart around him despite his best efforts.
Yeah, and I think that D+ were the home team this time around, but they've chosen red side, I believe, unless there's something going on my sheet here. So this is kind of unprecedented. We've seen most home teams pick the blue side. We'll see what they do have in store for us. Just to let you guys know, that was Fisher's older brother in the audience back there. I was going to say, that dude looks like Fisher. But then I was like, I didn't know for sure. But we do have confirmation that his family's here to support him. And we know that oftentimes the family buff has worked out well for our players. We'll see whether it's going to work out for this man here on your screen right now, who does have the tough task of going up against Showmaker.
I think Fisher has massively improved already in the first 2 weeks of LCK. His first game was really rough, and it took him a little bit of time to adjust, but he has looked much, much better, much more stable in their last few matches, including the match against DRX. Cougar, same story. I think had a lot of jitters returning to pro play. His first games really left us scratching our heads a little bit, but he's since been a lot better. A big fan of Cougar as well. You've got to love Nongshim. I mean, even if you know that they're not going to be our best team, they might not make playoffs. They've just such a lovable roster. There you go. Dom1 Gaming, that's the one they got.
So wait, is that's good, right? They did pretty well when they were Dom1 Gaming.
That's a World Championship roster right there.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good.
Still counts. Showmaker's still on the team.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think Lucid might have been also in the sidelines at that stage as well, maybe. I don't know. Like, maybe he was already a trainee, so we'll give them 2. So, as you can see here, D+ Gear have decided to head towards the red side. That will mean that they'll have 2 of the power picks, and I think we've seen a lot of champions really reach that point where we're like, this is a little bit too strong. So I think that it does make sense that red side's getting more and more popular, counter picks getting more and more popular, so that you can have answers to things rather than I have an unanswerable power pick.
There's also the fact that there's just so many really strong picks in this meta right now that you get 2 in first rotation.
Yeah.
So it makes the choice of what you get on B1 a lot more difficult. We've seen teams, make the mistake of giving over the Tristana, giving over the Senna, and those are the 2 that you feel really good about when you're in that B1 position. Otherwise, you always have to remember that D+ can get a strong priority jungle pick if you take the Skarner, for example. So see what we do end up seeing. Fisher has been relying on this Corki pick, and that is a Fisher-specific ban. D+ don't think it's better than Tristana, for example. They just know that Fisher has leaned on it a lot, so I like that choice.
He has also played a fair bit of the Tristana as well. I think that one was let through quite often by DRX in their previous series. So see whether he does get his hands on that once again. Because oftentimes we see the entire red side occupied by 80 carry bans. It's a lot of the Callista bans. Even Ashe on red is an often seen ban. And Senna is then, up there as well. So lots of different options. You can see that D+, they don't care about it. Yeah,
not going to ban the Rumble, but we'll take the Skarner away here instead. Not going to do as many teams have done recently, just leave the Skarner up and have the answer to it in terms of a ranged matchup up there, or just opt into the Cassante. We'll just take that one away instead.
What about Kingan's Mordekaiser, though?
Yeah,
yeah, I'm not sure either. I think we only trust Keen on that champion.
And I didn't even really trust him that much, but he got it done in the end. They're actually going to ban the Tristana as well here, Atlas. So both of Fisher's real big champs here. It's everybody's mid champs right now, but with the Taliyah ban, he's pushed pretty deep down into the champion pool here. So I'm curious to see what he's going to go with. Now, the Rumble is still available, and I think that's a pretty easy pickup here. Pretty blindable, fairly strong into most meta matchups right now, even the Cassante. So, Dundun locks this one in. He's going to have a pretty guaranteed strong matchup. But instead, they opt to Band-Aid the Fisher champion pool problem here and just take the early Hui.
Kind of, it doesn't, the joy sparking is not happening. It's
not there
a lot. Because Rumble has been extraordinarily strong. I think that would have been a great prize for the blue side. I feel like you're not like, haha, I have Hui. I feel like you could have picked that on B3 and probably got away with it.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of spark making, this is it, okay?
Yeah.
This is rubbing, some things together that can make a fire. This is hitting a hatchet on a rock right with right in front of you. The Hui first pick is like two pieces of paper rubbing together, Atlas. You're not getting any sparks out of that.
No.
And there's the Rumble as well. And this is what I'm talking about on red side. You make one tough call because Fisher's champion pool is thinned out. You ban the Talia, the Corki's gone, the Tristana's gone. Boom, D plus Kia get Aiming's best champion. And he's probably hitting his milestone.
Yeah, does he get 9 today in this game? Yeah, no, the Rumble really stands out to me. We've seen it basically permaband, has so much threat towards that top side. Sylvie, considering the Viego definitely has been his priority pick for the majority of the time that he's been in Korea. In the LCK.
And, I mean, the Viego doesn't have poor synergy per se with Hui, but it's not the Talia Viego, it's not the Ari Viego that we've known and loved. Now, this pick here does, if we're going on the Joy sparking, it's a little bit closer to Joy in terms of at least being a meta pick that can follow up on dive really well, depending on how the rest of this draft goes. Is great into Zeri in isolation and can sometimes blow her up in the 1v1 on the side of a fight. We've seen it very rarely, but you do have those opportunities. But Kellen ends up getting the Alistair here, and they've already got their bottom duo locked up. And Showmaker, he already knows the mid matchup.
Yeah, he can decide to pick something into it if he would like to, or they can take away the cow. Definitely a consideration. I would have also thought that, Kai'Sa would have definitely been banned in the next round. But maybe prioritizing a Nautilus that Guga has been going towards most of the time does have the depth charge for dealing with Zeri. That could have been a school of thought here for Nongshim, but wanting to make sure that Jiwoo, their star player, is on something that he's comfortable on, and he can understand that. But you can also understand this. The snap ban of the Nautilus was always going to happen.
What's scary is the decisions now that have to be made for Nongshim get a little bit more complex. Like, banning Sejuani might be a good call here. The Sejuani Yone is a combo they could go for Showmaker. That's the really annoying part about this draft here for Nongshim Red Force is their champion pools are weak and small, and so they have to pick these picks right here. Whereas on D+'s side, you're like, it's Showmaker on the other side. You might play Silas. We don't know.
Yeah, you could play Swain. Like, anything could happen.
And that's the really frustrating part about this draft. Now, I like the Azir ban because I do think it is a strong, kind of catch-all scaling, high-power pick for early skirmishes that can get the Zeri online. But this Nautilus ban, on the other hand, feels extremely powerful, feels extremely focused on making sure that the Zeri gets to play the game without getting point-click CC'd by the ultimate. The Rel is a pretty no-brainer one. And the setup here for D+ is just so much stronger in this draft right now. Let's see what this final ban is going to be for Nongshim. We'd love to see a Sejuani ban, just because I think it's a strong pick for Lucid. He's relied on it a lot in the past.
They've already hovered it as well. You can feel that maybe that's what they're considering going towards anyway. And then save counterpick for Showmaker once everything's locked in, of course. The Hui was first picked, but could theoretically be flexed into the hands of Guga. So Sejuani going to be that last ban, and let's see whether it's Lucid or whether it's Showmaker that are going to take their choice. A Lucid counterpick last could be one of these options, see what the composition's trying to do and then answer then.
It does kind of feel like it's a Lee Sin angle. I want to say it first because it's Lucid, right? And you have this immobile Hui, and you can kind of outpace the Viego too, as well as in terms of how you want to set up these team fights. You already have the Alistair, so you've got insane peel for the Zeri already. You've taken away the Nautilus. It's probably going to be Leona. Okay, throwing a bit of a curveball.
Okay.
Poppy, pretty high skill to play that one in the bottom lane. I'm not sure if I'd rely on that one if I am Red Force here for Guger. The Leona, you're likely playing into in the bottom lane, also feels pretty strong. The Lee Sin into that, so you can kind of kick away and disengage with this pick.
Yeah, the Udyr are going to be locked in. We have seen it dominate. I believe it was Keen that was really sort of running the matchup. This is one of those things that we have spoken about in the past. It hasn't really found a whole lot of success if you just play the lane neutral. But the way that Keen was doing it, you're living permanently behind their turret. You're pushing them in consistently. and then you're making sure that you always have that push and the pressure towards that top side. That might be how Dundun can play it, but we haven't necessarily seen that from him so much in the past.
I really like that they just commit to the Leona, because they were hovering the Galio, they were hovering the Poppy, and you know, those are picks that are viable and actually quite strong for this draft. But are you really comfortable playing that in this scenario against such a strong team, against such a strong opponent? And this was the Showmaker LeBlanc angle. He's just going to play this mage matchup in mid. He's got so much mobility, and with the LeBlanc plus the Lee Sin here, you just run circles around this immobile Hui. And Kai'Sa going into this composition is going to be so tricky because you have so much burst damage in the LeBlanc, the Lee Sin is there, and then you also have the Alistar. So coming into trying to assassinate, blow up a single target with the Kai'Sa, with the Hui burst damage, it's definitely possible. And they've got good CC to set it up. If Zeri does get caught by Udyr even once, and then the Viego falls up, the Solar Flare is there, then you can get punished. But aiming has just been so solid this whole year at avoiding those types of situations. His positioning is phenomenal, an already high mobility champ. That Nautilus ban really stinging right now, and the Viego didn't really feel like it was worth it. And when you look at how the draft comes together.
It is difficult, and it's two drafts that have sort of gone away from the theories that we've had so far of, you know, what looks good in this meta. Hui LeBlanc isn't necessarily the mid matchup that is on that checklist of, like, do you have hyper carry, AD carry in the mid lane and bot lane? And the answer is no to start this one off. AP jungle is also a no. It's the classic Lee Sin versus Viego. It's feeling like we're dipping back a few metas here, and I'm kind of welcoming it because it's gotten a bit stale, you know? The beefy boys 2 hyper carry, I mean, it was cool for a bit, but like, you were the Overwatch guy, right? Like, you remember that meta?
Goats, baby!
Yeah, let's never talk about that ever again. Let's dive into game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Wait, huh? Did we miss one?
Yeah, I think we missed one.
미니언 생성까지
Did
30초
we miss DK?
남았습니다.
Did the DK fit? Hello? Did they not like the GOATS reference? Is
I
that
don't
what
know.
happened? Oh, right. So they did it at the same time because D+ were on the red side, but they were the home team. And so Nongshim fans went first because they were blue side and they thought that was how it's done. And the DK fans went first because okay. So we're just LCK fans today.
Yeah.
That's how it worked.
You know, I will say this is all thanks to, and this is all possible as no one's going to get caught by this. Doesn't look like.
Surely not. Oh no.
Hold up.
Oh no. Well, Lucid's going to spot him. Didn't quite realize how extraordinarily long his hair looks on this skin.
Yeah, it's quite long.
I know it was always long, but I feel like it's got an extra amount of length.
So this is a really cool start here to this game by Nongshim, actually looking for the invade and then threatening Lucid, forcing the split. Zeri at level 1 can do a lot of damage long term, obviously, but it's just so fragile, and Alistar level 1 is completely worthless. So Sylvie actually just gets to start this blue buff. They get 2 wards down, and then can go ahead and start his bottom side jungle. This will force Lucid onto a Raptor start here. Let's see if Showmaker can wrestle away some control in the mid lane so Lucid can maybe cross and start up some vertical jungling here, but Sylvie going to go straight towards the top side. Smart pathing here by Sylvie. Sylvie has really leveled up, I feel like, this season. He's just such an intelligent player. And, you know, we sometimes laugh about how he's been relying on the Wukong pick and stuff like that, but he has really leveled up and see what he can get done here early. But really nice start here. Lucid wasn't forced to start his W or flash or anything like that. That could have been even more disastrous here for D+, but pretty small win, but it's a win nonetheless.
Absolutely. And Sylvie as well going for the Grump first before the Sentinel to maximize blue buff uptime. You'll love to see that. Even if it doesn't necessarily do all that much for good old Viego, cooldown reduction is always good. As Fisher has taken a bit of harassment here from Showmaker and is playing as far back as he can. Of course, we'll be able to farm from a lot of ranges. Yeah, I think Lucid spots the fact that that ward does go down as he was walking over. I would assume he did see that.
Yeah, just going to be 3 buffed here. I think he's just resigned to it. And that is a great start here for Nongshim.
100%.
Meanwhile, on the top side, you talked about how the Udyr can actually do quite well in this matchup. Played correctly. If you can use the shield to absorb a lot of that pressure from the Q, the flame spitter coming through.
Yep.
Gonna be nice.
He is the flame splitter, though. That's what he does. He splits the flames, and that's how he survives the matchup, Wolf. I think that's canon. I think that's how that one goes.
Okay,
As he's
well-
not managing to split this one. Dundun is just gonna get cut in half. First blood solo kill for Kingen.
His face on the player cam as well. He's just super frustrated with the situation. As Kingen's able to manage his heat there, does a ton of extra damage with the Q as the shield expires, and then just overheats and autos him to death.
That was the last overheated auto as well to finish him off there, so just really cleanly done. And you can see the ghost on cooldown, Wolf.
Yeah,
that's the worst part.
That is the worst part. And he doesn't get any damage done here with his Phoenix. And then Kingen just comes in here, and he's just autoing him during the Q here. It's perfectly timed, and Dundun just completely miscalculates and also using the ult there without trading any damage. Now Kingen doesn't have to teleport. There's no ghost pressure. He's got the lane pushed. He is in such a fantastic position here to push that edge.
Man, that's pretty brutal. We don't have Huni here today, but maybe we can call him in because Kingen starting off with first blood solo kill certainly seems like it could warrant a few stars.
Yeah.
Depending on what boots are going to be purchased, but he goes back, gets a Haunting Guise first buy. You love to see that. Kellen taking a bit of damage. Sylvie's making his way in, aiming, going to dash, immediately cleansed. And now Kellen able to walk his way out, but that is no flashes. They do get the long cooldown on the newly nerfed cleanse. That is going to be that.
Yeah, just going to be a aggressive push here, potentially for Geo, depending on how he's going to hold it. Yeah, he's going to hold it. That's smart. Now, up here on the top side, because Kingen was able to get that early kill, teleport back to lane, the Haunting Guys feel so fantastic in this matchup. And Kellen and Aiming feel super frustrated by this lane, so they can try to force this one through. Should be okay.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of information, right? So if Sylvie had have stuck around, it could have been a little bit worrisome, but possibly got information as to where he was going. Still, not going to get punished for it, as we can see. And this wave, slowly but surely, getting towards the turret. Should be able to get there relatively soon. So Lucid now hovering towards that bottom side. See what D+ can actually salvage here in this lane. So far aiming with a slight advantage. And Kingen's hit level 6. So that's, yeah. I don't think the news gets better for Dundun as Kingen doing the hold position win trade. Yeah. A classic there.
Well, the cool thing about Haunting Guys is that you get more damage longer you're in combat. You're always in combat, dude.
Yep. Headbutt. And that is going to be the disengage here from Kellen. He's trampling away. And it looks like D+ with the lane equalizing. Just going to go for a bit of a reset now. Oh, that's... Shane is not going to quite find the mark there the second time around, but Fisher is still losing out on these trades pretty consistently.
Yeah, that's really rough. And just trying to cue the wave, and we'll clear this out. But man, this is a rough time, as Showmaker is LeBlanc, so even if Sylvie tries to make a play here, his options are so limited. As Kingen, oh man, just gonna...
Yeah, I don't think Nongshim gets any grubs this game.
No, I just...
The top side of the map is actually on fire. And I know that's a pun, but it really does sort of suit the situation here. Yeah, quite effectively.
He's like, there's no way you're coming up here.
Oh, God!
Not going to get the heals.
Oh, no!
Not going to come back and make an impact here. And Sylvie will be able to get the Dragon. He had a control ward on this earlier, so has full information. Also knows he's unseen, but it's a very clear handshake between these two junglers in terms of what objectives they are going to get. Yep. Ocean into Cloud means decent chances this could be.
Soul, baby.
Nah.
You reckon Orcs is paying attention?
I think he's watching.
I mean, we know he's watching because he is here. As chains are going to be broken. Okay, still going to be having to go home.
He's not watching!
He's not watching! Oh, no. This is Orc Squid, isn't it? Oh, no, that was... Okay, we're never doing it again. Not ever again. Should have left it with your one. I apologize. Way's a fun one to do punts with, but I've never tried it with Orcs, and it's just not good. Maybe it's because I was working with him for the last 3 days in a row, and
he's good at it.
Yeah, he's good at being more subtle about it, though. As Kingen not finding that trade necessarily, as ulti comes through from Aiming here on the bottom side. Killer Instinct defensively from Jiwoo, who gets back to a decent position. Good slowdown here from Aiming, who's getting a lot of value from this electricity. And there's the flash forward, gets the pulverized mini stun into the wall there as Guga looks to try and turn it, and Jiwoo is going to take down Kellen. Burst Fires need to land aiming. They've got a ward in that brush, and the barrier is going to get utilized. Aiming's cleanse does nothing, and Jiwoo flashes behind him. It's a 2-for-1 in the bottom lane as the equalizer comes down, and Lucid's going to get punished. D+, what's going on?
D+ falling apart at the seams here, and you've got to respect that Kai'Sa passive stacking up the plasma, just doing so much work there. Jiwoo, he's down on health, he's down on mana, but he is just going to continue to auto, and as Aiming's ult fades away, he does so much damage in that moment. No fear from Guger as well, charging through. 2 kills for the Kai'Sa, a kill for this Viego in the early game, and man, suddenly, Nongshim back on the board.
Yeah, it's not out of the woods just yet. They've just evened things out. But as far as momentum is concerned, my goodness, what an incredible swing in favor of the Noodles.
Now
Kingen now finds himself in another situation. I think Kingen had that sort of famous performance where he absolutely massacred lane, but everything went wrong around him on the Rumble.
Yeah, it's happened before. This is a really extended play, but it starts off with Kellen setting up the knockup onto Jiwoo, who then ults defensively, and Aiming is just hitting this Leona, right? So Guger's health bar is being used very well here. He sweeps this brush and then goes for the re-engage here after Kellen. Tries to put that damage in, blows up Kellen, and Jiwoo does here first. And the watch Aiming here, there's a control ward in this bush, there's nowhere to hide.
And Guger just puts it, just put it down. He just put it down. As now Jiwoo is going to get punished. They call in the cavalry. Lucid says, all right, well, you got some summoner spells, guys, so let's just go with Worth. They do manage to even the scoreline. Guger is just trying to walk his way out, gets the Eclipse back, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough here. No flash available as Aiming dashes in, picks up the kill. So, well, 3-1, and maybe we're getting like a it has to be certified, but we don't feel great about it situation.
Yeah, it's... I definitely will put a stamp on that one, unfortunately, as we'll...
It's an apprehensive stamp.
Yeah, we'll go back to this topside play as Sylvie is dueling with Lucid, and the equalizer here, not going to really offer too much.
Oh, the interrupt. He just heartbreak it on the spot to deny the kick flash. That was so sick.
Actually really sick. And then down here, it looks like just, unfortunately, way too far up in the lane, not respecting the engage range here, and Lucid just comes over, makes it happen. Guger is very tanky still, but alone this time. No Kai'Sa to back him up, and will get taken out. So Aiming, trading back all the gold, taking a big lead down there on the bottom side, despite what was a really nice set of plays. Kellen.
Oh, there's the headbutt. Actually manages to get the interruption onto Jiwoo. Not wanting to go for the 1v1. Oh, never mind. He was rethinking about it. It's like, I've got a cool belt, though, so I could probably do it.
Yeah.
Catch those arrows from the bow and arrow, you know, that Jiwoo picked up. Catch it in his belt.
Well, now Aiming has Static Shiv Atlas, so he is just going to shove waves in, and Jiwoo is in this really awkward spot where he's down a level here, has to catch this gold, or he's just going to be giving over tons of plates too, as Aiming is just sitting pretty. 800 gold, the advantage here now on the 80 carry position. Kingen still has a massive lead. He wasn't the victim of that topside play, although his equalizer certainly didn't help things, but now he's got his Leandri, so D+ still in a massive lead here, even though the kill score looked close after what was a really cool set of plays from Nongshim. But at the end of the day, top is still on fire. Yep, bottom is really on fire, and mid is going to be a problem soon. So Sylvie's going to have to do more than Heartbreaker his way out of dodge topside.
Yeah, it's okay. There's the chains connecting onto Guga. He's going to go in, but it's a great distortion timing there to make sure that Showmaker's going to make it out. Those are difficult to do. Leona has a tendency to just follow you wherever you go. Does make it over the wall. Still going to be a grub going over to Sylvie at least. We'll see whether they can get the rest of them as Lucid is here, wanting to collect 5. Safeguards over to Kellen. And now with Dundun on that inside track, they've got an equalizer coming down, though. This is so dangerous as Guga chained up and will now get taken down. Does land a decent solar flare, but there's no one else there. That is going to be Kingen collecting a kill for himself, spiraling. Despair's not really going to do anything. And all right, Showmaker now finding the chains as Jiwoo gets himself out.
Unfortunately for Nongshim in that situation, they're fighting into a rumble and a choke point. Doesn't even use his equalizer because they can't commit in any further to save Guger there. Didn't have his Merc Treads, he has them now, but unfortunately there's just no way to peel for him. I mean, it's a Viego. If Sylvie goes in to try to save that play, he's so fragile, he's just going to get blown up by this LeBlanc rumble as well, so he just has to look on as Guger's attempted play fails, and D+, another big win here, and the gold lead is starting to get a little bit larger. We're moving up to nearly 3,000 here. Sylvie may even be denied on this Dragon, 50-50.
Yeah, and that is going to be Sylvie locking it down. Lucid was just holding position. There's the kick over the wall. Oh, no! Oh, that was so weird. They just trade positions about 11 different times, and Sylvie gets out. That was just miscommunication between the two of them. Very cute there from Lucid, but ultimately made things worse, as now Fish are going to have to flash the wall to get out of the way, but they got their prize. That is 2 Drakes. There's a Chemtech, and as we saw, Orcs wasn't on the couch, and that's exactly why. 100% responsibility going to Daniel Harrison for this one.
Yep, it's 100% his fault. Fisher.
Yeah, and there's the flash in. It's an angry cow, and Aiming is going to be able to pick up his 4th.
He's almost halfway there.
Yeah, no, this is actually kind of nutty. So he needs that pentakill. So we just need to wait. We'll have another couple of dragons, stuff like that, and then we'll get around to Baron Pit. Aiming will kill 5 people. He will hit the milestone at the same time as getting another pentakill on Zeri, which is something that he's just done a lot.
So even though they didn't get the kill and they didn't get the dragon, D+ were able to capitalize on the fact that they were able to put Nongshim low, force them to retreat, and there was no peel, no answer for the 3-man dive set up onto Fisher, who's left all alone. The immobile way we talked about it in the draft is just really going to struggle into a draft like what D+ has, especially with Zeri having this big of a lead. Now 4 kills, 4 aiming, and it's disaster here. As the Spirit Visage start here for Dundun as well means he's not going to be all too relevant either in this game, as he hasn't been able to at least manage his CS, but the Rumble is very strong at this point in time and is going to be way more relevant in team fights here. And Dundun, he's the only one who can peel for Fisher in these fights, but he's not tanky enough to where that's really going to be relevant or viable when you consider how much burst that there is in this composition. Aiming as Runins at 14:55.
Yeah, that's 2 items in 15 minutes. That is completely absurd. Kingen is doing his very best. Majora's Mask, okay, that's a flash in, and Showmaker just stands his ground, goes back to his distortion as well, lands the chain. That is going to be the Q connecting there as well. Distortion for some extra damage. Lucid baits him in a little. Decides that he doesn't want to go too far. Didn't have flash, so no kick flash is available. And Aiming now just taking some control of the river for the minute. Now it's getting a little bit dicey there, Wolf. 4,000 gold is the lead. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, Jiwoo is now going to get ulted on here by Aiming. Killer Instinct comes in. Can he actually get it? He finds the 1v1 as the Ignite will pick up the kill here for Kellen. But Jiwoo, that was a statement move. My God.
I mean, Jiwoo, this is just what he does, man. He's like, everything's on fire, but not me.
Yeah.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. Like,
except that he died to fire at the end.
Yeah, but ultimately, he's making plays while his team is behind.
Look at those empowered autos, by the way. As Dundun's getting cut down, Guger is on a flank angle, but Kellen's here as well. Equalizer comes in, connects onto both as Solar Flare will stun up Kellen for the minute. Sylvie getting on in here, sees the ward though, and he's not going to be able to do anything about this one. Showmaker is going to take down Dundun first and see whether he can get this pesky Viego. They get to their inner turret though, and D+ going to use this to start a siege.
Yeah, you have this false sense of security in that moment where you have the numbers advantage briefly for Nongshim, but Jiwoo was in the death chamber, he wasn't back, and there's no teleport for Fisher, so you will eventually get collapsed on by D+, and that's exactly what happened. As Fisher can do nothing but just try to push topside in. Not even a bounty to get, no plates are up, but this is the best he can do with no teleport. And again, D+ win the skirmish on bottom side. Things are going from bad to worse.
Showmaker just stole that away out in front of 2 people because they didn't have enough information around the map.
They have nothing on this bottom side except that, ward to the left side of the Raptors. That's all they've got.
This is reminding me of some of those old Zeri games when Zeri was in a very different position, right? Because Jiwoo did have a great outplay. Right here, this play absolutely amazing, but just the inevitability of Aiming's Zeri getting to a point where he is just strong enough, is kind of nuts, especially when this is happening in the interim.
Yeah, Kellen taking him out with the Ignite as well.
Showmaker does manage to get the snare, but I don't think he had enough cooldowns to really finish Fisher off as he does dive forward once again.
A small victory that it's not a 5th kill for the Zeri, so the pentakill to get the 9 is still on the board.
There we go.
But, I mean, this one it's got to be so frustrating to watch this as a Nongshim fan, especially as a Jiwoo fan, the plays he's making. As Dundun, he's just melting. He's an ice cube in the hot summer sun.
And now Guger is able to sidestep the Sonic Wave, but not able to do too much more. Double stun does come on through there. What does it mean? It means he's dead. Aiming gonna lock down that kill. And now,
They're coming!
Sylvie and Dundon are all just getting burnt to a crisp.
They're coming at
by
us.
this Rumble as Aiming, he's gonna dash on in, finds the ulti. Dundon's gonna get burst fired down and it's a massacre. A double comes in for Aiming. Just needs 3 more, but I don't think they're focused on that. I think it might be a look towards knocking down some of these turrets and preparing for a Baron that I was gonna say they were gonna go towards, but it's not even up yet.
Not up yet, but you know, that's Aiming's comfort zone. For better or for worse, to slide into 3 people on Zeri. And when the team is this far ahead, he's on
it made me nervous, Wolf. It did. It made me nervous.
And in this moment, he's just so big, he's so fed. The health bars were low because Kingen burned them down. 1v3. He's just able to clean up house. 2 kills away from that 2,000 kill milestone. And it's a Chemtech Drake they have Prio for here, Nongshim. Chemtech's sole point, but D+ are rapidly approaching, and there's nothing they could do to stop it. Fisher used his teleport on the last play, so actually unable to come over here, so D+ will get the first Dragon of the game, and there's no cross map available. Yeah. No bounties even either for Nongshim to pick up on the map, and this turret is not long for this world. Even though it's not 6, it's 5 grubs enough to get the Voidlings, and D+ are winning everywhere.
They are. The fact that they're able to siege mid-outer turret as well as have full control of this dragon, that's the danger. As Rift Herald is going to get piloted by Guga here. Equalizer comes on down as Lucid. They're trying to push him out of this pit. Showmaker dives in though, and Jiwoo's going to get knocked up by the cow. It is going to be the secure of the dragon by Nongshim, but is this the sacrifice that costs them the game? I don't know whether it's exactly this moment that gets there, but it does get a triple kill for Kingen, as Fisher is able to Mega Blast Cone his way out of dodge, but the rest of the team not so lucky.
Yeah, no kills for Aiming on this one, as the Rift Herald is just ignored as they push for the 20-minute spawning Baron here. They've got the damage to it. Riftmaker already online here for Kingen, and they should just be able to rush this one down. Shield Bow is complete as a 3-item Zeri here, and there's nothing Nongshim could do about it. They can't even be anywhere close. So we're going to go back to this play here. There's the teleport here that's called out by Kingen from Fisher. He just walks it off, avoids everything, and then is like, all right, I'm slowing him down.
And this is where we caught up to the play. Kingen, of course, providing information that his ultimate is down. But look at that. He just, like, he pre-cooks them, and then Aiming grabs it and puts it in the microwave. You know, it's a TV dinner for this guy.
They were coming from so far away, and Kingen is calling out the comms like, we win this, it's donezo, I'm putting my ult down. And over here, this is a great play from Showmaker and Kellen, knowing Jiwoo's the only real problem here. Dundon is tanky, and he's absorbing a lot of the pressure, but they're not going to win the fight by him. They're going to win it by their DPSs. They blow up the Kaisa in the back line. The front to back is never going to be won long-term by this Udyr. When the Rumble is this fed, there's just nothing you can do. Triple here goes over to Kingen. And man, this game could not be more one-sided.
Yeah. It's about a 11,000 gold lead at 21 minutes into the game, and I don't think we really need to tell anyone that this is an absolute shellacking. Some okay moments here and there. The problem for Nongshim is that too many things fell apart, and D+ were just able to capitalize from their advantages a whole lot more than Nongshim were able to with theirs. Abyssal Mask now done. He really is a mask salesman, is good old Kingen. As Nongshim now going to look for Showmaker, who does want to get that distortion back off cooldown. Mimics it there as well. As you can see, Dundon, he runs really quickly. Showmaker going to get slowed down for the moment. Let's see whether he can get out. He cannot, as he is going to burn down. That is going to be the kill going over to Jiwoo. But the answer is all of Nongshim's stuff exploding.
And it's a reasonable setup here for D+ with a 1-3-1, because you know Showmaker, if he gets collapsed on, can survive for so long. Kingen's already shown what he can do if they try to kill him.
I mean, this is the answer, right? Like, they absolutely wanted that. They're like, Showmaker, buy as much time as you possibly can.
And now they're getting inhibitor turrets.
Well, Solarflare getting a slow onto Lucid, safeguards his way out. Kellen going to tank the ulti from the Hui. Throws down his ult himself. That is going to be a lot of cross equalizers, the Hui version as well as Kingen's. D+ going to say, all right, we'll get out of here. And they've done a lot of damage to the inhibitor turret already. Snare is going to connect. A decent layering of damage onto Aiming. Not enough to really answer. A Showmaker back up and alive again. Does have teleport. But I think they're probably going to look to go off the back of a reset. Get some of that health bar back. And probably just say that that Baron play is probably enough. 3,000 gold.
I mean, they just
what they've got so far. It's a bunch of turrets.
They can do no wrong at this point. As,
Okay.
the last cone
It's a
All
lot
the
of
way.
Yeah, were you just thinking like, what would Valdez think about this whole this whole image right here? He's scrying. We're just seeing all of these plants. That one he doesn't have as much of an issue with, right?
Really strange interaction that happened with that blast plant. I think it was either earlier this year or last year. A controversial one. That's what I thought when I saw those two blast plants. I'm like, oh. But I mean, look, D+ could do no wrong in this game as long as nobody gets caught. I mean, Showmaker is down flash, and they're hoping maybe he overextends here, but they don't have any vision of the rest of the red buff area here. Like, Showmaker's going to clear this last ward. And, I mean, they're just not going to be able to push through. Showmaker gets out of here. He doesn't have to force. He doesn't have to stay too long. And it's not the static Shiv LeBlanc we saw a ton, where you just have free wave push. It does take a moment to get through that, but not too long with the items that Showmaker has now. But yeah, he just doesn't need to actually force the issue here. They could just wait. And realistically, I think D+ just wait for the next Baron and try to end off of it, force Nongshim to come to them. And otherwise, just kind of sit back and take away all the farm, take away all the minions here. His aiming is like, I've got CCTV on those wolves. I better not take that. That actually belongs to me aiming. He's got the, like, don't touch my food in the refrigerator sign on the wolves over there.
Yeah, beware of the dog signs everywhere. Stuff like that. Please leave it alone as Showmaker takes an auto or two. Solar Flare does come on through here. Showmaker is just dead. That is going to be Google locking that one down. D+ can they actually salvage the situation? It's not looking good for Kellen as we ask that question. Two are now dead. Aiming, skating his way out. Kingen, he does go golden. That's going to buy them some time. Aiming now behind the rest of his team. Great kick does come on through. And oh god, the wallets are too heavy. Another triple for Kingen, and Lucid finishes off Jiwoo in the end. And that's one way to win the game, D+.
Dindin's head on the table. Not his finest performance in the matchup. He opted into this one with the Rumble going over to D+. And man, he's just so fed. He's got Riftmaker, he's got Abyssal Mask, and he just kind of walks away and then burns them all to death. It looked good for Nongshim until Kingen said no, it does not. 8-0-7, perfect KDA. And D+ take it.
They're like, it's like the rebirth of Kingen this season because he has had some real lows. And recently it hasn't been his time, but my God, we're getting some 2022 Worlds Kingen right now. And that is absolutely fantastic to see because we do know what this guy's capable of. And not being able to see that on a consistent basis has been pretty sad. This, though, absolute utter redemption for the man.
Absolutely. And also making the next game interesting for aiming because he denied the 9th kill. He took it for himself.
Yeah.
He only got 8, so he's at 1999 at the moment. He will need one more kill to secure that 2,000 and hit the milestone.
It was a weird year.
It was a weird year, but everyone was worried about Y2K, but I'm worried about Game 2 for Nongshim because the draft in Game 1 did not inspire confidence. I think a lot of prio picks that they chose really came up empty, and giving the Rumble over was a huge problem. They also, allowed D+ to actually get that early Zeri pick. The Nautilus was not picked. There wasn't great lockdown. Jiwoo, nobody's going to say he didn't try.
No,
But Kingen,
he absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. We're not going to levy any sort of criticism his way. I think the first pick, Hui, that is what I think everyone is going to be looking at under a microscope. I imagine the space is probably going to delve into that one as well because that really did not give me any signs of joy at all. But it is now time for us to go to a short break. Thankfully, it's a best of 3 Nongshim. They can address those issues, get back for game number 2. First, it's going to be the space. We'll see you after.
야 피해고 여기 피해고.
나 태그
넘겨.
카이사 쪽 보자. 카이사 쪽.
야 이거 바텀 라인. 야 카이사 카이사 노공 카이사 노공.
야 이거 위로 빼봐. 위로 빼봐. 진영 좋아. 위로 빼면 진영 좋아. 야 보자.
안돼 애매. 애매.
나 도와줄게.
나 이거 준비 한번 되고.
봐줄게.
카이사 노공이야. 나 위로. 앞라인 천천히 잡아봐 앞라인. 한번 잡아줄게. 이길만 한데? 이길만 하자. 야 카이사. 미드.
이제 가자.
I'm never quitting, I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
$19.99 is the number that Aiming will have to sit on while DK go up 1-0. One more kill will be history making for him. Welcome to the space. Digon here alongside Ox and Mao. And D+ take that first victory here against Nongshim. It felt like a little fighty, a little more fighty than what we expected from Nongshim until D+ then tightened the screws there.
The moments were good, but then when you look at the big picture, you're still going, oh no, at any point, right? Like G was like, I got him, I punched him, Sylvie outplays Lucid, and then you look at the gold, or you look at the objectives, and you're like, oh no, Nongshim, what happened?
I feel that's why almost it can be feeling more frustrating, is because you sometimes have these situations where the skirmishes are going in favor of Nongshim. They were winning the bot 2v2, they're the solid play around top side, but the game state never really goes in their favor. Even when Aiming is getting outplayed by Jiwoo, Aiming still ends up getting more fed because the team play from D+ is sharper. It's really interesting. We're seeing the return of this Lee Sin LeBlanc into that first pick way. Obviously, this is a mid-jungle that we've seen so many times in competitive to have a lot of pressure, and Lucid really made his impact known, moving about the map, but also we saw the Udyr again, and I just think this pick has really fallen out of favor, and letting the Rumble go over and having this as your response, I think was a complete mistake.
Yeah, prioritizing the Hui just hasn't really seen... I think, ironically, if the Tristana was up, I would like the Hui first pick a lot more, because that actually has been shown to work well in that matchup. And if only Keen can play a champion, don't play it. It's bait. Don't do it. And Udyr, literally only Keen has looked good for like the last 3 months.
Yeah, again, Max was certain we talked about it. There you go, Max, we did. Hui, not it, or at least here in game number 1 for Nongshim. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. First off, how did they get the lead? Double tower take here, starting on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the plays that went favorably for D+ was where they were just able to move more members down, set up plays, solidify with objectives, and just this standard. You know, this is why he is the Gold King. Aiming just gets so much money, and that is the general game plan for this team.
What is really, really big here for me is that DK is doing a thing that we've seen Gen G do a lot. I think one of DK's biggest weaknesses has been actually closing out these games. So seeing them still be able to consistently get these early leads is really big. And I think Nongshim, it just feels like when it comes to moving around on the map, they are so far behind almost any other team. And I think against teams like DRX, who I think still in team fights look a lot better, you don't see that as much, but here in these moments, like they're losing an inner turret really early on. That's such an insane amount of gold influx. And then you get to the point where, like in a later fight, like Showmaker and Kellen in the final fight, they just die, and it doesn't matter.
And you know, honestly, I feel like if you gave Nongshim and even Gold State, got Jiwoo a little bit fed, and you just planted them at an objective, I think they'd do pretty good in these fights against a lot of teams in the LCK. It's everything else, you know, it's the playing the map, it's the allocating resources, it's being in the right place at the right time, making sure people are there and prepared for the skirmishes. I think that's really what they've been struggling at.
Yeah, and in that win that Nongshim got earlier, they got bailed out by the late game brand that was dealing a lot of damage. The thing that D+ did so well in this game was not even give them a chance to scale. Here at 18 minutes, this was the fight that basically ended the game. Max said, hey, they're going to go to Baron. Wait, Baron's not even up.
While this was happening in mid, unfortunately, Gugur just ends up going down, and then they triple man top, and Kingen just stands there and goes, well, guys, what are we doing? He basically wins 1v3, and then the rest of DK shows up. It's easy cleanup, and from this point on, it wasn't really ever a shot for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, this set them so far behind, and Kingen was so strong in this Rumble pick, so hard to deal with. Even there was a later fight where a couple of members of D+ went down, and he just stood in that choke and melted everyone.
All right, let's take a look at the POG from this one. Maybe votes for the bottom side of the map, maybe votes for the top side of the map. Yes, Kingen gets his first POG of the game, cooking the competition on Rumble.
Was initially leaning towards Kellen. As Max said, I think is Alistair really had a bit of a renaissance arc, but Kingen not only like single-handedly stomped his lane, he was always at the right place at the right time. We saw the damage graph at the end, and that's without Sorkpan boots. So very impressive that he was still able to do that much.
And also, he basically went like this heavy AP Bruiser build. This was the big fight for me, where, you know, it's a literally advantage for Nongshim. Jiwoo goes for this long flank, and the rest of them are trying to take down the Rumble and just failing. And the thing is, Rumble's obviously really strong in the current patch. We've seen it heavily prioritizing those early bans, but it is still a high skill cap pick, and it is easy to bomb on it, and really, Kingen just completely popped off.
Right media, guys. We almost had it. We almost had it. Left media base this time. Right media, guys. Get the Keck W's out. This one deserves a Keck W. As we take a look at the coaches now, it's what do you do here? What is the call here? Obviously, the champ pool gets cut down in mid lane, but what's the answer?
It's so hard because it's too fundamental. In terms of mechanics, Nongshim had a couple of great moments. Both Sylvie and Jiwoo did well.
Yeah, I mean, I think first and foremost, things like the Hui first pick, not great. And also, when your struggles are definitely with getting the right setup when it comes to playing the map or setting up skirmishes, just play a composition where you have a lot of pick and engage potential, so you can just see champion, kill champion, and make that work.
Well, you saw it there on your screen, and it's in my prompter, so I'm going to say it. Nongshim Red Force is on the red side, and so let's see. That's a unique thing because last week it was all blue side. I think one pick went to red side, and we'll see if that helps out Nongshim here in game number 2. To get back on into it, let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I do like that I was Max for the start of the space, and then I was Atlas at the end, where it becomes all business. And because it is time to get into this game. A reminder, aiming sitting at 1999 kills. And I was kind of rude, Wolf, because I said that there were some weird songs that came out in 99. 99 was a banger year, dude. There were some amazing ones. Like Believe by Cher came out that year.
Wow, yeah.
Like we got Sugar Ray's Every Morning. You know, that one was amazing. The Halo, that one. Smooth by Santana came out that year.
Ooh.
Like Scar Tissue by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, oh my goodness, what an incredible year!
Feel old.
Yeah, but that was a good year. That was a good year.
Kingen will also reach his milestone in this game at 400 games.
Yeah, there it is.
Top laner to do so, and
that's a way to do it. Viper had a rough time getting to his 400th in yesterday's matches. Kingen having a pretty good time here.
Yeah, you know what the Mad King said before he died?
What did he say?
Burn them all. You know what the Mad Kingen said before he died? Burn them all. But then he didn't die, actually.
And then he didn't. And then it was just his 400th game. And then he played something else probably because they'll ban Rumble this time.
I don't think he'll be playing Rumble in the second game. Now, red side here for Nongshim allows them those 2 picks we were talking about, but they need to be utilized correctly. And Noblesse doing his best here to try to figure out what picks make sense for these players when those bans come through. But this time, there's a chance that D+ go, yeah, we'll just take the Tristana first pick. They don't even necessarily want to ban away both on blue side here against Fisher. So let's see what gets taken away, because also for Dindin, he probably doesn't want to lane into Skarner. He's probably not feeling great about how that last game went. Maybe they'll give him a ranged pick here into that Skarner if they're going to leave it up, but it's so uncomfortable right now for Nongshim because, yes, you have red side now, but the same problems that occurred in the first game aren't necessarily solved just by champ picks, as Chronicle was alluding to. It's the fundamentals. You can't switch from game 1 to game 2. They'll ban the Scar themselves, D+.
Yeah.
Again.
And I like this, because what you do is the only thing you don't ban is Tristana, because you've taken away the Corki, which can have a good lane matchup. We've seen it go either way, but I think if you've got even skill level, the Corki should definitely win early.
There's the Rumble.
The Rumble has to be banned away on the red side, and there's going to be loads of things left available on the bottom side of the map. Like, I think we saw Callista go all the way through the draft. We saw Nidalee go all the way through the draft. We forgot to congratulate our teams for not doing that.
You can just ban away here and then pick Tristana and be like, now Fisher has even less choices.
Oh, God.
Now, they banned Talia last time, and maybe that will be left up this time for Nongshim, depending on what this last ban ends up being. It'll be a Sylas ban.
So I don't think it's going to be a Talia first pick if there's a Sylas ban.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's an odd one. What are the classic you pick Silas into these champions picks? Like, I guess we saw
Nar?
a lot of, Nah was definitely one of them. The Azir has been one.
Twisted Fate in the past.
I mean, Talia was generally a pick into Silas, so I don't know whether they're going for that as a first pick. That's an interesting move, though.
It's going to be a Tristana first pick, it looks like, here for D+. They left that one up.
I would hope so. Unless it's Talia. I think Talia, Tristana, both of them, pretty good. So as long as they're in the tease realm of choosing champions, I think they're feeling okay. And Tristana is going to be their poison that they will choose this time.
Let's see if Fisher is confident enough to play the Talia that was banned last game around, because that ban kind of indicates to me that maybe he's not so comfortable playing that in some of these tough mid matchups against Showmaker right now in this meta. As if you want to put Sylvie on an AP jungler this time around, okay, they're just going to deny the Zeri with this red side. That is a really interesting call. Let's see if D+ just grab the Nautilus this time. I mean, you could just go Zeri Nautilus and go, aha, you can't have it.
Oh, wait, they could also just send a Nautilus.
True.
That
so
seems
you probably need to take that Nautilus here.
I would suggest Nautilus denial would be a good move. Certainly a lot of other options that you can run with the center as well, but because these bans have been so different, it's a really interesting move. So there is the Azir consideration. They say, thanks for the Silas ban. Not that it's all that relevant, because Tristana's already picked up.
I'd rather them go for the Azir here than what they were hovering instead, but this has been a very back and forth matchup, the Talia Azir. We've seen it so much. You think back to BDD's summer season last year, playing it into the Azir so often.
Oh, Lucid was almost allowed to have fun, Wolf.
Oh,
did you see that on his face? He was like, but Showmaker, couldn't I just play Talia? And he's like, no, it'd make me too upset. I'm too good at Talia.
So they just want to hard force an art. What's really interesting about this to me is it really indicates the Silas ban makes a lot more sense now. It really indicates that Kingen is saying, I'm going to win top lane again against this guy. And he wants to sit on a weak side champion up there where he can't get destroyed in lane. So we'll ban the Skarner that basically wins or at least absorbs everything. He wants to play Cassante. I've got the Gnar already. He's going to prioritize that early in this draft and keep the bottom side a little bit of a secret. Yep. The Viego going to be prioritized here again for Sylvie. Had a great individual game on the pick. On his own. They had the successful invade. He was able to punish Lucid there on top side, but otherwise wasn't all too impactful later on.
Actually, now that I look at it, I like this Gnar pick even more, right? Because I think you can ban a couple of the picks that Gnar doesn't like to go into, and then there's basically nothing that Dundun normally plays that is happily going into a Gnar and feeling good about it.
Yeah, what is he going to play? Camille here? I don't think so.
Yeah, and you could even ban that. You could ban Twisted Fate if you'd like to. You could really protect that top lane, or you can just go in on supports and just take things away from Guga. And we wanted to call him the Guru, right? Because his Lulu did actually look good against DRX. We were celebrating how he looked there, but that's going to be taken away here.
I think you got to ban Nautilus still, even though you have no idea what the plan is going to be here for D+ on the bottom side.
I like the center ban as well, just because they could certainly still do a whole lot of flexing, right? They could have even picked Talia and then thrown the Maokai into the bottom lane if they'd like to. There's a whole bunch of things that you can do.
Banning Alistar, it looks like they want to pick the Nautilus themselves, potentially here. If Gugar's just on Leona again, it's not a bad choice, but it's pretty tough to pull off against Gnar, against Tristana. See what that final ban will be here ultimately. Banning the Leona doesn't seem like a bad idea here. You just want to lock that one away. It's been Gugar's comfort pick for the season. So I've been forced onto it, but it does seem like the pick he likes to play the most. But they'll ban Nautilus instead. Those are the two contentious picks. Gugar got punished a lot on Leona in week 1. He got punished a lot on Leona in game 1 of this series, so I don't think they're too worried about it. And now this is the angle where you pick the Gnar early, and now this is so uncomfortable for Dundun. You don't need to protect the Gnar pick or anything like that, because he's probably just going to play Cassante. It's a good matchup for the Gnar.
Yeah.
Got so much good lockdown with this Maokai already. It's a Dundun pick, but it's a rough spot for it, but this is where we're at right now after he got completely destroyed in lane in game 1. Now he has to opt into his comfort Cassante. Cassante is still strong, don't get me wrong. Great front line for the Zeri, but rough into this. And now this is the other pick I was going to talk about earlier, but I forgot to mention.
Kalista Renata on 4-5?
And it's just, I mean, what do you do?
Well, you desperately try to find something to pick into it alongside a Zeri, and there's not that many good options. I mean, there is still Rel, I guess, if you want to go for that one, or you could pick something with a little bit more range. And none of the options really feel all that good.
I feel like if they had banned the Kalista instead of the Alistar, we'd see just an Ezreal lane instead here for D+. I think they had both prepped and ready to go. Two different sides of the coin, very different styles of playing that bottom lane, but it's going to be double 80 carry no matter what. You're going to have to set up with the Maokai for the Ezreal. Now you have insane push. The Rakan can offer back a lot of engage here and can set up nicely for the Zeri if he gets a flank angle, but it's so reliant on map control when we get to these mid-game fights, because otherwise the Rakan's just going to get sussed out, get found, maybe even just caught by a Nature's Grasp on his way trying to find his angle that he just dies and the fight is over before it starts. There's no protection here outside of the Emperor's Divide in terms of peel for the Zeri in a team fight. The K'Sante, if he can get through the laning phase, can be that solid front line to get Jiwoo into a position to try to carry this game, but he's already going to be on the back foot from the laning phase because he's laning into Kalista Renata on the bottom side. And oh boy, Nongshim, it feels like they forgot about the Kalista, didn't see it coming, but I feel like from step one, even with that Silas ban that felt a little bit silly initially, they were ready to put the Gnar down and say, what are you going to do, Dun Dun? All right, took the Skarner away. You're going to play K'Sante again? Yes, he is. And they knew it.
Just feels like winning lanes across the board. Having a bit of time to think about it, right? Like, there are just a lot of choices that aren't Rakan that would have been probably an upgrade. Like, maybe a Braum, maybe a Blitzcrank, just to go for a bit of an all-in down there, something like that. I don't know whether I'm all about this Rakan pick, but let's see how it works out as we jump into the Rift for Game 2. All right, we've done it. We figured it out, and now it's not all of the chance going on one side. And of course, last game was a very one-sided game. Maybe what this has done is now evened out the energy within the room, Wolf. And with an evened energy within the room, we will now potentially have an even game of League of Legends, despite the drafts, because it's looking once again like D+ have pretty good tools
kind of
to get
Nirvana
things done.
Yeah. We'll see how quickly Eamon can hit 2K in this game. As
he needs a whole 1 kill in order to get there. It is a harsh task.
In this matchup, I think there's a pretty high chance it could happen early, especially with the start here at level 1 where they're pushed up. And there's no vision for Jiwoo and Cougar. Of course, they should be aware of this possibility and should play it safe. And look, Atlas, when you look at the winning lanes here across the board, it's really rough. You consider also Cougar's on the squishy pick that, unlike the Leona he's caught on so many times this season, is not going to have Eclipse to press to kind of get out of jail free and walk it off. He's not going to have that. I am a little bit worried about this pick as here comes a level 1.
Yep, they get the ward in. They look to try and take that one down early as well. That is going to be secured. Zombie ward also taken, which is a little bit more even. As Aiming has taken Rend level 1, we do see a fair few Pierce level 1s, but has taken the Rend just to help him out on longer trades, as Fisher just getting autoed down by Showmaker here, skirting the turret range well.
Yeah.
Relatively even though, and I think we were talking about this yesterday, the fact that a lot of these matchups are just trade forever until you're down to 300 health and then you farm.
Exactly. That's kind of how this one is being played right now. Oh boy. You know, we have a few Hobgoblins in the LCK. Aiming's not really on the list for me in terms of Halo Blades abusers, but he is going to, in this matchup, be a bit of a Hobgoblin. You know, he's getting in there. He's trying to get those Rens out early, and
I haven't heard Hobgoblin.
Yeah, that's
why I love that one.
That's why I just thought of it on the spot. I was like, it's the only way to explain this. Hobgoblin.
Like Halo Blades abusers are just Hobgoblins? Yeah. Oh, man, that's so good.
T1 knows all about that, man.
Yep. By the way,
they're in all the Spider-Man movies.
I was another reference of yours that I commented on that you were like, it's from somewhere else, was the sour spots.
Yeah.
It's a Smash Brothers reference.
Yeah.
Then that's cool. So I just wanted to make sure that we said that on the broadcast because I didn't credit the Smash Bros community for that one. So that's really cool. And it makes sense that you picked up that one by osmosis because you are a bit of a Smash boy.
And for a really long time, a Marth one trick, so...
You know all about the sour spots.
Yeah, a lot of sour on that. Not for me, you know, I always...
You ever get to the point where you're like having such a bad Marth day, you just play Roy instead?
Yes.
Because then the sour spots become the sweet spots, baby.
Yeah, I definitely did have a few of those days.
Yeah, me too.
Roy was busted for a while. But anyway, back to League of Legends.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's not going well. Already 22 to 10 CS here in this matchup, as Cougar can offer nothing back. His puny heals with his Q is all he can do. try to make something of this situation. Is they're going to try to escort Sylvie over here to a gank. Unfortunately, guess who's also here? Lucid is right in the vicinity, and I just don't like.
Man, Braum would have been so good because we could have then had Santa Claus
Yeah.
and the Christmas tree in the same game. Instead, the Christmas tree is by himself, or is he? He's found a whole bunch of friends here on the bottom side. He's trying to walk his way out, and that is going to be a flash used. The grand entrance was good. They spotted Sylvie. That meant that Lucid wanted nothing to do with it. So that's just a kind of free flash there.
Yeah, that's
not going to lose too much, I guess.
Small victory here. The rest of everything is kind of on fire. Is at least this matchup going okay for Dindin in terms of
Dindin
CS?
is not dead. That is true, and Kingen just missed a cannon.
Fisher, however, he's not really playing the game. He's not. The Showmaker's not allowing it, and he's just going to drop this explosive charge down on the turret, and he's already halfway through this plate.
Yeah, Showmaker's like, he was in view of the inner turret at 4.5 minutes. That feels like his lane's probably going well, I would say. Trying to put on as much pressure as possible. Of course, Showmaker was one of the players that really adopted Tristana immediately.
Yeah.
As soon as she became meta, this was one of the picks that he really abused. And in fact, it wasn't until Tristana was just permanently banned against DK that they really started to look fellable, right? Like, this was where we really did see a renaissance, as now Kingen's in a bit of trouble. Sylvie moving on up. Let's see when the flash is going to be used, or if, and he decides to hold on to it. Felt like he was checkmated, and I think he might have been right.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, in that scenario, maybe you can actually flash, avoid Sylvie's engage there, but it's too risky. Dundon also has flash, so could just follow flash on you, and you're
I think
likely
he needed
dead.
flash hop. If he had flash hop, he would have been fine, but I think he just used it.
Yeah, and his Nara bar was only halfway there. He just wasn't in a good scenario. And we go all the way back to the setup for this as Sylvie comes over. Kingen just really trying to push the advantages here. Dundon hits him with the Q here, slowed down, and then at this point he's got a hyper proc, but he's like, there's just no way out of this. Wants to sidestep Sylvie, is successful, but ultimately, I mean, what are you going to do? If he avoids the Q there and Dundon just flashes on him, he's dead anyways.
Yeah,
Dundon might have messed it up, and he would have gotten away, but might as well just keep your flash there and keep the pressure on top side.
Still a much better start here for Nongshim. Sylvie able to capitalize at the same time. Him getting first blood, not a bad thing. As Arise, the Sand Soldiers come out. There's the Emperor's Divide to push Showmaker away. And Fisher says, that's enough. I delivered my message. You got it loud and clear. Showmaker holds onto his Buster Shot though. And yes, he loses out when it comes to the trade. But cooldowns-wise, he's kind of feeling all right. He's just now eaten some honey fruit.
Yeah.
He'll come back to lane. As the Drake is going to be taken. Next one going to be a Cloud. As in goes Showmaker. I don't know about that one. As Sylvie comes on in. Showmaker does get the reset though, and he'll be able to make his way out. So
Scary moment there for Showmaker. Definitely a lot of...
wanted to even the trade, you know? Like we were saying that he didn't have to use his ultimate. Well, just wanted to make sure he puts it on cooldown so they're on even footing.
Wanted to do something there after losing the trade with teleports both down. Could have been rough for him in the follow-up to that. As meanwhile, in the top side, we do have the grubs being taken away here by Luce. It looks like Sylvie just going to commit to the one. With no top side prio, really hard for him to contest.
Yeah, Lucid going to take that one, and Sylvie going to come in. They're going to take it in turns. It's actually kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it's sharing. Not going to commit any harder. Showmaker wanted to back there, grab a cull, so not going to be trying to collapse there, even though he did have mid-prio for the moment, with Kingen also pushing in topside. As down here, this it's gotten a little bit better for Jiwoo, but not really. Not significantly. As while he has narrowed the CS a little bit, like that's just now going to go by the wayside, and also Aiming's picking up more plates. And the more time Sylvie spends down here camping like he did last time, the more map control he loses, because it looks like maybe he was going to go for a gank. No, he just sat there and waited for the inevitable Lucid gank that was coming, because Lucid passed towards bottom side, knowing that the Callisto was going to have lane push. Then he just kind of got a flash, but then got double scuttled, and so, yeah, they got the flash, but it didn't really ultimately mean that much here for D+. Gold is even, but the Zeri is so far away from relevance. That's the real big issue.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that Aiming is just doing whatever he wants. That's a whole wave. Jiwoo misses out on nice handshake there, as Jiwoo going to get flashed after the hostile takeover. Just barely connects. As there's the Fate's Call. Sylvie in a good position, though. And now the double knockup is really good. I think Kellen understanding that he is definitely dead, and even the Pierce is going to miss. Aiming actually moving towards them. I don't know about that one, as Kellen is going to still be alive for now, but they're just staggering the backs, I guess. There we go. Jiwoo's going to be able to lock down the second kill for Nongshim, and despite these lanes, it looked like it's T+'s control. It still says 0-2 at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think the idea there for Aiming was, okay, maybe we could bail out if if Gugur stays in range, but Gugur positioned really well there to make sure there was no way Aiming could have all in him, gotten the kill, and then gotten a reset there for Kellen to come back in. Meanwhile,
yeah, Jiwoo going to throw down the ulti. Aiming just trying to dance his way out. Does so quite nicely. Martial pose, pretty good. Making sure that the burst fires are as difficult to land as possible. Now Lucid trying to take away a blue buff. Sylvie comes on in, puts down the mist. Guga gets in here. As the Bramble smashed, come on through. Kellen, good position. It should be Lucid locking this one down unless the patience is going to wear off. And it does. Sylvie's going to have to waste a little bit of time, but he will be able to secure his blue. And D+ are really like... They're trying really hard to put on as much pressure as possible, but just not finding the tipping point.
Yeah, it's been a lot of attempts by D+ that have kind of been foiled, and I don't want to say it's been disrespect. I think it's just been really good reactions here by Nongshim on the pressure, good punishes, and some of the punish attempts were quite sloppy, like Showmaker's attempt there in mid lane and stuff like that have cost them a little bit, but it's 2 kills over to the side of Nongshim. It's keeping this game even despite the Zeri deficit, despite the winning matchup for Kingen in the top side as Sylvie is alone.
Yeah, is fully aware of what's going on here, but Kellen turning up might turn the tides. Nice handshake is going to come on through. Lucid actually he's thinking about it now. There's the flash, wants to get the twisted advance, but there is the Brambles coming out. Nature's Grasp going to get blocked there by Guga, and Sylvie will be absolutely fine. I don't think that they were expecting Guga to be right there in time. So that's why Lucid flashed forward, but that's a lot of cooldowns for not a lot of gain.
Yeah, almost again for D+, almost, but not quite enough as Jiwoo was there, and it was a really nice play there from Lucid to push him back onto the sapling, or the handshake rather from Kellen to push him back onto Lucid's sapling there, add that extra damage and slow, but Sylvie has his Heartbreaker, is going to be able to get away. Good block as well on the Nature's Grasp to come through, means he does get out. And unfortunately for D+, this doesn't end up being a W for them.
Yeah.
Just a flash on cooldown. Get the Viego ultimate, but obviously that is a trade up for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, it's excellently done. I think that maybe Lucid had actually been trying to buffer the Nature's Grasp or something like that, expecting his Twisted Advance to go off because it looked like a flash Twisted Advance angle.
Yeah.
And so that's maybe why he just threw the ult, because otherwise, I mean, it was never really going to do too much, especially knowing that Sylvie did still have his flash available and the Guga was right there. So a little bit unfortunate. Not end of the world at all. As D+, just going to have to tidy things up a little bit. A few sort of unforced errors, I guess you could say.
Unfortunately for D+, too, Dindin is getting plates up on the top side, Kingen saving his teleport, and there's been so much focus bottom side to pull Sylvie's attention here, and he has had to, give up a little bit of farm and has been slow, but he's not behind Lucid by any means, as we're going to have a bit of a fight over this dragon. Early for Jiwoo here.
Yeah.
Bit of a tough one to take, as Sylvie's not here.
Yeah, they have full information of where Sylvie is as well, so you can see D+ committing to this one. It would be able to take that one down. Another Chemtech Soul. Wow. Someone's got to talk to Orcs, but it's okay. I guess we'll have to forgive him. I assume he's sitting on the couch this time. Surely he's there this time. He would never do it to us twice in a row.
No, certainly not. That's not a chance.
And we wouldn't out him as well, I don't think. I don't think that G-Sun or production would do that.
No,
not today, not twice.
Not twice. Once is one.
Yeah, once is it's enough to send a message, but I don't think you wouldn't rub his nose in that.
So the King gets a plate, Dindin gets a plate top size. Okay, Aiming's going in.
Oh no, he's not there. As Jiwoo gonna get hand shook. Guga just gonna be thrown into him, and that is just enough. Cooldowns seem to be in a weird spot in this game. As Kingen just flashing, Dindin looking for the all-out opportunity. He'll find it as Sylvie, he's making his way up, and I think Kingen has gotten that bad news again. He's trying to hop around, it does not work out, and Sylvie's going to do it once again. Both of his kills onto Kingen.
So before production, decided to expose Ox there, I really was leading into this is Kingen's kind of been botching a lot of this top side control that he's had for free in the matchup that he preemptively opted into, expecting to play the Cassante. He did, but he doesn't have a lead there. He's 0-2 now as they make the play bottom side, and this Callista is getting quite large, but they foiled a lot of D+'s attempts down there. Dindin got a plate. Kingen comes back to lane. He's pushing hard, but they have no topside control. Sylvie shows up. He loses flash and still dies to this Viego gank. Sylvie is now 2-0 in this game, and Dindin is just sitting pretty on this lane. He's absolutely having a great time. Now, obviously down here, everything's in shambles, and that's kind of still been the story of this game. But if you look at the gold here across the board, Nongshim have kept it so close because the top side has been so good for them. Now, I still like D+'s position, but there is a chance that if one wrong skirmish happens here, one big Emperor's Divide, and one of these early game fights happens, this game could be completely opened up, as he wants to flash the charge forward here, knowing that Sylvie's got to be coming up if Dindin is playing it like this. Great reaction from Kingen initially, but he just walks up here. Unfortunately, nothing really he could do. Slowed.
Yeah.
And that is going to be his death, minus a flash as well.
I have to say, it was pretty good for Dindin to really understand all the spacing that he needed there. Hard committing to the play, understanding that he could catch up, get that small slow with the Q in order to set up for the all-out. Really nicely done.
He's got 3 plates now. I mean, he's got his Warden's Mail very early, so this K'Sante is going to be the front line that Jiwoo needs in this game. The question is, will Jiwoo reach that breaking point so significantly far behind, nearly the lowest farm in the game, basically.
Yeah.
Still above Viego for now.
I mean, it's a brutal lane just in general, right? I think the fact that he's somewhat in touching distance and hasn't died yet is definitely good. As now Fisher, he may not necessarily be so lucky, but he flashes out of the handshake and is able to shift the sands over the wall. Shelly going to get ignored for a few moments, but should get started up once again.
Dindin has teleport and is going to pressure this bottom turret, so D+ need to do something fast here. Otherwise, they're a bit on a timer at the moment. That might be the whole turret going down. He's got Demolish, so
yeah,
he does not have Demolish procced at least.
It's Showmaker that's going to head down there. He doesn't have his teleport up and available. Mega Cone going to be used to get him on in here. And so over the wall he goes. He's going to be shooting. Dindin does get a little bit of time in order to take the cannon as well. Another handshake, this time onto a minion. So Fisher is going to be just fine. Still doesn't have that flash available. Is King going to miss the boomerang? And Jiwoo just going to throw some things at the I almost said cannon, but the Na was just able to hop that wall. So we do this dance again.
Yeah, part 2 here. Dindin still has teleport. Showmaker does not, so he has to take the long way up. Nongshim really trying to abuse the fact that Tristana is not here. Fisher has ult.
He is rotating up. There's the Nature's Grasp. Over the wall goes Lucid, and immediately he flashes back. Fate's Call comes in. Decent hostile takeover, but Jiwoo is kind of okay. Just over the wall. Kellen now getting in there. Emperor's Divide onto 3, but it's a double! Just straight out of nowhere. Still, it's going to be the Rift Herald secured by Jiwoo, who's in a really weird spot. Dindin turns up. He is an absolute raid boss, as Lucid and Kingen are trying to deal with Azeri, and they will be successful. Aiming, not so much. Did he get any of those kills? I don't think so, so not going to be celebrating 2,000. Nope, not just yet. But still, the best news here for D+, as he's out of there. Kingen unseen.
I mean, I really like the way Nongshim played the map for this one, because they had the threat of the teleporting Dindin, right? They pulled the Tristana down. They had the numbers advantage. They were pulling the Herald at that moment. Fisher was in a good position with Emperor's Divide, but it's a really clean engage from Lucid and Kellen, actually. Nature's Grasp comes out first. He blast cones in, catches Jiwoo through the wall here, and then the hostile takeover prevents any sort of follow-up here. This allows Kingen to get in position. He's got his Narbar ready, and I think Fisher really didn't want to use his ultimate initially there to get only one target. He wanted the big one, but by the time he does, the fight is nearly over. Dindin does end up winning that other side as we jump out of the replay.
Whoa!
That's why.
That was a massive jump scare. Thank you very much for that one. I know there's some cool horror movies coming out, Jonah Strong, but you did not need to prepare. It's just a surprise Dindin straight out of the brush.
Nongshim, they call them solo lanes for a reason, not supposed to be a duo in there.
Exactly! What's going on? Frozen Heart now completed here for Dindin as well, as he does now go home. Fisher should be able to grab the first turret here for Nongshim.
Yeah, that's
getting out that turret score.
That's, you know, essentially they're looking for a play there, because they know that they don't care about that Drake on the other side. It's a Chemtech sole point. They'd rather try to get some gold, maybe knock a turret down and make a play there top side, because they're not going to be able to get the prio on the dragon itself. Dindin no longer has teleport, so they try for it and get a little bit back here, but at the end of the day, still feeling great for D+. Let's see if aiming can actually make an impact in these fights, though, because we haven't had a true 5v5. It's all been wild skirmishes and really weird summoner trades. But
Absolutely.
in a 5v5, he's in a better spot than Jiwoo for the time being, but that window, it will close if D+ don't capitalize on it. And Nongshim are doing a great job of kind of avoiding those awkward fights for, you know, the first 18 minutes of this game. Will eventually hit a breaking point, maybe even on this next dragon.
Oh, that handshake, just gorgeous. And I do want to mention again, because, you know, it's been a while since Kellen has been the Renata that we remember him as, right? And maybe people have forgotten, but this guy was the Renata guy. He was so extraordinarily good. I think it was him and Carrier that really did shape what good looked like for Renata in the LCK. And so we do need to be reminded that this is one of his all-time comfort picks. And looking great on it once again. The hostile takeovers have been good thus far. Handshakes have been decent. And even though things haven't been necessarily going perfectly for DK, I think that we could look out for him in some of these later fights.
The Gauntlet and the Frozen Heart here for Dun. He's so strong into Callista. He doesn't really care that much about Tristana. He can buy so much time here for the rotation to come through.
Yeah, Kingen is down here. They do get a bit of a face check through as Guga. It's for an opportunity, but they're just going to be able to clear out vision. And we'll be able to put the pressure on to Showmaker, who is now going to be going home.
No vision here for Kingen. He needs to back off.
Yeah, teleport up for Showmaker. He can be back immediately, but I think that they're just going to vacate the area. Lucid rotating down, Kellen waiting in the brush. So I don't think they're going to be losing in the inner, but this outer turret is well and truly dead. And Kingen now with a great Nabar position. And that crash is an odd one. Dun is just going to get thrown, but does manage to buffer the anti-CC. Kellen flash handshake, doesn't quite get there as Lucid on that flank angle. Twisted advance to try and buy him some space. Hostile takeover to save the tree, and Guga goes down. Dun, he's going to try and be a hero. He goes all out into the death chamber, and that is going to be the kill for Showmaker. DK really getting things back together here in this mid-game.
And I feel like that was so greedy from Nongshim staying that long and trying to force that play, get the pull down of the rest of D+, and get out of there, take your small victory. As yes, Dun is tanky, but there's just so many ways to lock him down. The Nature's Grasp is going to be such a huge problem, and Showmaker will take top turret off the play as well. He's already got his Flicker Blade online, and the man just does insane damage to turrets. Tristana kind of does everything right now, but when she's this fed off of a play like this, getting even more gold, it's scary. Now, could have just backed away, and perhaps that was the idea here, is to try to actually drive through and go out through the tri-brush, but he ends up failing it, and whatever he was trying to do, it's still a mystery to all of us. Ends up getting caught by the Nature's Grasp. He's so incredibly tanky that D+ even respect it back off for a moment, but the rest of Nongshim are too far away to capitalize. Tries to go in on the play here for Lucid, but he's tanky. He's not that tanky, as we say at the LCK.
And Lucid also was bailed out in that situation as well. I mean, he's not very tanky. He's just got health, right? It's Leandri's first. That's what we see a lot of these Maokai's heading towards these days. And so it's just a large health pool, not necessarily big tanky stats. But still, he was never going to die. And he has Twisted Advance. He's going to be untargetable. And just the angle for Lucid, absolutely brilliant in that particular moment. And really made things difficult for Nongshim. But they were fighting with Fisher in the mid lane, right? He did teleport. He tried to get in there. But it's just the setups have been better for D+ when it comes to the later game. And it's those sort of setups that do take a strong macro mind, right? Like, this is what the space was talking about. It's map movements, it's control, it's understanding. And it's something that Nongshim have been a little bit behind the 8-ball on. And that has... it's been a little bit of a problem. Sylvie, though, is still going to be able to find Kellen here, who does complete a Warmogs and tries to bail himself out, and it does absolutely nothing. So that's a second kill for Jiwoo.
I won't certify it, but he is starting to become a bit of a threat in this game, and this game has been a lot more about the AD carry in the mid lane than it's been about the AD carry in the bottom lane here for D+. So, you know, definitely all-inable Jiwoo by this Tristana. He has to play respectfully around Showmaker, but...
and if I want an even game state, I think all I need to do is go for a Caster Curse.
Yeah, go for it.
It's getting a bit powerful.
Yeah.
Just as soon as I say, you know, Nongshim, oh, they just didn't quite understand where to go, where to be, and things like that, situations tend to crop up. So they do manage to get that one pick. This is just Chemtech Soul, by the way. Just Chemtech Soul that they're trying to deny. And so that should be taken off the board, but it just feels like a very early Soul to be considering. DK not able to get over here, though, so Nongshim just going to grab their first dragon of the game. Not very consequential whatsoever, but they're still going to give it a big old cheer.
Not going to be too huge in this game at all, really. I mean, it can be impactful for Kellen, I guess, arguably, just more than anything else. But the Soul will be useful when you consider the bailout power and how much more oomph you can get below 50%. But D+ just starting this Baron up now, and I mean, Nongshim just have no real vision here, but they're not fully grouped. So once Sylvie susses this out, I think we will absolutely see a contest. Dindon has teleport. He's rushing over. Kingen also can find an angle. He's just going to TP right onto it.
I mean, this is going down so incredibly quickly. Nature's Grasp going to be used here, and so can they actually do anything? No, they can't. The control of the pit is just too high for this Maokai composition. And DK, it's highway robbery.
Yeah, and it's also the Baron pit that has the bowling alley.
Yeah. Bowling alley Baron, actually ridiculous for the Maokai. You're absolutely right. It's Guga. Oh dear, he's just going to explode. Hostile takeover comes in, doesn't really get too much done, but Nongshim still find themselves in a really awkward position. All out takes Dundun like to 1,000,000 kilometers away, and he just gets thrown into a wall and taken down. But that was not the journey he was looking for.
Yeah, Dundun is really, he had a bit of a redemption story in terms of how the laning phase went, how he and Sylvie were able to put Kingen down early, but it's all washed away now as both of his deaths have been him kind of alone trying to make a play, but his team had already lost the fight. And I think they've lost the war now, Atlas says.
Yeah.
This is looking like this is going to be the beginning of the end here. It's only a 4,000 gold lead, but that is so significant when you think about how these compositions collide with each other.
Well, Kingen fighting with Sylvie here, who's pretty strong. Mega Blast Cone though is
Even stronger.
Yeah, that was definitely a please tell Valdez moment on that one. Really did make sure that the disengage was very comfortable for Kingen. And we'll have a look at this on one more time. Blast Cones abound, but it was all DK.
I mean, unfortunately for Guger, he's trying to set up a Dundun engage while Fisher and Jiwoo haven't even killed the turret yet. It's just very disjointed here. And I'd already given up the Baron, so I think they felt priced into hard forcing a something to go in their favor, but they didn't threaten or put the health bars low of D+ at all whatsoever. D+ had full control from start to finish. They were slow to come to Baron. They didn't attempt to deny there. They go for a Hail Mary play with Guger, and it completely backfires, and now D+. Massive gold lead here, and Dundun, who was once the super tanky boy that even Aiming couldn't crack, is starting to feel less and less powerful. Aiming still hasn't gotten his 2,000th kill, by the way.
He hasn't. He's 0-1-4. He's really going to make us work for it. As let's see whether maybe this is going to be his opportunity. He is at least in the vicinity, as D+ wanted to try and utilize the last minute left of their Baron. 2.6k, their advantage thus far that they've picked up thanks to the Red Bull Baron power play.
Dangerous.
Sylvie in the mist. There's a flash forward from Kellen. He finds a handshake onto Guga, who puts out the quickness and is immediately taken over hostilely. And I don't think Sylvie's getting out of this one. There's going to be the chain CC. Twisted advance just to continue the fight. They take down the tree, but the buster shot is too powerful. And Aiming quickly, flash in, get the rend. There it is, 2,000 kills. As D+ at least managed to get him that before they end the game. That's going to be the ace, and that should be the end.
There it is. Aiming gets the last lap, the final kill, the cherry on top of a dominant performance the D+ fans were hoping for today. Sure, a bit shaky in some of the forced plays early, but they had map control from start to finish, and Nongshim looked a little bit lost in this one. A clean 2-0 for D+, their 4th win of the season, propelling themselves close to that 2nd place mark here. And Lucid has come back in such a big way here in spring.
Oh, he has. He's looked absolutely fantastic. I think that this is another example of not necessarily the ultra cleanest, but I really did like the thought process behind what D+ were trying to do, even if it didn't necessarily work. I felt like in the early game, a lot of those answers Nongshim had were really good. It was just the holistic view of the game that DK were just miles ahead of, right? And it just worked out so much better. I think that Lucid, like you say, just a magnificent performance today, and this guy here as well, even though he was targeted by Nongshim, good to see Kingen really getting some dominance there towards the top side.
My feel about the things that Nongshim tried and the control and the moments they had were, they had so many traps, they had so many moments where they had side lane pressure, or they had the ability to collapse or pinch someone, and they were always too slow to do it. You could see the thought process was there, but D+ were just smarter, they were faster. 2,000!
It's not 200 aiming.
Close enough.
Yeah, that's close enough. Just add an extra hand. We can Photoshop an extra hand coming out of his elbow, and then it'll be correct. That'll be for 3 zeros.
Kellen, fantastic game as well. His handshakes were good. You know, the fate's called there and to kill Sylvie in the final moments. Pretty fun as well. And I mean, Kingen had a great game 1, game 2. You know, it wasn't his game. You know, the whole focus was bottom side, right? Because it's a Callista composition. They pushed Jiwoo out of the game. So and Zeri pick didn't work out.
And where does the POG go to, right? It's
Lucid.
Kellen, is it Lucid, or is it Showmaker? I think that I think those options are tolerable, right? I mean, my vote was removed for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. That is just sort of how it went. So don't trust me, but that's probably, they're the three options I'd go for.
I think a lot of people will say, well, how could you vote for Lucid when topside was on fire? But it's moments like these, which are just insane, where he is able to root up Jiwoo, pushes him in, and then the hostile takeover locks over. And then so many great Nature's Grasp this game, just all the time. I mean, that's what Maokai does into a composition like this, but I feel like it was right place, right time every time. But yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made for all of Kellen's great handshake plays. His bailouts were good. And fortunately for the side of Nongshim, there were just too many good parts of D+ in this one.
Yeah. I think the more I look at it, the more I agree with you. I think that Lucid's probably the way to go. It means moving up to 500 points. Is it just a DK thing? I thought it was a Canyon thing. But I guess when DK plays, the jungler just gets the POG. Maybe that's just how it goes.
Yeah, maybe that is just how it is. Oh, this was so disjointed for Nongshim. Well, there weren't many great options to take, but they weren't on the same page. And after getting that momentum back against DRX, you know, Sylvie's brand feels like they rolled down the hill a little bit in this one.
Yeah, it's completely cutting off the choke with the hostile takeover. Fisher was clipped by the edge of it as well. I actually kind of thought that he was out. That didn't quite work.
Fate's call too on Sylvie's is so silly to me.
And it's so funny because throughout this game, I feel like we did, and Aiming's just saying, give me a kill, give me a kill, give me a kill, and they will be able to give it to him. And you can see a little bit of a So he did know what was going on, but just couldn't work out how to get an extra hand for the extra 0 at the end there. So big congratulations. You can see smiles on the faces of D+, but not necessarily feeling like, you know, this is the big celebration, right? And I think Zephyr would still have some feedback after this.
Yeah, it's definitely a win that was pretty clean overall. There's some things to improve on, but it's the dominant win that you definitely needed going to this one. I think momentum-wise, mentally for these players, as well as for the fans. So I've been waiting for D+ to return to form for so long. Kingen looking better overall. Lucid massively improved. Kellen is back. On Renata, a fantastic champion for him, as you were alluding to, one of our best Renatas when Renata was released. I gotta say, I think this is a good sign. It's a good look. While not perfect, it's a good look for D+.
100%. And I guess for Degon and I, we're the ones that really do need to get out the microscope, because we were the ones that put D+ in second place on our predictions on the POG stage. So how are we feeling? We feeling all right? Okay. All right, Degon, speaking to you, take it away, brother.
Thank you, brother. I'm feeling pretty good, you know, especially after that one. Again, congratulations to Aiming. 2,000 kills. I had to wait till the very last second, but he gets it done, as well as D+ as they go 2-0 against Nongshim. And it's a win that we want to see from a team trying to ascend up and maintain their status as a top team in the league.
It also really highlights the difference between DK now and DK in spring. And if we can pull up the draft, like specifically the way that I saw this draft, I'm like, oh god, because Lucid, Maokai might be like, it definitely was Lucid's worst champion in spring, but like I think he was legitimately one of the worst Maokais that we had. Every single time it would just be a disaster. And then also Aiming on a pick that doesn't really fit into the traditional Aiming trifecta of Xayah, Ezreal, or Zeri. So I looked at this like, oh, maybe Nongshim can do it. And then very quickly in game, it was clear that DK, this time around, they're not the same as they were in spring.
I want to talk a little bit about this Rakan pick. Nongshim chose red side. And I feel like one of the things with red side, obviously you miss out on that first pick, a lot of value. But you get that R5 pick. You know, you can often get a lot of value. You can get a counter pick on the back of that. And they picked this Rakan, so they're already at a laning deficit when they have Zeri into Kalista Renata. Like, that's a given. They picked Rakan, who out of the engaged supports is one of the more passive laners, who's going to have a terrible time in that matchup. But also, there's a Maokai on the enemy team. The hard counter to Rakan is point-and-click CC. And not even just that, Maokai ult, you throw it out across a team fight. If Rakan gets clipped by it, he's just dead. And we saw that time and time again in team fights. It just really bothered me, especially since he is their primary engage, and he ended up on this champion that was like the worst case scenario. So that really kind of ground my gears.
If you look in the replays as well, because Oaks was already mad about it, but I want you, when we get into them, look at how little Guger can actually do, because it's painful.
Well, let's start grinding those gears by taking a look at those replays. Starting off with the Herald fight on the top side of the map, 15 minutes.
Yeah, and this was a really solid engage from Lucid. Ends up getting on top of the Zeri. The ult catches them as well. There's a follow-up with the Renata ult. And in the back end, you see Showmaker jump in. All the CC has been burned. Guga is just a reset for him. That's it. and the cleanup starts to come through. And this was when the game was still relatively even, so this big swing and this big influx of gold on the Tristana really put things in D+'s favor.
For Nongshim, I think this was the final moment where they had somewhat of a stand. Like, yeah, Dunan picks up a kill, you know, Aiming gets denied his 2000 for a little bit longer, but it doesn't really change the game state. It still take a really big L in the team fight. And for Nongshim, the magic that was there in particularly last year, but I think even in spring we saw some of it, it just doesn't seem to be there. And DK, one of their biggest weaknesses was that in even game states, they weren't able to really make it happen. Nongshim is a weaker opponent, but I do think we're starting again to see their development as a team.
Right, and that's the exciting part of a D+ squad and of a team in the Ascendancy. You got to beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. It sounds silly, but that did not happen a lot last split. Let's see how they did that here with our final replay. Top side of the map, 23 minutes. The lead, the Baron, and the closing of the door.
Yeah, and even though obviously Callista's has been changed, so she's not as good at securing objectives as she used to be, still helps out a lot. And here, Nongshim like, okay, we have routing towards mid, we can head there, we can zone them out of the jungle, cut them off. Problem is, the person on the forefront is this Rakan again. And he ults in, gets CC slight. Where'd he go? Where's the Rakan? Oh, he's dead. Immediately. And now you've lost your primary engage, you get the mid tower share, but you just start to lose members. And the thing is, against a composition with the Tristana, once you lose one person, it's so easy for the follow-up to come through.
At that point, I actually would have loved, I think Dunan had the right to try to force a fight there. Like, it was kind of an awkward position. They just used a bunch of cooldowns on the Rakan. Genuinely, I think Nongshim last year would have just been like, we're sending it because you're down a Baron, you're already down. I feel like the fighting spirit of this team really seems to have taken a big hit, and it's a really big problem they're going to have to solve if they don't want to end up below Brion.
Right, and again, one of those things where a team split call when they're behind because the comp wasn't working the way that it was traditionally supposed to, with the Rakan getting the engage first, and you could see where those cracks in the game of Nongshim were. Let's see who the POG was for this one. Will it be a kind one to Aiming? No, it's Lucid in the jungle, his 5th one of the season on Maokai.
I cannot believe that I am voting for Lucid on Maokai, and he actually ends up getting it, right? Like, this guy's Maokai in spring was just not good. He was way too aggressive. We saw some glimpses of that in this game with him flashing in aggressively multiple times, but in the end, I think his control of the team fights is so far ahead of where it used to be.
Yeah, and it was super effective in moments like this, getting huge value from the ultimate, knowing when to try and disengage from the situation, and essentially he burned so many cooldowns for the enemy team and set Showmaker up just to move forwards, left click, and jump from target to target. It was really effective there. Now, first in POG standings. What a resurgence for Lucid, you know. I'm glad that haters like Chronicler have now been shown the light. I know you were a very big Lucid anti for such a long time, but I think you're kind of realizing what this player can do.
Of course, Ox, the long-standing Lucid lover.
It's challenges, you know. Followed him closely there.
That's right, challenges.
The same, Mo?
It's very funny.
A couple mid lane votes there with Showmaker from the Korean cast. Right Media, again, just not on their game today. And then the Vietnam cast giving the shout out to Kellen.
I think Kellen actually, again, Kellen's Renata was one of the standout Renatas initially. As guys, it's okay.
Get it together, Ox.
I can take a joke. It's fine. I don't care that Ox.
I don't know. I got a little scared. That laugh was a little.
We nearly broke him. That was as close as we got to fully unhinged Chronicler.
I'm glad Lucid is doing well. That's my takeaway.
That's great. That's great. Well, in terms of players that have stepped up the most on this squad, Lucid being one of them, 500 POG points, and has been a focal point for all their success. Who's another one that you feel like is, you know, I guess paramount to their success?
It's got to be Kellen, right? Like, Kellen, to me, even though I think Lucid's hires were already there, he's become a lot more consistent, but Kellen has just been a really big weak point for DK at times, and him playing as well as he has, I think, is a really big part of why the roster is so much more consistent across games.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, I feel like Kingen has obviously had a game today that was really good, but Kellen, especially since he's had so much criticism. He's been on the roster for such a long time. A lot of struggles with him. The Worlds performance everyone will think back to. And he's had a lot of redemption games where it's been like, oh, you know, he brought out the Alistair again and was really solid on it.
Yeah, again, great job by this bot lane to get going. We've, again, 2,000 kills here for aiming, seeing Zeri being a part of it. I got to ask, though, one more champion that needs to pop up in aiming's champ pool right now. You said the trifecta there. What about Lucian that is starting to pop off here? Varus that has been played. What is something else that you want to add to his repository here?
I'm gonna be honest.
Lucian is fine.
Lucian's fine. I feel like honestly for aiming is, he has some champions that don't work for him, and he has some champions that work very well. And when he sticks to the ones that work well, like when he got player of the split last year on KT, it was about him playing the Kai'Sa, and just so many games in a row was on the Kai'Sa and it worked really well. Zeri's working for him. I don't think the Callisto was as good in this game, but when he's on his key picks, that's when he pops off the most. So keep him on them.
All right, as you can see, we are doing a little tap and dance while we get the translations ready from Deer with the POGs. Let's flip to the opposite side on Nongshim. A player that I wanted to see more out of was Sylvie, and I felt like he got stuffed a little bit today here.
I think Sylvie's first game was very good. To me, I think that Fisher actually is individually, even though he has had some laning struggles, I think individually he is actually better than both Call Me and Fiesta. I just think the team looks so disjointed. And what Gugo was supposed to come in and fix, we just haven't seen. Like the shot calling and the cohesiveness as a team.
All right, well, let's see if Nongshim will be able to get themselves back together later on this week. But for now, we have our interview translations with Deer. Deer, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Kingen and Lucid on the side of D plus Kia, who just defeated Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Kingen, this is your first POG, along with 400 total LCK games played by you. How do you feel? Being able to get POG on the day I reached my 400th LCK games makes me really happy, and it makes me feel like I was able to finish this match off with a clean gameplay, which makes me even happier. And Lucid, now you are at 500 POG points, taking the sole first place. How do you feel? Honestly, I feel like this title is quite heavy, and I really want to keep on practicing to the point where I deserve this title. And Kingen, in Game 1, your Rumble gameplay was on point. And for your runes, you took First Strike, Cashback, and Triple Tonic for the Wealth build. And with it potentially making the laning phase a bit tough, how did you come up with this build? When you take First Strike and cashback together, it's like hitting as if you're just constantly generating gold. So you kind of cannot not go with that. I feel like the more you play and more you attack, you're able to sort of snowball and then become even stronger in the late game. So I had to take that. And Kingen, we had an incredible highlight from you. And over here, it looks like you won this 3v1 fight. Did you expect to live right here? So the only threat here was the Viego W, and so when you have an upper hand, it's easier to pull off this sort of super play. And I feel like this is what happens when the enemy is behind and they're a little desperate to make a good play. And so, as a jungler, Lucid, is it comforting to have a top laner like Kingen? Yeah, although I made some mistakes, Kingen was able to play really well, which covered all my mistakes. So yeah, he's so reliable. And Lucid, as a Maokai, you full cleared a jungle, counter jungled, and had full control over your crubs. And so your jungle pathing was so clean. How is the Maokai able to pressure the Viego so much? I feel like being able to see that my team is winning and being able to track the enemy jungle allows me to steal the enemy raptors, and being able to pressure a lot through my solo laners actually allows me to accomplish a lot.
보여주셨습니다. 이에 대한 소감.
And listen, with your signature picks being aggressive champions, you really proved your flexibility with your Maokai plays. How does it feel?
서러움을 한번 풀고 싶었는데 그게 오늘이 된 것 같아서 되게
You know, I've always wanted to play Maokai, and I think being able to play him today makes me feel great. And so what are you most satisfied with today? I guess I was being targeted at bot first, and I survived, and I think that's the part that I think I did pretty well today. And with D plus Kia's incredible gameplay, did you know your fans have been calling you the new Neo D plus Kia? What are your thoughts? I actually knew that there was a meme like that. And in the end, we have that nickname ultimately because we have been playing so well. I guess being able to acquire such nicknames is honestly it just means that we're doing something good, and I hope that we can continue getting those kind of nicknames and live up to it. And Lucid, what about you? Yeah, I was aware. I'm very grateful. I think it's a great nickname. And with aiming in Game 2, killing Dindin's Cassante as Callista, he has reached 2,000 kills in the LCK. Would you like to congratulate him? Congratulations on the 2,000 kills. Aiming.
앞으로 더 좋은 기록 같이 세워 나갔으면 좋겠고
And I hope that in the future we're able to reach even bigger milestones together. I'm very thankful to you. Thanks. And Lucid.
바람이 형은 뭐 2,000킬 축하하고 성훈이 형도 400전 축하하고 오래오래
Congratulations on 2,000 kills aiming, and congratulations on 400 total LCK games, Kingen. I hope that we can play together for a very long time. And you will be up against Kwangdong Freaks next. Let's hear your resolutions, Kingen.
경기력이 심상치 않더라고요. 그래서 정말
I know that they've been playing really well lately, so I think we just have to be on our toes. We need to make sure that our guards not down. We want to make sure that we're not playing too timidly, make sure that we're playing boldly. And I think it's time for us to send you to the bottom of the ladder. And Lucid, we weren't able to win against Kwangdong in spring, so we've always been thinking we want to get our revenge. So we'll make sure that we are able to get our revenge in the next match. That's the end of the interview from Kingen and Lucid from D plus Kia, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear, for that translation. Again, 400 games here for Kingen, 2,000 kills, and some smack talk there for Kwangdong as we take a look at the standings. D plus now above them at third place, 4-1, and Nongshim dropped down to 1-4 in 8th spot there. Y'all, we've got another matchup, my favorite matchup of the week. It's the team looking for their first win between OK Mambro and KT. And if you aren't sick of us yet, stick around. We got some Pog State for you. We'll see you in a little bit.
많은 팬분들이 응원을 해주시는 것 자체가 또 힘이 되기 때문에 너무나 감사할 것 같고 저희도 또 즐길 수 있는 무대가 될 것 같다고 생각하고 있습니다.
초반에 좀 좋지 못한 성적을 보여드렸는데
장르도 스킬 해줄게 내가.
팀적으로 단단해졌고 좋은 모습 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.
I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving, no, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
All right. There has been something that I've been avoiding.
It's time.
This entire time. And look, we can talk about the meta all we want. We can complain about Tristana. We can complain about Corki versus Azir, which still seems to be a thing no matter what we do. But what I think that we have to complain about now is the state of the LCK and the teams and our ability to predict what the LCK is going to look like.
Max's ability
Atlas, I just want to remind everyone, public, you weren't lost. You were fine.
Now he's trying to pick on me, man.
But he's
He should have been last,
he's
dude.
bringing
We didn't
in
check the
such,
Well,
such a serious.
The thing that happened, like the thing that we do most of the time,
he should have been last.
yeah. Well, actually, that is very true. And I still feel lost, regardless of the result, you know? Because I put KT in first. And that was like, I was thinking that I would be Giga Brain. It reminded me of, do you remember that time where I managed to get the Hanwha predictions right randomly out of nowhere? I was like hearkening back to it. I'm like, this can be me again. I can be that again. That was me in spring. And then that feeling, that euphoric feeling of feeling like maybe I know something, it happened to me again last week. And it was very immediately slapped right in my face. But the thing is, we've now got a different format. We have a different way of doing this for the Pog State. And I think that this one is going to hurt way more. I mean, I think this one's way cooler. Because what we do is we filmed a video of our predictions before this week's games. And so now we've seen a week. We have a bit of added information, double the information, in fact, now. And now we get to show those videos and we can discuss them.
I think we should start with Valdez.
We should start with
we should. He's not here to defend himself, so it's more funny. Yeah. Let's. We can rip the Band-Aid off with that.
Let's do it.
That's the best way to do it, I guess. So, take it away, Valdez. Let us know who you think's going to win.
What's up, Poggers? We're here. We got to do our list for Week 1 predictions, and I got it right here.
Is like I got to do my
nice
homework.
little pad. Little spoiler there. Let's go ahead and start off with Gen G. They are the best team right now. It is very obvious. I think they're just going to win it all. Here for Summer, once again, we do have T1 after them. I did end up putting up T1 ahead of DK or Home Life Esports just because I think it's kind of inevitable that they do get second once again. And then I actually put DK for third. I think that they're looking really good. I think that Aiming's focus is coming in. Lucid's getting better and better. Home Life Esports not looking as impressive as Spring, let's say, so far. It is still week 1, but after them I did have Home Life Esports. And then I had Hundong Freaks ahead of KT. I think they're looking really strong right now. And I think the developments they have in the AD carry role are really good with Leaper as well. After that, I did put KT. They snuck into playoffs. Sorry, Max, that I did not put them higher, but they will make it at least. And then after them, I did have BNK, and then DRX, and then Nongshim, and then finally, Bro.
Cut the video.
Oh man, he's a front runner in comparison to my predictions.
Do we have to write these down? We need to write these down, right?
I think it's okay.
The thing that really burns is that he put Nongshim ahead of Bro. And I think that's smart.
Yeah.
I think that's smart.
I think we should watch all of them and then.
Yeah, we should like watch them all, then discuss once we have all the information.
Look like Luke Skywalker.
Because it's my defensive look. This is the hair down that I went for. Are we doing me next?
Yeah.
Wait. I need to introduce myself because I was trying to be funny.
All right.
I think.
So a long video.
Oh my
God. A lot to say.
All right, Atlas, take it away, brother.
Thank you very much, Atlas. This is past Atlas. I know you, future Atlas, you're going to be extraordinarily proud of me. I am without my hair done, and that means that my brain is unhindered.
He tackled
and
everything
we
that we
have
already
the best
talked about.
predictions ever. Let's get straight into it. First off, we're going to have Gen G. They're doing the Golden Road and stuff like that. Like, they already look really, really good. It's absolutely fine. This is where things get a little bit crazy. Next up, D plus Kia.
Oh no.
I said it. I believe in this team. I reckon they're going to do extraordinarily well. And even though I mock Chronicler incessantly about his love for Lucid, the guy is extraordinarily good. And I reckon he's only going to get better. Third, Life Esports. They were really good at being third in spring. Probably going to be third this time around as well. That brings us to the most contentious point, T1.
Yeah.
Week one,
hurts,
week one, overreactions, right? So, yeah, I'm overreacting. That hot right now.
True.
I think that they're going to be a playoff team, but it's just not going to be the best. Let's go to fifth. This time, I realized exactly where you should put a coin flip team, and that is fifth. I was an idiot in spring. This time, not going to be an idiot.
Still an idiot.
Still an idiot, though, yeah.
Still an idiot.
Hondo Freaks will then round out the playoff teams. They look phenomenal in week one, but we all know that, yeah, the first couple of weeks, that's where they're good. And it's probably about sixth after that. Next, DRX. I believe in this team. I believe they're going to be the best of the bottom four. They are looking around. I reckon there's a nice future there. I think Platter is absolutely amazing. I think he's probably going to get them ahead of the bottom three teams.
Didn't age super
Fearless
good.
Fox is coming in next. B&K FearX.
Still might.
Yeah, I don't even think it's a free willy situation. I just think the team's not necessarily working out all that well. And it's a little bit sad.
Intense.
But that's fine. Next up is going to be Bro. Look, Bro.
Ooh.
We love Giga Chads, and I would prefer to be absolutely wrong when they come third in the LCK this season.
I know.
Than be right. You know, I want it to be a surprise. I want people to realize that this is unprecedented when they find all of that success. And I still really
I watched Karis today.
Lastly, it's going to be Nongshim. Look, week one wasn't kind. Last time around, they came out with a bang, and that got them to like 7th on our lists. This time, they didn't come out with a bang, and I think they deserve last. So that's going to be it. That's going to be my predictions, and I hope you are really proud of me, future Alice. Yeah.
Past Atlas was so happy about it.
Oh, future Alice is really disappointed.
Future Alice. Yeah.
How we doing?
Yeah, fine. Actually, to be honest, it wasn't as bad. Like, at least my reasoning was like, okay, let's go to the next one.
Why do you look so serious?
I know,
yeah.
everyone.
Wait,
Everyone
were you
looks
talking
so
about
serious.
yourself as a different person? That was so confusing.
Hey everyone,
like, wait, that looks
here.
like you though.
I am here to provide video evidence of my week one
Microphone
overreactions and
that's like
filming
pointing
this
straight downwards.
on the day of week two starting.
That's like the things on the
And
side.
I will quickly
How
go
is
through
mine
my
the
list,
longest and he's taking
in
so
Pocket
long to
episode
get
we'll
to
discuss everything in more
guess it's
detail.
only maybe
So
2 seconds. The
my
KT
list,
guild.
first and foremost, Genji in first, shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. T1 second, even though I think they've looked rough,
So
I
many
trust them
T1
to get it
seconders.
together throughout
didn't
the
look like
split.
a second
DK
team.
third, it's a big adaptation of where we were last split, but I think that so far they've earned that. Homalife fourth, I think even despite their inconsistencies, they're still going to be quite solid once they get their act together. Kwangdong fifth, that's the biggest risk I think I'm taking, as I do
Not
think that
feeling
they've
like a
looked a lot
risk.
better with Leaper.
No, I
KT
get
sixth, I
too
feel that
low.
this team will, even though they've looked really rough, kind of get it together and hopefully contest for a playoff spot still. Otherwise, it'd be It'd be really bad. Self-explanatory. The new members have really inspired any confidence. Free Willy, so hopefully he'll come back, even though he's not doing too well in challengers. Direk 8th, Nongshim 9th, and unfortunately for all the believers out there, I will keep Brion on 10th.
Oh man,
that's my list. Gen G,
I'm gonna be
T1,
such
DK
a
Hanwha,
believer
Guangdong, KT,
this
VRX,
season.
Yeah, you are.
DRX, Nongshim, and Brion.
So
hopefully I'll be.
I'm not giving any additional
We'll see how
reasoning
that ends up
because I thought we were going to do it now.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But yeah, I didn't give any reasons in mine. I thought we were just gonna give the list only. That's why mine's really short. You can do mine now. I won't waste anybody's time. Watch this. I just want to prove I did this before week 2.
Hello, Poggers. It's June 18th.
Another video evidencer. Good for you, Wolf.
Are my LCK Summer 2024
With the zoom.
overreaction.
Damn, you got like the production value.
Hope it goes a lot better than last time. I'm trying not to get Comic Sans again.
That's it. I'm like, here's the thing. I don't want to get Comic Sans.
What did it say?
It's good. Genji first, T1, Hanwha Life. I think Hanwha Life. This was Hanwha Life versus D+. That was the toughest one for me because I was like, ooh, Hanwha looking a little shaky.
Yeah.
And then Guangdong Freaks, I felt pretty confident about. KT, I was like, I'm probably just going to be 6th place because there's a big tier break between KT and DRX. That was definitely wrong. And then DRX seemed to be the best of the bottom 4. I think I disagree with Chronicle on that point. Like, that's a big difference in our lists. And then, yeah, Bro, sorry, I'm not Bro leaving.
Yeah, looks
after week 1. Because I was saying this earlier, it's so much easier to watch Bro when you're at home on Twitch chat. Because I never had to live through it. Yeah. Chronicler prepared me. I was like, no way, man. Like, I'm sure it'll be great. You know.
So basically, what you're saying is
roster.
it's so much better to watch Bro if you don't have to watch Bro.
Yeah, it's so much better to watch Bro when it's on your 5th monitor.
Yeah. You just go into the chat, you hit some Giga Chads,
You go make a coffee, then you come back, you're like, oh, they're down for
You throw some channel points away, highlighting your message.
I also watch Bro on chat only on Twitch.
Don't have to do it like that, man. Yeah, I wish. So otherwise, I would have had them higher, but having sat through this week 1 predictions, they too will find themselves in a pretty precarious spot.
Let's cut right to it then. I don't know why, but that was it right? Why did I say it like that? It was weird. Anyway, let's go to Dagon.
14.
Damn, he was shorter than mine.
All these big brain analysts are complaining they don't have enough time to do these predictions, so I'm going to do it the fastest. Ready? Genji D+, T1, Hanwha, Guangdong KT, DRX, FearX, Nongshim Bro. Easy.
Who's FearX?
Yeah, B&K.
And who's Guangdong?
B&K's not on your list.
Yeah, B&K is in the league, Dagon.
Yeah, my bad. B&K FearX.
All right, so I get shamed from Castajun because you're studying Korean, but you know nothing about the LCK.
It's only a second week.
Yeah, it was a pretty good list, though. It was a pretty good list, and it was very fast. And he did like that was the stipulation was I'm going to be fast, not good,
accurate,
you
good,
know? Yeah,
watchable.
It's not about quality; it's about speed.
Yeah,
and I think we can all learn from that. Okay.
Welcome new recruits to Anima Squad! Please pay attention to this briefing for the highest chance of surviving your first day, and maybe even your second! Prepare to face massive hordes of Primordian enemies in and around Final City. Your objective? Hold them off for as long as animally possible. This will require determination, creativity, and a huge arsenal of mega powerful augments. Calculate your chances of death to be—
Whoa, no need for that, thanks, Yumi. Sorry about her. First rule of Anima Squad, we're stronger together. So always bring your friends along. You never know when you'll run into an extra mean Primordian.
That way you won't be alone when numberless enemy forces overwhelm your squad. Again and again and again.
But don't worry, that's how you get stronger. Keep trying and you'll discover your true power in no time. Ready even get your own suit someday.
Unless the Primordians obliterate everyone, of course.
We're not gonna let that happen, though.
Do it for the digital accolades!
Or do it for the last hope of humanity? The whole world is counting on Anima Squad. On you. So get out there and kick some Primordian butt.
Doesn't have flash anymore, of course. He said in the last exchange. He really needs to. Big wave is stacking up, and oh no, the grasping roots will connect, but Gotik, he'll turn up immediately to get knocked up into the sky. Canyon blocks down that first kill, and there's a hook once more. KT, it looked rough in game one. It is looking absurdly difficult. With all of the lanes, it's always the hardest time, really. But here we are. And yes, Canyon turns up, they have a bit more interesting. Speaking of interesting, oh, interrupted! They get the flash out of Envy, but he's not out of the woods just yet. The Ignite goes down, Polu will turn up, and they'll leave the kill for the Carthus. There's that ultimate hunter stack you were talking about there, Ox. B&K are in the area. Stendo Beam doing some work here as Execute does throw down the ulti. There's the Impale, but it's onto the count. Not exactly the priority target. As Sponge gets out of the pit. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but they managed to take down the biggest tank. And Teddy, he still wants to be able to get in there. There's a killer instinct, goes golden, manages to avoid the seismic shot, but now he's in a really awkward spot. He needs to be the one to carry this, and Henna, it's gonna go down. Teddy! Deft gonna have to give up this turret, absolutely. As Gershik rotating around, you can see Lehans, he really wanted to find that Zenith Blade, but Bush Herald is going to fall down. He's getting kited, that is a decent encore under 3, perfect into the backline, finds his counter-strike on everyone! Strangle Thorns is there defensively, but BDE finds the ulti and KT! Also providing Warwick a new skin.
And here, the joys of playing into Skarner, special delivery.
Yeah. Wow, that's so much CC.
This dragon because they can't stand here forever, but Andil as back up. They're going to see him, and now they want to engage on this front line, but that is a Kazake, and now Andil gets in, and it's a Mountain Soul for Kwangdong Freeze. This might just be the game-winning fight. Leaper going into the back line with the killer instinct. He wants to end the game right here, right now, and he will, as Dew will go down, and he picks up a triple kill. Dudu's going to steal one away, no Penta Hope.
Angle, but he's just going straight to the turret, and that was like one angle they could have tried to go for, but his teleport's so far away, we're just gonna collapse on. Here's the ult.
Yeah, this kept in place, and he brings the cow into the back line. Oh no! As yeah, Dudu's just gonna press his Q button and roast everybody once again, and Leaper as well going to assassinate the rest of the team.
was turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
파이팅! 컴퓨터 카페 파이팅! 선수 파이팅! 리온 지지를 보여줘! 파이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Wolf as we get ready to dive into our second match of the day. And
It's been a long time coming for this one, hasn't it?
it's a weird one, Wolf. It is. And yes, will KT do it again? Will they make it to 0-5 at the start of a season, which they did do, as we were reminded by Digon yesterday? Or will the Giga Chads once again fall?
It's tough to say right now when you consider KT's current form as the worst it has been in a long time. Not D plus Bro on the other side, D plus winning the first series. Bro on the other side also looking like our weakest team in the LCK on the eye test. So, you know, if Bro have a good plan today, I could see the upset coming through because it would still be an upset even though one game score separates these two currently, and KT is at the moment in 10th place. They have had the much stronger strength of schedule. So, Bro, we'll see what happens in the next few matches and next few weeks. Even if they take the win today, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to maintain that spot. But for KT, you've got to win this one.
Yeah. And look, it has been a slightly rougher strength of schedule. I think when KT lost to Kwangdong Freaks, we were like, oh man. But then, you know, Kwangdong Freaks have definitely looked good at the beginning of this season. Leaper being a great addition to that roster. And so that gives them a little bit of leeway, but their performance against Life Esports the last time out really does give you a lot of pause for where this team is at right now. And we'll just have to see whether they will be the ones to end the losing streak. Yeah. Whether Bro are going to be able to be the ones to do it. Because KT, I mean, they've got a telecom war on Saturday. They're going to be preparing for that one, I'd imagine, a bit more than this. But honestly, like, a win's a win, and anything that they can get is extremely important.
I mean, BDD definitely having the better head-to-head record over Chorus. They did share, of course, some time on Gen G. So, you know, kind of ex-teammates here by playing the same position. But I mean, both of these mid laners have been our weakest performing mid laners in the LCK in lane. Their laning stats are worse than Yehu's, Fisher, Closer. Like BDD's stats oftentimes actually even lower than Chorus's, in fact, in terms of some of those numbers. So something's got to change up. BDD's opted into a lot of weird matchups this season. He's not playing the Tristana Corki handshake. He played one game of Talia. He played the Veigar mid. He's played some Yone. Well, we'll see what he's got up his sleeve for today. Is there's multiple issues according to Hirai, and I mean, that is very clear. And then Edgar saying, after adopting a professional mindset, we prepare for the remaining matches. That's kind of been his go-to statement over the last few weeks, is saying, got to be a little bit more professional, got to play like a pro. And there have been some moments, and I even echoed that sentiment on the space. Last time I had spaced during a Bro game, I was like, these players don't look like they belong in the LCK right now. And these are players who have been, very, very much at the top of their position at certain points. I mean, Karis, one of the highest potential mid laners at one point in time. Morgan the Lord, a world's player, world championships on this KT roster, a near world champion in BDD, and something's got to improve here. And I hate to talk about KT like this, but this team is a far cry from what we saw even in spring, as Beryl did just recently get surgery, so he was going to actually sit out the walkout, but he's actually going to tough it out.
Yeah, no, he is going to go straight to his chair, so going to not take the bow, but that is not because he doesn't love you. He does. He just does need to protect himself. So he is going to be taking care. Let's hope that he is going to be absolutely fine and everything is okay.
I mean, circumstances, here not looking great for KT, but I think he should be able to play the game just fine. Otherwise, they would have called up Wei, their challengers player from the CL roster. Hopefully he can play a great game today.
Maybe it is showing us that perhaps, they feel like they need Beryl for that X factor in order to get across the line anyway. And I actually think that it does make some sense, right? Like, I think playing with the 5 players that you have invested so much into, that have wanted to play together for so incredibly long, is really important. And Bro going to make their way out as well. And as you mentioned, of course, Karis versus BDD, a bit of a harkening back to that time on Gen G, but this is a Bro that has also been through their own trials and tribulations, and maybe they could just find a KT here that is a little bit down in the dumps and might be able to find a little bit of an option here as far as picking up their first win of the season, because it did take them a very, very long time last time around as well. Of course, we were chasing after DRX and Bro, both finding their first win for a really long time in spring.
The core pieces of this team are there. Young Jae, could see he is 3rd in terms of kill participation here in the LCK, but that's important. That means he's making a large impact for his team, but you look at the XP difference at 14, he has been absolutely obliterated. Consider also he played 3 games of Taliyah and a game of Nidalee and still finds himself at minus 660 XP difference at 14 as his team is losing all of their lanes. He has no prio. His jungle is being stolen from him. You look at the stats of Pyoshik as well. It's not really a happier story, to be honest. And I'm surprised we didn't take a look at the mid matchup between these two, because they're also at the very bottom of the barrel in terms of stats right now. Again, tougher strength of schedule for KT, so a little bit more understanding, a little bit more leeway you can give to a player like BDD, but it hasn't been his season. Remember, this is a team that for the most part, with some small changes, was the #1 team in the LCK less than a year ago. A team vying for an LCK finals, the first in many years. They weren't able to cross the finish line. It was T1 that advanced to the finals instead in 2023 summer. And BDD was one of the heroes of that roster, but it feels like Nongshim BDD right now, he is just not performing. This whole team has looked like a shadow of their former selves, and that needs to change. We need to see this roster come back to former glory. So many world champions on this stage, and they're sitting in 10th place.
Yep, and sometimes it just doesn't really mesh together. And we know that there's a lot of names on both of these rosters, but mainly on KT, that have been pretty up and down, right? Like you mentioned Karis, I mean, he did come in with a fair bit of hype around him, right? Like he was the MVP of Challenger before he joined Gen G at the beginning, and we were thinking this guy's got so much potential, has never really got to that point. But on KT, there's a lot of ups and a lot of downs, and the very highest heights of these players is world champion. But the lowest lows, I mean, I don't even know whether we've seen it yet.
I hope we have.
I hope we don't.
I hope we're climbing out of the trough right now.
Yeah, I hope so too.
For Bro, this team has never been the same since Umpty left and went to North America, right? They've never looked the same. He was the one piece of this roster. They called him the general for a reason, because he called for a charge. He called for the team to be aggressive, to play a strong early game, to get this team leads, control early objectives. An otherwise timid roster that hasn't been confident. And when you make big mistakes and find yourself at a 4,000 gold deficit on average in a game against weaker teams, who can blame the timidness of these players? But gotta be more confident. You gotta have that professional mindset Edgar's been saying that they're looking for here.
And Sejuani Kalista going to be the first bans here as we dive into the pick and ban for game number 1. A lot of desperation, but let's see what is actually going to happen here, because a lot could have developed for both of these teams over the first couple of weeks, and maybe an ironing out of their view of the meta could help find some better League of Legends. Because not even, like, I don't even want to look at this series for, like, who's going to get the first win. I'm more looking at it for who has figured out how they're supposed to play League of Legends on this patch. Like, that's what I want to figure out, because KT looked utterly lost in their last match, and Bro has looked lost, you know, for a while. And
there were some puzzling decisions, and we'll talk maybe a little bit more about those types of moments in the game, but there were some puzzling decisions made by KT. The Skarner feels like a freebie here with the Rumble band already. So looks like that's going to be the direction they go for. Now, only Bro would insta-lock Renekton Nidalee here in response, and I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying there's a chance, Atlas, because Morgan has really been leaning into his identity on the Croc in the top lane, one of his most iconic picks. The Leona priority here, very high.
Azir is a weird one. Of course, picking it away from BDD, we've seen it popping up here and there a little bit more. And so Karis, of course, has been a big fan of the Azir just in general. But I don't know.
Talia Vi is open.
Yeah.
Talia Vi is open, and they pick the Azir.
Talia Vi Skarner sounds like a top side of the map, Wolf.
It really does. And Brion just walked right into this one. Let's see what Envy is going to be piloting here. You imagine they lock up the bottom duo right here, right now. You don't need to lock a jungle pick at this stage, especially because it's not going to be a somewhat thinned out AP jungle pool, even though it's widening at this moment in time in the meta, because you already locked in the Azir.
Yep, don't need to worry about it.
I think, okay, well,
I mean, this is a very young J champion and a very Bro champion, right? Like, it feels like, you know, the ghost of Umpty is haunting the room, even though he is on the other side of the planet at this point in time. You know, like, the Xin Zhao really has been, like, a mainstay for this organization. Young Jay also really liked playing it, so I think it makes a lot of sense.
One of Umpty's most iconic pauses on the champion.
Oh, no!
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
I was reminded of that relatively recently, actually. Oh, my goodness. There have been some, like, great pauses in LCK history. That was one of them. The crazy skin issue is probably still the best, thanks to Spo TV and their incredible subtitles for any sort of pause that came onto the screen.
So you're playing into Leona here as KT Rolster. You want to take away some of the fun and safe, you know, matchups where Morgan's not going to have a rough time into the Skarner and he can be a frontline for whatever AD carry they ultimately end up picking here. I think the Zeri deserves a look. There's already a Vi here for KT Rolster, so it's a little bit tougher to pilot this with the Leona on the side of Bro. It's not impossible, but it certainly feels like a pick that's much more high value for KT at the moment. And when you consider the Vi, the Talia, the Skarner, Impale, the Rakan does sound like a very threatening champion here, but Deft's Ezreal also looming here will be able to keep a safe distance away from the champs that KT have already. You could see something like a Twisted Fate ban here if you think Morgan would want to maybe try to punish the Skarner with a ranged matchup. That's what they're going for. They're just going to take the Croc.
I like that one. I think that's a little bit more Morgan specific, and I think that feels pretty good. As
Ashe through this draft. Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of nutty. And then they show that it's through the draft, and then, oh no, don't pick this. That would be completely out of control. Is Ezreal going to be the option? So just realizing that there are basically a million picks up and available.
I think, to me, Atlas, this Ezreal pick is decent, but
oh
no.
Yes! All right, we're back, boys and girls. I mean, we're not, but like we could be.
He's getting excited early.
No, I'm not. You said it, not me, okay? No. Deft's Caitlyn is something that's pretty near and dear to my heart.
Yeah.
I think that he has been a phenomenal Caitlyn player throughout his career. Doesn't play it nearly enough, and so I'm happy to see it here.
Well, the problem with this Ezreal pick is it feels to me like it was a pick away because it's so powerful here for KT as the Mordekaiser are going to rear its head again here.
Ooh,
into the
it's the Morgan Kaiser?
Yeah, but because you picked this Ezreal with both the Varus and the Caitlyn available, I felt like there was always going to be a pretty hard punished response here. It's Barrel's Braum, which we've seen quite a bit in the past, to pretty high success at the heights of his career, especially when you look back to the Damwon days. But Caitlyn, Braum in this lane can absolutely hard push it in. You get Prio there. You have huge kill pressure in mid with the Taliyah Vi. In top side, at least you can neutralize this Skarner to a certain extent. You could also try to pull the Vi off of objectives, as we saw with Keen yesterday, where you can secure smites. You can also, when Vi tries to ult in, look for an engage, just isolate her and kill her very quickly. That's the game plan. That's the idea. You can also keep Skarner at bay. You can't actually E through that wall. That's a bit of a tougher wall to go through. So you can make sure the Skarner can't set up for an Impale. Then you can go for a hard engage with the Leona. There are angles here for Bro, for sure. But I think the early game is what I'm most concerned about, Atlas, especially in that bottom lane.
I would agree. I think that, Braum isn't necessarily Lux, right? So you're not going to quite have that level of shove, but I think it does add that level of security. And if you hit a Winter's Bite, Caitlyn is generally in range. That's just kind of how that works. She shoots from a really far way away. So I think there is a lot for Bro to sort of keep their eyes out for, but if they ever get into a team fight, man, that composition is looking gorgeous. See if they can make it work. So we jump into the Rift for game 1. All right. Here we are onto the Rift already. The Bros in the bottom tri-brush, looking for an opportunity. Deft, will he walk out? Will he pay a visit to Envy? The Peacemaker, not going to connect. As this is like, kind of, it's like a law matchup almost, isn't it? No, it's Ezreal. Never mind.
He did hover the Ashe, yeah.
He almost played Zeri, and I was thinking that could have been a thing. I had Arcane on the brain, but Envy's in a brush. He's hiding, and he's just frosted Ezreal.
Oh, I thought you were thinking about the Ashe Braum angle.
Yeah,
which also could have been a lore thing. But
yeah, that's pretty Freljordian.
Unfortunately, we don't get either.
Yeah. I still do want to get to the Mordekaiser lore, but it's got a lot of really difficult to pronounce words in it. And so I'm really scared to read it out, straight out the gate.
Yeah,
it's a toughie.
It's tough.
Because he speaks a language which is hard to pronounce, that's then and he has a name that's hard to pronounce.
Do you know about when he learned to play the guitar, though?
I think that is tangential lore.
Okay.
To the pentakill version of Mordekaiser that kind of forgave everyone and didn't want to do world domination anymore.
Okay, that's fair. Because for me, that was always the most interesting part of Mordekaiser. Is he's got that kind of really demonic look to him, but he also looks like he could be in a cool death metal band as well. And
I mean, he literally is.
Yeah,
right? He's right there, playing. I think it's lead guitar for Pentakill. And then you've got Sonar on keys, right? And I'm sure there's Olaf there as well. Karthus is on vocals. And then there's a bunch of others. I can't remember all of them, but at least those guys.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, this lane has been going better than a lot of Ezreal lanes into Caitlyn would normally go. And then a lot of other, Caitlyn kill lanes like the Lux one you mentioned normally dominate a little bit harder, but Paulo and Envy holding their own so far.
And so far here on the top side of the map, Morgan doing that pushing in thing that the Mordekaiser does love to do. Perfect just trying to do what he can to hold on. So mid lane, BDD having a lot of success thus far, and his Taliyah has always been something that we've talked up. Has had, obviously this is KT in summer of 2024, and it is not a great time. But we know what this guy's capable of, and I think that he's got enough tape being good at Taliyah for us to be able to at least still stand by the remark, right?
In the summer season of 2023, he was a master of both sides of this matchup, and that was when, arguably, in recent years, you could talk about his Gen G performance, obviously in 2021, but in recent years, it has been the best version of BDD. It was when we saw him on both sides of this matchup and playing the Taliyah into the Azir happily and vice versa, but he's getting a small incremental advantage here. Has had a weak laning phase thus far this season, but again, tough opposition.
Yep.
If he can get done with the Vi, that's rarely left open, but Yoshik has the opportunity. Oh boy, already.
Yeah, nice shove. Going to connect onto Karras. He's going to try and walk his way out. Does shift the sands, but otherwise it's not feeling too great. And I do want to say sorry to Yorick. I checked Twitch chat and they were reminding me that Yorick has a pentakill skin as well. So that is very rude of me. I was a big fan of Yorick throughout.
Really?
You know, old Yorick and new. Yeah, he's the bass player. And you always forget the bass player, don't you?
Oh, I mean, you mean like a fan of him in Pentakill, not the champion, right?
No, I'm a huge fan. Like, do you remember WMAX AP Yorick back in the day? It was amazing. You had actually one button.
I like you. I know you like to put things on the ground and have them do things, so I'm not surprised by this, but
yeah, there we go. It's like playing Zyra, except they run around.
You're like one of 7 known Yorick enjoyers in the world. Is Karis?
Yeah, BDD is going to take a little bit of damage, but otherwise it's going to be fine. Perfect fighting Morgan and wondering how he's trading back when he's stunned against the wall, and that's because he has a big old circle around him.
I'm sure chat is probably freaking out, being like, I enjoy Yorick. No, you don't, actually.
Yes.
You're just saying that. You're just a Twitch troll.
All right, well, Envy is going to tank a couple of autos. Probably walking back in there as Deft just not quite able to get in range to fire out any autos himself.
Envy knows exactly when Brom's arm gets tired of holding that up. That was perfectly timed.
Love to see it. Polo also going to make his way in, but does get the trap down. Ooh, not quite. Actually timing that just a little bit too late in order to lock Polo up there, but does still have a couple of snap traps in this brush. So Deft is going to retain some control. The wave actually pushing in towards KT down here. And they're expecting to have a pretty decent advantage, right? Like, that's what you're expecting in a Brom Caitlyn lane. So I think if KT are like 10, 15 CS up, you're like, it's a, you know, decent job here in this lane.
Unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, but the lane is pushing away from Bro, but with the back here of Barrel, not really anything can be done about this. Pyoshik is on the bottom side of the map, but won't be able to make anything happen down here at level 5. Youngjae also heading towards the bottom side of the map, as I feel like Palu has done a great job of neutralizing some of Barrel's aggressive advances, where he's trying to really get some aggressive trading done, but Palu has just kind of answered incredibly well with his Aftershock and Eclipses. Barrel back in lane now. And again, small CS advantage here, and it is growing slowly over time, as you're alluding to.
Should be that KT can get a bit of extra control, and with the fact that that first back does come in for Beryl, and Deft was able to hold on to the lane, not only does he now have a little bit of an experience lead, it is Beryl now with a cool little red rock.
Yeah, that
really
Ruby Crystal plus the refillable is really nice.
Oh, Envy possibly... No. Youngjae going to be starting off this dragon, and of course they know that the grubs were going down.
Perfect is doing top side, yeah.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall's also going to come in. As Pyoshik going to come on over. Actually looked like he kind of walked through the wall there, but it didn't start until a little bit afterwards. And Pyoshik just let Perfect take that one down. The flash forward does come in, and oh no, the stun onto Karis as he tries to get the shuffle. Still going to land it though, as First Blood does land onto Pyoshik, but it's a trade of junglers pretty immediately. Envy free hitting, however. Seismic shove, flash does come out, and Karis will be taken down here by Deft, wanting to now pick up his opposite number as he nets over the wall, and Envy getting towards his turret, I don't think is going to be going down here. So, works out for KT in the end, although they do lose out on the first blood.
Yeah, not getting the first blood, but definitely a huge win for them. The Dragon does reset ultimately. BDD heads back to lane, shoves that one in, so we'll deny Karis a little bit of farm here as Karis was teleportless. Looked like he, for a moment, thought maybe we could chase Envy, but he's got cleanse, you know, he's not going to care about any of this stuff that they could throw at him, and no mana for BDD anyway, so he's just going to push that in and back. Karis will get a majority of the farm, but you pointed out the lack of Emperor's Divide in this fight as Karis is interrupted. Great Weaver's Wall to start things off. Now, Pyoshik is here because they're trying to get both objectives because they have enough control of the top side. Like, remember, Perfect is doing grub, so Bro are on a timer here, and then look at this. Barrel sets it up, and then boom! Karis cannot slide through those rocks.
The rock timing from BDD was fantastic because in that moment I was like, why did Karis decide to shuffle over the rocks? It's because they weren't down. It was a reactionary layer of rock carpet.
And the arc, like the concave that was set up for KT there made it so that that was really the only angle for Karis to look for. And BDD already knew it. He's like, he goes here or he walks away.
Yeah, it's like, I taught him this, you know?
Exactly. and if they just sit back and wait too, and Karis doesn't do anything because he's waiting for the rocks to come out first, then KT win out on the Drake fight, win out in that longer fight in general. So they had to make a play, but BDD's reaction was perfect, predicted exactly the angle Karis would want to take. He does eventually Emperor's Divide, but it's not any value. And yes, first blood goes over, but KT with 700 gold lead now. and back in the driver's seat in this bottom lane as well.
Yep, nicely done. Ace in the hole from Deft. Just waits until the Leona is in there to tank it with the Eclipse. Make sure that he can get some poke that's going to stick onto Envy.
Now,
like
critically, Pyoshik did not ult either in that last fight, still has that, so this Ezreal, not as safe as he would otherwise normally be in a post-Drake take situation because he's got so much range, he has his Arcane Shift.
Oh, Beryl does find a Winter's Bite, as that is a Hex Flash forward from Polo, just fishing. As Perfect will be able to take the last grub. A little bit delayed, one could say, but is still going to be able to lock that one down. So there it is. KT now with 3 for 3 of the first ones. See whether they can get up to that 6 to allow them to push down these turrets. Of course, Caitlyn, very good at that.
Yeah, if Deft gets some extra time with this turret, is going to be, and any turret for that matter, even in the mid lane later on when he heads there, very frustrating to deal with for Bro. The Dragon still hasn't been started up here, but KT now have enough prio, enough control. They're going to take this one. BDD has his Weaver's Wall up again, and looks like we're going for part 2, but this time KT a lot more control over the pit.
Yeah, they're the ones that have all of that set up. I believe that it was Bro that had leashed it prior. So Pyoshik the one tanking, so maybe health bars could be helping out here for Bro, but they're going to look to try and possibly contest. They'll be too late to actually lock down the Dragon, but can they find the fight is the question. Great Vault Breaker from Pyoshik, as in goes Karis once again, but once again he's stunned and flung around the Empress Divide, does absolutely nothing. Still it's a 1-for-1, make that a 1-for-2, and Bro is still able to make the best of it.
Yeah, they are able to trade back a lot of gold here, but KT winning both objectives now, grabbing that Ocean Dragon. It's Chemtech this time around second.
Oh, no soul.
You know, he had a good lunch, now he's paying attention, but I do look at this situation as a huge win for KT, especially when you consider how calculated the setup was. It makes you trust this team knows what they're doing with this draft, because when you watch the way Youngjae tries to go in on this, the angle for BDD once again is so good, because Wind becomes Lightning, hits Pyoshik, but he can't follow up because of these rocks. And still, Karis thinks he has the angle here, ends up getting stunned. The Emperor's Divide, though, just on the tip here. Going to add some extra value, and Beryl and Pyoshik are just way too far forward when the damage comes through. Still a good angle there from Youngjae despite the rock placement. As he may lose his crab, no.
Not going to lose the crab, as Beryl and Pyoshik just kind of whiff it there a little bit. BDD there to save the whole situation, as Youngjae trying to keep himself alive, doesn't have the ulti available. And the Weaver's Wall, it's going to come on through. Youngjae should be going down as the Seismic Shove is going to connect. Morgan finds the E. Death Realm is in there as Pyoshik able to get himself to the edge of it, but will be taken down as now Morgan stealing some stats away, looking to escape the whole situation. As Perfect just wanders up to him. Okay, going to push him against the wall there as the re-engage is coming through. The wall is kind of decent, but BDD is just going to get wiped out. Perfect still basically full health, but there's just nothing he can do to stop them from killing the rest of his teammates.
I mean, he's just a Kanik Rooker Sconner with no mana. There's nothing he can do, even if he's at full health. The positional problems there for KT. When a Skarner is full health at the end of the fight and everyone else is dead, it means that you probably weren't in a good place to take that fight, as once again, we're just seeing some more bro activity here, Atlas, from the side of Brion, as Youngjae initially looks like maybe he's caught, but they turn it onto Beryl, and this shove puts Youngjae forward here, can tank up so much with the Crescent Guard coming through. Then Karis layers the damage. Morgan shows up to the fight, and unfortunately, Perfect's Impale here, really low value, only hitting a single target. And Karis, he's just free hitting this entire time on the edge. And then KT decide they're going to continue to force the issue here. Very disjointed fight here for KT. Bro, look at this. This angle here for Palu, just enough mana to set up the combo. Fantastically played.
The Solar Flare just perfectly done from Polo. I believe just got it back off cooldown, otherwise would have used it at the beginning of the fight, but really nicely done. And now Leandri's is completed for Morgan. He is working towards his Mordekaiser license. There aren't many that have a Mordekaiser license. We've mentioned this before. I mean, Keen has a few champions that only he's really allowed to play. Dundun sort of failed on the Udyr front, but Morgan trying his hand at the Mord, and it is looking pretty good so far.
You know, my feeling about how this series could potentially go is KT's position in this game is still not too bad. You know, you've got a Talia that's got 2 kills, tons of assist gold. You have Caitlyn that's 2-0-2. Very strong position if they can continue to figure out better team fights moving forward, because right now it's been very scrappy. My concern is that they're... Okay,
yep, Door going to eat the True Shot Barrage, so Not going to be able to use that one as now Perfect looks for Karis. Empress Divide comes through, but there's the seismic shove. Ace in the hole coming down just to help out, and there is the Impale. Perfect's going to find that one. Grub's going over to KT as well, and they are moving the needle back in their direction.
Definitely that passage of play was a commentary on the amount of CC in this game right now.
Yeah.
Cars is like, I remember Survive, but I guess it's, I don't know. There's just too many things flying at me here. I just can't play the game. But at least the Emperor's Divide timing was good. But going back to the point before is if KT cannot really fight in a concise way where they're setting up objectives on their own terms, where they're actually the ones dictating the pace, they're fighting with the scrappy, bro. That's where bro live, man. They live at the bottom of the standings. They live in the scrappy fights. So you've got to be really respectful. Now, I really like this setup here. BDD and Karas collapse on, or sorry, BDD and Perfect collapse on the Karas. He gets ace in the hold. No real space here to move with the rock placement again from BDD. And the Impale helps finish him off. So great play there. BDD on point today with his Talia. Feels like a flashback to 2023.
Yeah, that's true. Did get caught out just a little bit in the previous fight, but making up for it, we know what he's capable of. So hopefully he can keep it up. And KT, we've seen both sides, of what they can be. They can find a lot of the snap decisions, or they can go a little bit too deep. Bro can take advantage of it. Whether that is something we're going to see again, but with 6 Grubs and a Caitlyn, I think KT are in a pretty good game state right now for what they want to achieve moving forward. Just wanting to try and take down some structures and get things done. As BDD down here on the bottom side looking for first turret blood, and there is an Azir on the way with a Leona in tow, but I don't think they're going to get here in time as Bioshik will walk into the wall there and was kind of bathing in the waterfall, but I think that was a visual bug.
Yeah. Well, I mean, KT get everything out of this. They had Weaver's Wall coming back up, so I think Brion were a little bit nervous about actually moving towards that pit and getting cut into pieces. So BD gets the free push, gets the free turret completely uncontested, and they get the dragon just the same. It's Mountain Soul, and for a Skarner, you feel pretty good about the stats you're going to get from that one if we do end up getting there for KT with a 2-dragon lead.
Not to mention the fact that there are a lot of uses for your E. You can now walk through more stuff.
Yeah.
And that feels good. That's a happy lawnmower up there towards the top side. Is Young Jay looking to try and make him a less happy lawnmower as the E does manage to pull him back. Perfect just in the Death Realm right now. Not able to actually stun against the edge of the Death Realm, as you can see, as Weaver's Wall comes on down. Seismic shove. That is a shove into the Impale. Flash comes through, but no, get over here, buddy. As the Death Grip comes on through, they do manage to take down the Scorpion, and KT, they turn up a little bit too late to save their Scorpion and won't be able to start off a fight they want.
Yeah, bro, really set up for that play. Top side, they were there faster. KT just couldn't get in there, even with Weaver's Wall available there for BDD. And it looked like perhaps Perfect was trying to calculate, okay, while I'm in Mordekaiser's ult, I can actually then buy enough time, then push Morgan in, rotational come through, and then we can actually get there in time to match Bro's rotation, but miscalculated even with a really nice Impale there into the rocks.
Wow, and I just realized that I used, the Scorpion's own line against him.
Yeah.
The get over here, the very famous Scorpion line from Mortal Kombat. Oh, so sad. I remember I set that up for my Death Knight. Just every time I used Death Grip, it would say, "Get over here," like in his voice from Mortal Kombat.
That's so
I
great.
digress. It was a great add-on. Anyway, the Rift Herald going to come into the mid lane and look for a bit of a charge. Young Jay going to pilot that one. Does go around the corner and gets immediately slammed into the wall. Some of the dangers of being up against this Skarner. Still, Wind becomes lightning, comes on through. He's going down so incredibly low. There's the ulti from Beryl, but he flashes, gets barely to the end. The Vault Breaker doesn't connect. Oh, Pioshik just not quite long enough on that one.
Oh, 2 flashes.
And he had the ulti, but he just doesn't invest it. Knew that he'd be trading, and that's not really what they want.
Yeah, 2 flashes for 1. Youngjae gets out, and oh, hold up, we're not done yet. Palu is Leona though, so probably don't do it.
Yeah, suboptimal target.
Yeah, I think that it's really interesting to watch this play happen because on one hand, it's extremely risky to go for the Herald charge. Karis will sidestep that. Risky to go for the Herald charge with the Skarner there, and the observers knew like 5 seconds ahead of time this is exactly the play that Perfect's going to make out of the Herald. They zoomed in as Perfect went in for it, but Xin Zhao is so tanky, so difficult to lock him down and blow him up because of his Presence Guard. He has Flash, and then they just don't have the damage. Beryl flashes for the ultimate there, but it's just not enough. It's crazy how Braum's ultimate is basically just Kasante's Q3.
Like when he went in, I was like, wait, there's a Cassante in this game? like my first reaction was like, wait, there's a Cassante? Like, I'm like, oh no, it's Beryl trying to make a play, but it's not.
That really does put into perspective Cassante's kid. That is absolutely absurd.
I legit had to do a double take with Beryl flash forward. I was like, wait. Oh no, it's just Beryl. He's going.
It does have a longer range, right?
Yeah.
But still, the fact that it is so similar and also moves them back towards you as well, which I imagine Braun wouldn't mind. Still, not quite able to get the play that they were looking for. 2,000 gold is still their lead, approximately, though. As Bro still looking for a little bit more. Moving up here to clear out this vision as Beryl not able to get towards BDD and Pyoshik right now. Weaver's Wall to get BDD out of there. Pyoshik lies in wait. He remains in the fog of war. In the darkness is okay. Arise, and now it's Pyoshik's turn to try and get out. Slowed down. Seismic shove to remove Polu. Emperor's Divide gonna throw Pyoshik back, and he's just dead. Nothing they could do. Bamboozled until they weren't. And then they say thank you for the free kill onto the Vine.
That reminds me of some vintage, Damwon Malrong right there, where you're just waiting, and then as they walk away, you're like, well, okay, surely they don't know I'm here. I hope they're not here, and I'll make the play. They were there, and the play backfires. Pyoshik's now 0-4-4 in this game. Bro will be able to take this topside Baron here at 20 because the rest of there's no jungler. KT are not in position. They don't have a ton of damage, but they have enough as KT are going to go for the contest.
Yeah, teleport is going to come on in. That's going to bring Perfect through, so he doesn't care about the walls. Let's see who he can hoover up as the seismic shove brings Young Jay back. He secures the Baron, and now it's a 5v4. Still they're losing a whole bunch of their health bars. Caitlyn raining down the damage. The Impale, fantastic, as it brings Morgan in, and he's executed by BDD. Still, Envy making his way out alongside two members of Bro that still have that Baron, and I don't think Perfect's going to be able to stop them, although Envy does cancel the back. We'll take a boulder to the noggin, but otherwise he's all right.
He'll be okay here. Should be the turret going down. KT, True Shot Barrage is not going to clear this one out, but Baron power play not going to be ideal here, and it is also going to be KT getting this bottom side dragon, so going to be sole point for them off the play. I think this really does favor KT at the end of the day, but I do respect the idea here for Bro, especially because Morgan feels confident that with his ultimate, he could just pull out the Skarner, prevent the Impale play from going through, and then they could secure the objective. Unfortunately, KT just have too many members coming through here. So you see the ult coming through from Morgan on the other side. Beryl, though, gets on top of Young Jay here. Morgan gets extremely low.
Yeah, I mean, he was just fighting Perfect in the Death Realm and not winning.
Yeah, he was losing it, and that's a huge part of this. There's no front line anymore. They have to retreat, or they're going to get bowled over, so they end up losing two. And what can they do with this Baron? We'll find out, but I don't imagine it's going to be all too successful. You can see BD is just free pushing bottom side, has teleport. Now just trying to set a trap, but wasting Baron time in doing so.
Yeah, Perfect also on a ward right now, so isn't exactly going to be surprising anyone, as they do spot out this control ward now finally. Morgan trying to deal with BDD, who is being very frustrating.
When you look at the items too for Perfect, he has Jack shows and the Rook turn is Perfect. Speaking of,
yeah, looking for a bit of an opportunity there as Polu just walks into his open arms. Envy trying to get out, but he just immediately gets impaled. Young Jay in trouble as well. Crescent Guard comes in, but it's ignored entirely. Pyoshik taking a lot of damage, but Polu getting in there. Pyoshik gets out. The Mordekaiser's flung around, and it's a double kill for Deft. Just an auto, and he could have grabbed a triple, but he wants to give that kill to Young Perfect in the top lane. And KT, unfortunately, there's no Baron to go for, but they'll look to push some turrets.
Yeah, what a wild game this is.
This is actually kind of crazy.
It's a little bit scrappy, it's a little bit nonsensical at times, but it's at least a lot of kills and a lot of action. As Perfect is on this flank, so it's really awkward for Bro, and they ultimately decide...
I didn't know that's how it interacted, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, Zenith Blade goes through, and Perfect's like, pause for a second, okay, and then just keeps going. I like it.
And Perfect is able to get the Impale onto Envy. I think if he doesn't get that, this is definitely a more playable team fight here for the side of Bro. And your options were so limited as OK Savings rank Brion, because you either just try to get out and cut your losses, probably lose some members there because of the flank there from Perfect, or you engage onto him and hope for the best, but Perfect handled it so incredibly well.
And he's just so tanky. Even if Mordekaiser pulls him in with Leandries and the Rylai's, he's got the Jack-Show stats stacking up.
Jack-Show's Rook-Earn feels like kind of okay when you're in that death room, right?
And you get the percent damage, coming out from health against Morgan, and Skarner just wins those, apparently. It doesn't seem like it makes sense, but actually with the build he has, it's just kind of crazy when they beat up against each other in that Mordekaiser ult. So the chances of the comeback are pretty slim. Is Beryl?
Baiting. That was so weird. I was expecting the pause to come in, but it doesn't.
Yeah, he paused his movement, Atlas.
He did definitely do that. He did pause his movement. God, that was so strange. Okay, never mind. Well, he's not going to die or anything like that. Is now getting his health back with the Warmog. So
he calculated.
I mean, yeah, like you don't have to calculate anything because Warmogs just like means that if you walk away from them for a bit, you'll be K.
His whole game plan here is, look, I'm going to set perfect up.
Yeah, it's like he just took a moment to do his taxes or something. Like, I don't know what was going on there.
Mom, stop texting me. I'm playing the LCK right now. We're 0-4.
Yeah, I'll put her in the microwave later. Just leave me alone. Yeah, something like that. I've never said that. I would always prioritize dinner over another game of solo queue war.
Well, it's Korea, so she'd probably be like, did you eat?
True.
He's like, Mom, I ate before I went to LCK.
Yeah.
We're going out with the boys. We're getting our first win tonight. Come on.
Bring some kimbap with you. Okay.
Well, it's not looking great for the bros. There have been some good moments here in this game, but the Mordekaiser has really just not worked out, in terms of what it's attempting to do in this draft. Like, didn't control lane, hasn't really controlled objectives that much. They lost the fight on Baron, which ultimately meant the Baron amounted to nothing, although it was a similar play to what Keen tried. Didn't work out, this time denying to Skarner, but...
And now it's like a minute away from Mountain Soul, and this Skarner is going to be absolutely gigantic.
Yes.
Pioshik also having a couple of items almost built up when he does have GA. I mean, he will be deceptively tanky as well. And Deft will be, like, he's already got 3 items on this Caitlyn. With that extra shielding, with the extra safety, it's going to take a lot to take him down. It's a dangerous time. Beryl also probably the biggest benefactor of a Mountain Soul in this game.
And the Mordekaiser Leandries always feels great when you're playing against a tanky top laner. You're like, oh, I'm going to get so much damage in this game. But when you're playing against a fed Caitlyn and a fed Talia, you're not going to be hurting anybody, actually. You're not going to be anywhere near them. You're going to maybe interact with this Rooker and Jack-Show's Skarner. He wins those, actually. So Morgan is kind of just a grab button. He's like, I'm trying to grab him and pull him out, and that's all he can really do in these fights. It's really Karis and Envy who have to be the heroes here. If Palu can find a stray pick, that'd be nice, but there is no one you want to pick right now.
Oh, Deft does have a trap set up. Oh, my goodness. KT, they knew that was coming, and Deft was looking tasty. They take down Palu. Beryl puts up the door to say no to the damage, and now BDD looks for the backline. Envy gonna get thrown into the rocks and destroyed. Although it does take a little while to go down. Finally, that last boulder to his head is gonna come on through. They take down Deft, however, and now Beryl has to use that flash to get back towards BDD, and it's BDD that has to be the carry, that has to be the hero. Young Jay, he gets out the Zhonya's that was beautifully timed, but Morgan is gigantic. The Noxian boss gonna now try and take down KT, and they do not want to fight them, not with some DPS left available. And it's an even trade in the end.
When I looked at the matchups of the week and I saw you and I were casting this, I got pretty hyped. I was thinking, wow, this is going to be a big one. 2-0-4 teams. It's going to be sick.
Wait, was that a one fight for Bro? No, Palu died at the beginning, right?
Yeah,
he just respawned already. Okay, we're fine.
It's fine. But I didn't know we were going to get this down and dirty at down the bottom of the standings, because none of these fights have been clean. Because Paula goes in completely alone here. Obviously, the traps are set up for Deft. He buys some time here, but perfect. Well, isolates the Mordekaiser. Now, unfortunately for KT, Deft does ultimately end up going down here. Karis with a really nice stopwatch. Deft takes so much damage. Karis flashes to kill him. Even though the Emperor's Divide misses, he did his job, which makes us a lot closer than it could have otherwise been here, as BDD almost heroically carries the fight. We're not done yet. We're still on the streak.
You can see Deft, he's behind the wall as Polo gets into the pit. It is going to be the Drake secured by BDD somehow, as Perfect just playing bouncer. And now it's a Mountain Soul. True Shot Barrage eaten by the door. And now Young Jay having to deal with all of these rocks. Man, BDD doing a lot of damage as in comes Perfect. He finds the wall. Special delivery as he's got a Crescent Guard. I just don't think it's going to save him. They're all in the circle, although it does save him for a really long time. Still now Morgan fighting BDD. He does have his Seraphs, but the Mordekaiser is not going to survive after taking him down. And BDD 4 versus 3 now as Karis, he goes golden, Zenith Blade, and Def just shoots the Leona on her way in. A double kill here. Ace in the hole, make it a triple. There is the ace for KT. And they will be able to push this minion wave through and end the silliness, Wolf.
Yeah, I've had enough of the silliness, but it was very entertaining. And I think KT are looking to punch game 1 off of this best of 3.
They're going to walk into that coach's booth. They're going to be like, you're proud, right? And he's going to be like, oh, God.
Yeah,
let's have a chat.
He's going to say what he said before. There are multiple problems. There are multiple things to work on. But at the end of the day, you guys got game 1. We'll give it to you.
You've nailed the outcome now, KT. And let's now make the journey feel better as they look to try and grab a couple of extra kills. Still, the Nexus is going down. Pyoshik, the last couple of shots. And that is going to be that. And you can see some sighs of relief, but no real elation here from KT. They know they need another game win at least, but also that wasn't necessarily a crisp victory.
It certainly wasn't. I thought the early game and the first few objective fights were really clean. Like, Perfect is getting the grubs top side, and they're able to still delay the drag and set up for that second fight. The rock placement from BDD was really good. There was some scrappy fights they tried to opt into with their Talia Weaver's Wall, that kind of global aspect of this composition on top side. With it, they kind of botched it. They punished the Baron take pretty well. If they were slow on that one, and Brion got away with the Baron for free, it could have been a little bit more playable, I feel like, this draft here for Bro. Deft and BDD, though, were so big by the end of those trades. They weren't the ones actually getting punished. It was actually Pyoshik who ate most of the deaths for KT. Pyoshik and Barrow. So Deft is getting huge. BDD is getting huge. They have this huge front line with the Skarner, and it was just really tough to play out from there. Some good attempts from Karis, but was really ultimately, I think, shut down by BDD at every turn.
Yeah, and you can see it's a lot about the setup for objectives, which is a little bit of a problem. As, yeah, perfect, like Wolf just indicating to me the 6,000 extra damage done by the full tank Skarner into the Mordekaiser that does build damage.
Leandri's?
It's a little, he did more damage than anyone on the side of Bro. So riddle me that. I think probably Perfect cruising towards a potential POG for this one, but getting a bit ahead of ourselves. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down. We'll have game number 2, whatever that's going to be.
다음 볼게 이거. 짜오 노플 짜오 노플. 짜오 볼래 이거? 이조심 짜오 이조심.
이게 볼래 이거?
나 볼 수 있어 이거. 괜찮은데 괜찮은데?
봐줄래 이거 봐줄래?
우리 그거 질감 안 나온다 본데. 나 모델부터 볼게. 나 칼려 들어갔고. 레오나 노플. 나 살만한데?
이거 칼려서 봐줄래?
나 살았어.
뒷라인데
살려봐줄게. 아 죽었다. 계속 싸워도 돼. 계속 싸우고 있어. 레오나 노플. 레오나 노플. 걸 수 있으면 걸어줘. 나 걸게. 야 아지르 절거 아지르. 야 큐 막아줘.
이지 막고 있고. 잡았어. 봐줄래 이거? 나 죽었네.
나이스. 끝나 우리 유닛 중인데. 이따 가자. 끝날만 해. 할것 같은데 이거.
Citizens of Final City, you must choose. Either bow before the Primordians or break
Message deleted. Next message.
It's a Flowey. I received a report of some new tech spotted on the outskirts. I'm going.
Message deleted. Next message. Message.
Really? Is this thing even on? The darn glass door won't open.
Message deleted. Next message.
Hi, friends. It's Seraphine. But, you probably already knew that. Anyway, did you see all that smoke past the outer wall? I'm gonna go check it out. Gotta stay vigilant, you know? Commander out. Ugh, that sounds so grand.
Message deleted. End of messages.
Doesn't have flash anymore, of course. He said in the last exchange. He really needs those. Big wave is stacking up, and oh no, the grasping roots will connect, but Yoshik, he'll turn up immediately to get knocked up into the sky. Canyon blocks down that first kill, and there's a hook once more. KT, it looked rough in game one. It is looking absurdly difficult. With all of the lanes, it's always the hardest time, really. But here we are. And yes, Canyon turns up. They have a bit more interesting. Speaking of interrupted. They get the flash out of Envy, but he's not out of the woods just yet. The ignite goes down. Polu will turn up, and they'll leave the kill for the Carthus. There's that ultimate hunter stack you were talking about there, Ox. B&K are in the area. Sendo Beam doing some work here as Execute does throw down the ulti. There's the Impale, but it's onto the count. Not exactly the priority target. It's Sponge gets out of the pit. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but they managed to take down the biggest tank. And Teddy, he still wants to be able to get in there. There's the killer instinct, goes golden, manages to avoid the seismic shove, but now he's in a really awkward spot. He needs to be the one to carry this, and Henna is going to go down. Teddy! Deft's gonna have to give up this turret, absolutely. As Purshik rotating around, you can see Lehans, he really wanted to find that Zenith Blade, but Bush Herald is going to fall down. He's getting kited, that is a decent encore onto 3, perfect into the backline, finds his counter-strike on everyone! Strangle Thorns is there defensively, but BDD finds the ulti and KT! He's also providing Warwick a new skin.
And here, the joys of playing into Skarner, special delivery.
Yeah. Wow, that's so much CC.
This dragon because they can't stand here forever, but Andil, as back up, they're going to see him, and now they want to engage on this front line, but that is a Kasante, and now Andil gets in, and it's a Mountain Soul for Kwangdong Freeze. This might just be the game-winning fight. Leaper going into the back line with the killer instinct. He wants to end the game right here, right now, and he will, as Dew will go down, and he picks up a triple kill. Dudu's going to steal one away, no Penta Hope.
Angle, but he's just going straight to the turret, and that was like one angle they could have tried to go for, but his helmet works so far away. We've just been collapsed on. Here's the ult.
And then this is kept in place, and he brings the cow into the back line. Oh no! As Dudu's just gonna press his Q button and roast everybody once again, and Leaper as well going to assassinate the rest of the team.
In our battle for the first win of the season, KT strike first. We'll break it all down here on the space. Degon here alongside Ox and Chronicler. And that was a game of League of Legends, Chronicler.
By its very definition, yes. It was definitely, I think we can see for both teams a lot of the struggle that's happening. I think the casters really put it best. And obviously, while casting especially, the madness can become a little bit much. The most important thing is that KT get a win here, because I think if KT drop game number 1, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up losing. Because again, if you came into the season, this was expected to be extremely heavily favored. The big thing here is the Taliyah Vi. I think that combo is really good because it plays itself. It also means that they've swapped from picking Corki for BDD to just banning it themselves, which I think we can all agree. Just picking in Taliyah, it is definitely a much better choice.
I remember that last series when we were kind of talking about it and they kept picking the Corki and I was like, Taliyah's open, and they must have listened because it worked really well for BDD. They had a great game. Taliyah Vi is such a strong combo. The Skarner first pick really good. The Caitlyn Braum was a bit interesting. Obviously, Caitlyn a big pick for Deft. And I think the Braum was more so into Leona. It does sometimes leave you a bit lacking in gauge, but it's important they had the Vi and the Skarner, so they had some lockdown that they could provide when they went into these fights. I do think the Mordekaiser pick was pretty smart, once again in the Skarner. I think when you can play it well, you can really remove that element for the fight, but it didn't really end up having too much of the impact we'd hope for.
All right, well, let's take a look at how this all played out with our first highlight. Up at the Baron side where, yes, the bros do get Baron. Things look good, but they do it at what cost?
Unfortunately, a cost that's way too heavy, because getting this is kind of okay, but they just stand there and fight. I think if they immediately choose to disengage, they can actually get maybe everyone, but at least 4 people out. Because what happens is they end up, getting the Baron, but then they lose the Dragon, and then immediately afterwards there's also this fight. So they gain nothing out of the Baron buff, and KT's team fighting really seems to catch them off guard. And I think particularly between two teams that are struggling, getting to early Dragons is so pivotal. Because at this level, most teams won't be able to do good Dragon setup. So the moment you lose, do we expect Bro to we're going to set up a cross-map inhibitor push? No. They lose the soul point, they don't get to use the Baron, so KT regain control.
Yeah, and I feel like it was a bit more reactive than it should have otherwise been. As Chronicler was saying, when they finish the Baron, they should have an immediate plan. Everyone should be on the same page. Everyone's goal should be disengaged. Maybe you sacrifice one to hold down. And then when they have the Baron, it kind of felt like they were a bit disjointed and allowed themselves to be engaged on, again, just losing the whole buff. So I think a bit more coordination and having a clear plan would help a lot.
Yeah, and after that Baron buff, that was the negative 2,500 Giga Chad play there by the bros. Let's take a look at the last replay here, down at the Drake fight.
And here Apollo tries, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, tries to get onto Caitlyn, but in the end isn't able to get the follow-up. And then it ends up into this really scrappy fight here. BDD goes an assassination mission onto an Ezreal, which is kind of tricky as a Taliyah, but he does manage to secure it. We do see Deft go down. Karis makes a great move here, and it ends up being actually kind of an even fight. So I feel like a lot of hope given over to Bro. KT trying to make things happen, but we have this move from Young Jay just to turn it into that 2v2. And this is fine for Bro, but the aftermath is what is painful.
So what happens is Morgan and Karis just don't have the time. I think if Karis immediately backs there and it's like, Morgan, you need to survive. Because if he's back early, they get the prio on the wave, they get to this objective first, maybe it's playable. But instead, Youngjae's never going to be there in time. So if you don't have control of the pit, they're just going to take the objective. And this is the soul. So this moment, the game is done.
And I love how they use the Vi to get over the wall, and Caitlyn, who's one of the few AD carries who can just auto-attack from over the wall, and they make the heads-up play. They know the enemy jungler's not going to be there in time. Rush the Dragon. Because of that Baron play earlier, they end up securing soul as a result. And that with that advantage, they feel confident to go for a fight.
And then from here on out, Brion know that they're priced in, right? Maybe try to fight now, but KT is really ready. I think that for Brion, this was still a much better showing than they've had thus far. But the macro problems in particular are something that I think are going to be really hard to fix just in between games.
Yeah, I think players that were under a microscope there was Karis in the mid lane, especially given the last match that he had against Chovy, to be fair, but it was pretty brutal. He did have a better game, but not quite enough
to get himself the win or the POG. So let's find out who gets it from the roster. It is Perfect in the top lane getting it on Skarner.
Yeah, and I think he was a pretty big impact when it came to setting up these plays. You'd often see him finding good angles. I think this is a key thing with the Skarner. If you find a flank through walls, it's incredibly hard to deal with. I also think his patience with the ult is a big one. We've seen a lot of players just missing their Skarner's ult because it gets, dashed away from. It is quite a slow wind-up. But here, wait until every single bit of mobility is burned from the Ezreal, gets the ult, and then the follow-up is there.
Perfect has been such a great player to watch develop over this split, and he's the one player where actually I feel with some of the performance that KT had, the worst for him, because the other players, right, they've all had their highlights, and then all the other votes going to BDD, I think should come as no surprise. I think the two of them were really what made this game work here for KT Rolster, and if the solo lanes can keep performing, I think they'll do well in game number 2.
All right, will KT get their first win, or will it be more work and fun with a game number 3? Let's find out by sending it on over to Max Atlas Anderson and Wolf Schroeder.
Wolf Schroeder. I like that.
Double Wolf. I take after Joe Miller. It's just how it is.
No. I think there's a few extra Joe Millers that just go into the depths there. It's a bit like a mirror looking at a mirror. As Poolbay is making his way in, he was flanking in game 1 and has found his angle here, moving into game number 2. Very, very fun stuff. I see another D+ Challenger member making his way through. Of course, we have seen him before, but it's the first time this season.
I did not expect that in this series. I was frankly mauling and screaming about this on the most recent episode of the Monty Wolf Show. Yeah. Where is Poolbay? We haven't played a single game yet. Where is he? Carlos's performances are not good enough. And
I'm not going to lie, I did see him play in Challenger, and I got a bit of an idea as to why.
I mean, let's not. I don't want to.
No more chicken counting.
Yeah, let's not counter Challengers players before they're hatched. Because,
I mean, Poolbay's hatched. He's here now. He's in the LCK. It's happening.
We have seen some great performances from him during his time at D+ Kia, and that's where he had the highest notoriety, but he was also playing alongside Lucid and Thanatos and that incredible roster,
Rahel, yeah.
So, he had a lot of backup, but his laning phases were really good. His Akali of both good and bad notoriety. It was definitely one of his most iconic picks to me, but
that was the flanking.
Yes.
The flanking.
But he's had some great Akali games, some great Azir games. Let's see what he wants to play here. Before we get too into the weeds on that, take a look at the draft bans here as Rumble's taken away. The Sejuani is removed from Youngjae here. Ashe and the Senna on red side, interestingly enough, banned by Bro. Kalista gone too.
The classic KT bans. I swear every team bans all of these champions into KT. Must be something going on in scrims that they just seem to be too good.
I mean, you think about it, you're like, okay, it's, any sort of barrel shenanigans with the Kalista, I don't like that. The Ashe that Barrel also plays, I don't like that.
Yeah.
Genji lost to Senna, that seems like a problem. Let's ban these away. It doesn't make sense when you think about KT's history for the year. As the Vi will be taken away, KT are not going to give Youngjae the same opportunity. Tristana is available. Corki also available.
And
but they're going to go for the Skarner.
So once again, it is going to be the Skarner picked up first. This time it's Bro that do lock it away, as of course we have switched sides. What will be the answer? It was Leona Azir, which did not fill us with enthusiasm. I think a Tristana getting through and being picked up is definitely huge. And this is the trade-off that you have to make, right? Poolbay not deciding to go towards the Trist, and instead them locking away the Skarner.
Seems like a pretty easy Maokai angle here for me, for Pyosik.
I would agree. I think that Maokai has been banned against Pyosik a lot this season as well.
But you know what?
Oh, God.
It's Pyosik in Italy, Atlas. And they are going to be able to take the Talia away.
I think I've got a sore tummy, Wolf. Is Valdez there? Can he come and swap it? No, never mind. We'll have to see.
He won't make it in time.
He will not make it in time. As Talia being the consideration, of course, for either Poolbay or Youngjae. And they can't pick up the Vi alongside it, so they can't go with the same sort of combination. But there are definitely a lot of things that you can utilize.
Diego, comes to mind here as a pick with this, the Skarner setup they have. And it could also be Talia in the jungle, and that's what they're going to look for here with the Corki to come through for Poolbay. So, interesting set of champs here already. They have the top side locked down. I don't think we're going to see any CV Max bottom lane Talia here, as on the side...
Pantheon's up, dude.
mean, that's true, but please don't do it to me, Alex. Cassante is going to be the answer to the Skarner. They weren't able to take that away. Still in first rotation here for KT. And now the only question is going to be, what is that bottom lane? Kai'Sa gone. Might trade that for a Zeri ban here. If Deft is going to feel more comfortable today on that pick than he did in the Hanwha Life series of Fame. And, you know, Zeri sliding into things that otherwise we're getting hit.
We don't need to worry about it. You know, there was a wall, there was a sliding in, there was crow storms. We just don't need to worry. The Alistar taken away from Beryl, of course, historically his best champion that he has ever played, and I think Kai'Sa, Zeri seem like decent bans, and I honestly wouldn't mind if Def just picked Caitlyn.
I mean, he had a great game on it in Game 1. I was surprised there weren't at least some media votes tossed his way because his positioning was really good. He did a lot of boom boom.
He did.
The Varus and the Kai'Sa really indicate to me that they want to pick Zeri, so there's the ban. And it's just going to be the Ezreal instead. And this is what you could do really well as KT when the Alistar ban comes through. You're like, you can't ban both. Both of these are going to be high-range poke champions. They have the Nidalee. They have the long-term damage burst as well from the Tristana, great in the side. The Cassante can't side lane that well, but the Tristana absolutely can. So looking fantastic here for the side of KT Rolster thus far. See what the bottom lane response is going to be with no Varus, no Kalista.
We'll just have to see
Caitlyn, again, you know,
I was thinking maybe Envy could just go towards the other side of the matchup. He's going to lock the Aphelios instead. It's been a while since we've seen the 200 years. Paired alongside Polu's Nautilus. Bit of engage option there as Beryl. One of his champions he has a skin on. Of course, you can play a Beryl bottom lane if you would like to right now in the meta. Currently, Ashe Leona is pretty good. But he is going to lock away his first one. And that will be the Leona down there. Kind of the only real engage that KT has, but they will have a range advantage, a poke advantage as well as they get into the later stages of the game. So, well, not necessarily advantage because there is a Corki, but still Ezreal and the Nidalee should be able to get some stuff done.
I like this lane setup here for KT Rolster, considering that we're seeing usually the Tristana does get prio on the Corki. You know, Chovy has broken that rule a few times. He's been able to win out on the opposite side of the matchup, but if you get prio there, Nidalee should be able to put some pressure on in the early game. Top side is just going to be wet noodle action that, you know, the Skarner can win a little bit early, but then the Cassante can start to trade back. The support battle between the Nautilus and the Leona is a really interesting one, but as long as Deft positions well and continues to poke, he will be able to avoid Zenith Blade engages, Nautilus hooks. They have the Zenith Blade counter engage if the hook misses and hits a wall, for example. So a lot of pressure on Palu in the bottom lane as to how he wants to play it out. He does have point and click to set up for that Aphelios damage later on in the game. Youngjae has a huge role to play in this game, though, with his Weaver Wall setup. Not going to be that effective against Ezreal, but definitely can warp team fights in the early game. If KT end up even or ahead at the mid game, this feels unbeatable.
It does feel difficult, but we haven't seen a lot of success for Nidalee. Let's just see how it's going to go as we jump into the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Wow, I tell you what, the KT fan chants are so perfectly coordinated. It's like a choir, you know? It's not like you've got different voices happening at different times. I feel like the fans are more coordinated than the team right now. It's kind of nutty. Of course, KT...
The underhanded compliment, you know?
Yeah. But it was very impressive. They were extremely clear. So maybe KT can channel some of that into a victory here. As the thing that worries me the most is, of course, the Nidalee. I don't think there's any surprise there. I saw Dagon in Twitch chat saying, here comes a 3-gamer, so he has a lot of faith in KT for this game.
BM.
Yep.
Well, I for one do think that while we've seen a lot of our LCK players really struggle to hit spears, we've also seen our Nidalee players not play around prio all that well and haven't been able to utilize her clear speed to pressure winning lanes, and have often drafted Nidalee when their lanes are losing, for example. In this draft, they have the range advantage bottom side. They have Tristana into Corki in mid. As long as BDD plays it well, they're going to have two angles there. And in neutrals, you know, the Ezreal outranges the Aphelios when you're setting up for a Dragon, setting up for a Baron. The spears will add some extra poke. So when you add all of it up, I feel like the Nidalee in this particular case is not as bad as we've often seen. We'll see how the mid-game goes and how the early game, especially more so than the mid-game goes here for KT, but I don't hate it in this case.
The thing that I think could really change things for Bro is pull bait. I actually think the Corki is really huge because he's the only thing that can challenge the range of the Ezreal, right? But can also really do work in this mid lane. We saw just there was doing the Gatling gun thing where you sort of stand there and hope that your opponent doesn't move out of it. And if BDD wants to auto attack at level 2, then he sort of has to stand in it. So it was working out quite well there. Of course, the explosive charge evened out the trade, but you can see how the Corki is supposed to work. So far, very even in that mid lane. So, Bro, certainly some opportunities to even out the series and bring us to a deciding game 3 here in week 3. Is okay. BDD diving on forward. Does find Pullbay with a lot of damage here, down to about 200 as he's drinking through his potion.
It's really hard. You know, the armor shred is strong, but was slightly nerfed on this patch. It's hard to actually win those trades against Tristana because the explosive charge is always going to be some guaranteed damage when you stack up the attack speed with the Q. It's rough. Let's see what Pioshik can get done here. He is playing around a little bit of range prio.
Yeah, prowling. Gonna find the spear onto Apollo. I actually thought that didn't even look like it was supposed to hit, but his Titan's Wrath immediately eaten there by Deft as they're looking for the dive. Beryl walks forward. He is going to flash. They want to find Envy. They split the damage a little bit here as Beryl will go down first. Polu will eventually fall as now Deft, without turret aggro, is now going to try and pick up the kill on Envy, and he'll get it. Pioshik makes his way out, and they have minions to spare. KT, they make the dive work, kind of.
Absolutely worth in the end. Not the cleanest, but it's so tough to dive a Nautilus because of his passive, where he can root you with every auto as well as his Q, just locking you into turret aggro. But Pioshik and Def juggling it perfectly there at the end to save the play. And that ends up being a huge lead now for Deft in the bottom lane. Aphelios going to miss a ton of CS here. Deft going to be able to take a nice back timer as Youngjae trying to get involved over here, is going to be potentially caught, setting a trap.
That was a really good ward that they have over the Grub Pit right now. I mean, it's still the Baron Pit, but it's a Grub Pit at this point in time because the Grubs are about to spawn. But he walked over a ward, so they knew exactly what was going on there. Beryl is going to be found out, as he does look to sweep things, but doesn't get that ward that we were just talking about. Still, BDD just fine. And like you were talking about, I think the fact that First Blood goes to Bro is like good for getting a bit of extra money onto Polu, but ultimately missing out on a minion wave and missing out on all the experience, and the fact that it was 2 kills over to KT means that it's a bit of a disaster for Bro.
It's also 4 summoners expended in the bottom lane as well. Like Ignite is down, Flash is down for both, and the Cleanse is also used, so
yeah, Deft used actually nothing.
No, yeah, he didn't need the barrier there because he was just free firing. He also wasn't under turret aggro, didn't need barrier, didn't need any sort of extra protection. Pioshik also juggled it perfectly, so didn't need to flash away to make sure he doesn't die under turret there. So very clean follow-up to what is obviously a very difficult dive to execute into the Nautilus.
Yeah, and what does it mean, you know? A clean dive from KT? Part of the reason why I sort of declared, like, was it clean is because I wasn't ready for KT to play that sort of moment.
Yeah, no, I also, when I was watching it, I was like, oh no, here we go.
Yeah, right?
Like, I actually had the same feeling. I'm like, oh, they're diving the Nautilus with the Nidalee. Level 3, it's probably not going to work out, but, you know, like we saw Pays pull off with Leona Ezreal, it can work as Polo's here.
Yeah, BDD is just going to push him away. Does have that level 6, as, yeah, Polo getting a lot of value.
Oh, his Ignite just barely not up. Might have been able to, with one more auto, end up killing BDD there, but he doesn't quite have it.
Youngjae, not level 6 just yet, so isn't able to weave his wall over or anything like that, as Pullbay playing with his life a little bit here, but not going to get dove. And we're going to check it out one more time. Let's have a look at the juggle and see what sort of happened with Beryl trying to start this fight.
Yeah, so Beryl goes in, tries to get on top of Envy. The hook is clean. The cleanse comes out from Envy, so it's a trade back of kills. But look at Pioshik grabbing this one, holding the aggro so Deft can maximize the damage here. Drops aggro, Deft does, so Pioshik can pick it up one more time, and it's perfectly done. Neither of them have to flash. That was really clean, despite what was a nice attempt there from Paulo. Nautilus is so good at anti-dive, but when the dive and the juggle is that good, into expending a lot of summoners, still end up losing out. In terms of CS, not a huge lead here for Deft, all things considered, but that was absolutely worth.
100%. Really, really nicely played. And the beginning is what looked dicey, and then from there it was pretty expertly done. You could see the communication between Pioshik and Deft, making sure that they didn't take the turret aggro early, so that they'd be able to get out scot-free. So nicely done. Not a whole lot of places for Envy to go. So still doesn't have his flash up and available. And KT will push down towards this bottom lane. Young Jay walks over a ward. They see the back coming on through there as well. As Morgan and Perfect, Cassante versus Skarner.
Yeah, how long
this
do
is
we
a
watch?
new matchup. This is a new matchup, Wolf. Can you explain to me, like, because I've never seen this one before. This is so cool.
So the thing is that there's a dash for the Skarner where he can pull people and stun them. But then the Cassante has the unstoppable ability where he cannot be CC'd, and he also then pulls people through walls. So they both kind of do a little bit of pulling, a little bit of kidnapping action. They're both very tanky, and fans don't enjoy them a lot to watch them on. They're very tanky. They've led us to a double 80 carry meta.
Okay, what does Showmaker think about them?
Showmaker, he has given some strong opinions about Cassante, which has been then posted in messaging boards such as Twitch chat.
That's good to know. I mean, I think that like they do have kits that seem really interesting though, Wolf. Like. And they're relatively new. It's cool to see them both in the top lane for the first time. Is Hook going to land onto Deft, and he presses the get out of jail E card.
Yes.
And that is him just fine. Just trying that one on.
Not
sure about that one.
No, I thought it was pretty solid.
Oh, thank you.
As a Blitzcrank who often catches an Ezreal, but then it doesn't work. It always feels so bad.
Yeah, it does. It feels worse on the Blitzcrank though, because the dopamine
like, I got
of
him
hitting a
all.
hook is like the biggest thing. Yeah.
You know what's interesting about Cassante is he's a tank that becomes a big bruiser DPS in a team fight. Cassante is just a tank that also does a lot of damage. It's okay.
Yeah, Beryl getting closed in on here as Young Jay moving on up. Envy with red-white guns, pretty dangerous, but Beryl moving back towards his Nidalee. Pyosha going to come down and save the bottom lane. Def full health is pretty dangerous. And Spear going to connect onto Polo as well. I mean, that's a decent hit rate for Pyosha here. Having a good day today.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be setting up another dive, but, Young Jay is coming down to dissuade it. The problem is that Pyosik is now just going to move away and take this dragon to give KT the first dragon of the game here at about 9:30. And there's just not much that can be done. You see Young Jay realizes this and pulls away. A lot of vision control around the river here for KT. Young Jay wanted to come down and potentially cover with his Weaver's Wall. It won't end up amounting to too much here as KT taking some incremental advantages in this early game. See the Skarner winning out topside still for now is, oh boy.
Yeah, stops the back as well. It's
A
very
double stop.
frustrating indeed. High value True Shot Barrage there. Young Jay's still just hoovering through his jungle, but that's going to mean a decent amount of plates. You can see that KT have a lot of vision on that top side, on that bottom side, and so, I mean, Deft, he is going to choose this to like just have a bit of a tempo back at this point, but I think gets a plate in the meantime as well.
Yeah, I mean, the plate gold he's picked up here, 2 plates bottom side, denying some additional farm here from Envy, who's now going top side. Got a pretty good CS lead as Beryl is going to be seen here.
Yeah, just walks on over to BDD.
It's crazy how, like, Leona is such an iconic pick for me for Beryl. When you go back to 2021, where it was played almost every single game, it was the support pick, often even just B1'd back then on that Damwon roster. Eclipse is just so good for Beryl because he can be wherever he wants, and then he just presses Eclipse if anyone tries to fight with him, and then he takes nothing. Now he's got Warmogs, I mean, not yet, but Leona has Warmogs, and it's so much better for him as he's going in again.
Yeah, just walking towards Polo. Doesn't find the stun, though. A little bit awkward. Well played there by Polo to get himself out of the way. But unfortunately, Beryl just kind of not finding the angles there. Still, 6 grubs on the cards once again. That is a grub monopoly that Pyosik and KT have for this series. We saw them utilize it very well in the last game.
Well, you know what champion in this current meta really likes to have all the grubs? It's that one right there, BDD's piling in.
I was going to say Ziggs.
I mean, Ziggs also, but, that we see a lot in the meta that's winning a lot.
Yeah, that would be the Triss.
The one that can solo dragons, the one that has a get-out-of-free jail card, the one that can buffer CC, the one that has the most lane prio since Lucian 2021, the one that has peel for herself and also 80 carries despite also having a jump to get away, which can then be used as a, like, after you kill someone, you can escape no matter what after the reset comes through. Has great wave clear. Yeah, that one. That's the one that really loves the 6 grubs to me, Atlas. I think
it's a really long title. It's a difficult one to use every cast, but I will do my best to remember. I've already forgotten. I'm just going to say Tristana, and we'll go from there.
I think that's a good way to shorten it, yeah.
Imagine if that was the acronym that could actually be used into all of those things that you can say that she does. As KT, speaking of which, Banana Brush Control is put together. 2.5 minutes on the Drake, though. It's not like they're setting up for that one. As Spear, oh, wow. Polu putting in his cardio to make sure that he could walk enough to get himself out of that. Is pretty glad that hook missed from Polu. I think that he would have been in a lot of trouble. Pyosik lying in wait, and of course they did know that. Still going for that aggressive play with Young Jae in the area.
I mean, BDD,
good sidestep.
He can also come down here, even though Poolbay has the fast track right now.
Yeah, another spear is going to go wide.
They can collapse on Poolbay potentially if he's not careful.
Yeah, it feels like we're waiting for someone to make their chess move as now BDD and Poolbay fighting one another. Buster Shot is already out, and there's the Weaver's Wall, but BDD just gets himself away.
Pretty measured play there from Poolbay, deciding his only way out of this one is to actually just start fighting BDD. He is able to punch his way out of there, but still, you can see the power of the spears, even on this, small contest here, small skirmish, how much it really zones Brion. Pyosik doing a great job as Pyosik is now going to look
Oh, man, that was a gimme.
Yeah.
Pyosik not quite able to get there. Still Young Jae making his way towards the mid lane. Poolbay, of course, we saw him just complete that back.
A lot of jungle attention here on the bottom side for both of these. Young Jae spending a little bit more time because they've been a little bit more under pressure, and obviously there was that dive that did happen. Yep. So he's been really trying to prevent any stacked up deaths here for his bottom duo. But KT taking a really nice lead so far in this game. A little bit less bloody than the first one thus far. A little bit more measured, a little bit slower here, but I like what KT's put together.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I do think that a slow game is the bro playstyle. So maybe their comfort zone can be utilized. They have the Talia, who has been extraordinarily powerful, and we still don't necessarily know. Pyosik missed a lot of spears to make up for me praising him for hitting a couple earlier on. So hopefully he can get his eye in for the next fight. KT look to set up for that one. Rift Herald is now going to spawn. Bro already in position to take this one down. Envy with that crescendum is going to eat through this very, very quickly with Young Jae's help.
Yeah, KT just not really fully in position to contest. They're coming over for a bit of a pinch, but just too slow on this one, unfortunately.
They're actually over the wall here. Does find a lot of damage. Last Mystic Shot will connect. They haven't got the eye.
Yeah, denied.
KT, well, I mean, they haven't denied it fully just yet. Poolbay moving on in as Polu is... what? Okay, eye going to be collected here by Poolbay. And maybe that's what Polu died for.
I mean, the pinch happens. They pinched Palu, they pinched Envy at the same time, just kind of cutting through the center there, as they're not able to actually secure the eye, too timid about what could have happened if they stuck around for that barrel engage.
No, Poolbay did get it. He did make.
Oh, he did actually grab it?
He did walk up and get it. That's what Polu died for. So there was a reason, Wolf. There was a reason.
Yeah, well...
I don't know whether it was good enough. I haven't really haven't made that assessment yet.
Well, we'll have to take a look at that one again because that seemed a little bit sus. At the end of the day, though, it's a dead Nautilus. It's KT getting further control on the map, and Herald can only do so much for you. If you don't have any control, you don't necessarily get to use it.
Morgan, good sidestep there on the spear. Was positioned decently well. They're going to find a minion with that one as another Chemtech Soul. My goodness.
Okay,
that is 3/4 of the day has been Chemtech Souls.
They also get to hard force this Herald here in mid, so it does actually go off.
Yeah, getting a charge. Still not able to do too much here. It's a big teleport. KT really trying to defend. Teleport from Bro underneath the turret. They do manage to lock that one down, so it's kind of working out. Morgan looking for the angle, but not able to lock down a Cassante all that easily. So the teleport is just going to guarantee that Bro are able to walk up and grab the turret.
Yeah, pretty expensive commitment, but absolutely worth it considering they weren't going to get another chance at pushing that mid turret down like the way they had there. So I do think the commitment is warranted. And KT will lose the turret still with a pretty massive gold lead at 3,000, but taking that turret away does open up the map quite substantially, especially for a Skarner to look for some, kidnap angles. You go around the backside, push somebody into a wall, or look for a pull onto potentially Deft. Pretty tough to do. Obviously, both Deft and BDD in this game will have pretty good escapes from that type of engage, but if they can chain the CC together, maybe you can get a pick that way. With the mid turret there, though, it's just too risky of a play, so those open things up a little bit for them, plus the gold that they're going to pick up from the turret itself is substantial.
Yeah, having a look at where the gold is as well. I mean, it's just a few kills for KT. Not too much more as Polu. There is a flash in. Pioshik able to get over that wall as Beryl gets right into that spot that puts him on the other side. Could have been sandwiched. Instead was saved as Poolbait finding himself an auto onto BDD before the rocket jump does come on through. So a little bit of an attempt, not too much else.
I really will say the biggest difference between Poolbait and Karis, besides, you know, a slightly better laning phase here for Poolbait, is just how confident he plays. You know, he does not mince words with his movements. He is definitely looking to threaten. He's pushing on to BDD constantly, not afraid of him.
Ooh, solar flare, yeah. True Shot Barrage coming on through there as Def does so much damage. Beryl just explodes and is going to be able to pick up yet another kill. That is 3 deaths here for the Nautilus. An unfortunate day so far here in game number 2 at least for Polu. Yeah, as KT should be able to set up some sort of siege here as well, but not actually going to be able to find any minions. Infernum there from Envy is going to easily tidy those up, so I tell a lie. Bro able to hold on to that one quite nicely.
And they don't have, you know, a ton of chain CC on the side of KT, but the fact that you can, as Leona, kind of set that up on your own, the Solar Flare, Zenith Blade, and the stun, it's really easy to then set up for spears that way, burst damage from an Ezreal. That's why Leona Ezreal has been so great here in the LCK, kind of popularized by Pays and Lahens, where you set up the CC and then the empowered W comes through, you just stack that damage. It gives Ezreal essentially burst in that moment, and then you blow somebody up, so even the Nautilus is just not going to be able to make it out of there.
Yeah, excellently played. And KT utilize this to try and get at least control of the mid lane. They will be able to do so. You can see Envy and Youngjae should be able to defend this outer turret. Of course, Deft pretty dangerous to walk up at this point in time without deep vision. And we just go back to a pretty calm game state as Deft now has 2 items completed. Manamune now done, very close to the transformation there as well. And BDD getting closer and closer to the fidget spinner.
Yeah, definitely getting pretty close at this point. So next fight here, likely just going to be the next dragon, which is not that appealing. And you could make the argument, as I'm just going to have a little bit of noodle fight here. You could make the argument that the composition of Bro scales better because they have this AP Talia that's going to do a lot of damage, has a lot of setup, and then you have this insane high damage output Aphelios. But I would argue that because and the tanky Skarner, but I would argue that the range advantage that Deft has, plus the spears they have, and BDD's split push angle here with 6 grubs, I just feel like if the game slows down, it's never going to be good for Bro. You know, in isolation, the comp scales, but
somehow that hook is going to connect there as Weaver's Wall. They're looking for Beryl. Eclipse does come through. He decides that he'll flash it as Morgan, he'll turn this car around, okay? You ask it one more time, and unfortunately, they asked if we were there yet, and Dad said, well, we're going home. You know what? I've had enough of this, kids.
Yeah. I told you to go to the bathroom when we were at the gas station. I asked if anyone had to go.
And Deft, he needs to go. He does Arcane Shift eventually. Not able to buffer that one still. Suffers half of his health bar.
Perfect. There. Jack shows TP.
Oh yeah, that's 2 items being hit for both solo laners in this instant. Deft already had his.
They may try to set up for a Baron turn here. I mean, it's only 20 minutes, 20 seconds here, but let's push this mid wave in.
It's pretty dangerous. They do have some healing, of course. With the Cat Soraka that they do have.
And she's going to just solo this dragon instead, and then they're going to try to clear vision. I mean, they have full vision control over Baron, which is so terrifying here for Bro. And I do think that Bro are aware that Pioshik is on the dragon right now since they had control wards flanking it. So they should be aware that this is not a Baron start just yet, but they still have to fight for the vision.
Yeah, still 3,000 gold is still the lead. I mean, I think Bro can be commended for being able to hold on to this game state, right? I think the next time they fall a little bit further behind, the next fight that goes awry, that's when things really start to become a problem, right? I think KT will start to run away with it. So I think Bro have one more chance to get themselves back into this.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, what you say is true. And if Envy walks away from a team fight with a triple kill, same to be said of Poolbait, to be honest, then maybe there's a way back into this game. It's not all doom and gloom. But if we just kind of slowly fight over vision and dragons go over for free to KT and Tristana gets the side lane more, then I don't think that's the win con you're looking for. And that's where we're at, because it's a Bro game. It's an 0-1 Bro scoreline where game 1 didn't go so well when they were being proactive. And
Yeah.
so now it's a little bit more of the slow plays, a little bit more of the professionalism perhaps Edgar was looking for, but I don't know if the draft suits it.
Yeah. It is pretty cool, though, isn't it, though, when we have Bro versus KT, the Edgar versus Hirai, Battle of the Ages. Very, very cool. This is not so cool for Beryl. He's just going to explode.
That's some good bro activity.
That was really broactive. That's Edgar with a smile.
Seized on that bro opportunity.
And that is now, I mean, Baron is an opportunity. As a opportunity, I apologize.
It's not a cut opportunity, Atlas. Can't take it.
Cut opportunity. Oh God.
I'm sorry, this series is killing me.
Yeah, no, I understand it. It's slowed down a lot, and there's no Mordekaiser in the game, so I can't go to my next lore installment.
I could see on your face when I was talking, like, maybe KT do Baron there. You're like, well, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm like, maybe I can will it to happen, Atlas. Because I'm open for something. Look,
I did think that maybe it would have been slightly optimistic, and yeah, Beryl, no opportunities there. Of course, he had to flash the last one, and so this one, that one's gonna get him.
Nevi with a nice sidestep. He's got his collector done now. Very common second item for the Aphelios, but look at the damage.
Yeah, it will mean that the Infinity Edge is going to really be where he starts hurting massively, but Def definitely getting a lot of poke damage down. BDD there alongside him as well, as him and Pulbe have just been pretty equally poking one another throughout the game.
I mean, Envy just hasn't really done damage this game. He's sitting at 4,000 to Def's 10,000 just because he's not in range to hit the KT players. Most of his damage is when they catch somebody with the Nautilus hook, and then he layers that on top of Pulbe's damage, but otherwise, we haven't really seen that 5v5 team fight where Morgan can kind of be that front line for the late game Aphelios. And that's the big angle for Bro, is to survive until that IE and make sure that KT doesn't get Baron before then, doesn't get Soul before then. Soul Point, they'll take it or leave it. It's Chemtech Soul. Thank Ox for that one. But otherwise, the game is just going to naturally be slow. And when BDD is not pushing lanes, it's not the worst. It's not the end of the world. Still winnable, like you said, unless they lose one more big team fight.
Exactly, and I think a lot of this comes down to the teams that are playing the game, right? I think if you put this composition and you told me it was, for example, Gen G. If Gen G were playing this, these are basically like all of their best champions, and you'd be like, well, there is absolutely no hope for KT, no matter what the game state is. But I think the nameplates have to come into account, and because of that, I have no idea what's going to happen. Honestly, anything could happen because the nameplates exist for KT as well. Morgan and Perfect fighting one another. Polu going to move up, try and even out the odds there a little bit. Young J does the same thing as Beryl doesn't find the Zenith blade. Seismic Shove throws him away yet again as Polu is going to be the first to go down. True Shot Barrage, a lot of value as KT find the angle and BDD is diving forward. The Moonlight Vigil goes entirely wide and Envy finds himself the last man standing, or will eventually, I'd assume. Never mind, Young J trying to pull it back. Perfect is going to go down, and Envy manages to get the kill onto Pyoshik as well. And it's Death, the last man standing.
Oh, it's feeling like game 1 again, isn't it, Atlas? Where we're just trading these crazy picks, support for support there. And the AD carries dueling it out on the top side as Pyoshik's spear does land, but he does ultimately end up dying to Envy. As you can see in this fight, Young J wants to try to split Deft off here, but where's the follow-up? There's no damage. Then he gets isolated by Beryl, so can't follow up. So Deft gets the free fire here. Beryl will sacrifice his life for it, of course, but look at the spear accuracy here. Bam! Down goes Pulbe, and that's huge because if Pulbe actually gets out there, maybe he can offer some additional damage back. Young J, on the other hand, is, and then, yeah, Envy at least gets one kill back. You see the Collector getting some value there, but...
No, it was amazing for Bro. Like, I really had given up on Morgan and Young J being able to hold them off, but the Impale, just so much value. And KT, unfortunately, sort of just split and kind of went, we're on cleanup. We're going to win this fight. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, they were very split there. And, the Impale plus Talia combo, her rocks as well as the shove, really nice. Is optimistic Baron start here for KT without much control.
Yeah, is this that cut opportunity that you were talking about? Well, KT have decided that they missed the window for that one.
Yeah.
And Bro are going to move on in themselves, getting a lot of control. Banana Brush, very important. That will be taken down. And I think KT are now walking into this what does Nidalee do now type situation of the game. where Pyosik needs to fish for some of these spears, needs to find some angles.
And that's so reliant on vision control. That's so reliant on being able to approach the objective and to have vision to fire spears. If you're just throwing spears in the dark, yeah, sure, just like throwing darts at the board in the dark, you know, you might hit one, but you're likely just going to come up empty. And
or you throw them out the window or do something very dangerous.
Yeah, so don't
throw darts in the dark, okay?
Yeah.
That's first rule.
Exactly.
And maybe that's something that KT should look at as well, trying to get some of that vision down. Pyosik looks for some spears here.
They need some prio, and they're just not getting it. And you can see that Pyosik's trying to wrap around. At least they get vision here on this brush, and that's when you could spear. That's when you could force Bro to come to you.
Oh, another seismic shove going to connect as Polo gets the pullback barrel. He does find a stun onto Youngjae, who is doing a lot of damage, but he is still really dead. And now Morgan, a mega tank, as Youngjae looks for the fling back. Perfect is going to find his, though, as it's BDD throwing down so many autos, but the pullback is perfect from Polo. That dredge line timing was gorgeous. And you better believe we're taking a barrel.
Oh, absolutely. And Barrel, he's up there trying to contest that vision, but on the other side, as that's a lot of damage done actually off the true shot. I mean, if BDD gets some resets here, maybe, but I still think this Baron is gone. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, these two are doing a lot of DPS, and look at Bro's health bars. They are getting lower. Pyosik is not landing any spears, though, as the depth charge comes on in. Seismic Shove is going to get buffered. The Baron does go down, but can they get out? And it looks like the answer might be yes. KT still trying to chase them down. Just no vision, no opportunity, and Morgan is just a brick wall standing in their way. Seismic Shove, not gonna find it. This outer turret was down, but look at Bro. They're just walking. They're
out.
Just walking out.
They're walking out. They're walking out with their prize. And this, unlike game one, is gonna be the successful Baron call after the pick of Barrel. The Barrel's trying to contest for vision. He's up there at the front, but the brick wall that is Morgan here is just zoning Deft out. He's not offering back any damage. Look, Paulo gets hit, but he blocks it with the shield. And then Barrel is just too far forward here. No one to peel, no one to turn on this fight as Deft is so far away. Chucking Qs at a perma-shielded Skarner isn't going to be the way that this is going to work out here for KT. And then Perfect is just isolated. Look at BDD and Deft try as they might to hurt the Skarner. It's not working.
No.
And down they go. Perfect is dead. It's the Baron turn.
And KT, they were able to grab themselves the Drake off the back end of that. We saw in the picture-in-picture. BDD was also able to get a turret, so you can see that the gold has not changed. Baron power play is merely the gold that they picked up when they killed it. But now, with a minute and a half, they should be able to start building that play up.
And they have so many different CCs they can set up here. It could be Palu starting it off. It could be Youngjae with a flip. It could be the Morgan flank. So really defensively is how KT has to play this. They've got a few teleport wards as the observers are showing here, as well as those niddly traps they could try to play for.
Well, in goes BDD. Morgan is not exactly a target that they can kill very quickly.
He has...
he wanders through the wall and he's fine.
Look at his build, you know, he doesn't have to build into AP defense here because laning into a Cassante, so it's just so difficult for Deft to hurt him for even the Tristana that has LDR.
Yep, and now Mega Cone can be taken here by Morgan, who dives in. Deft is just sandwiched into the wall, but it seems like he's kind of okay with it. Down goes the Skarner now. Perfect. He dives in. He's on top of Envy. He goes all out, but then he's all out of the game. As Polo, he's going to be taken down. Envy gets hit by a spear, and now it is Poolbay trying to be the monster. It's a double, but Deft is able to take him down, and now Envy, you ain't going to be back in there, and now he has to figure out how to get through this one. Oh, Moonshot going to connect, as I don't know whether they even really want to take their chances here. Envy is very scary.
Yeah, this is really scary.
Oh, doesn't connect the Q though. And now, Deft is going to dive forward, going to shut him down. That's going to be the ace. And KT even out the game state.
Egon no longer a bro lever. Yeah, I mean, this one's pretty wild because when you look at the setup here for Bro, they've pushed themselves into this really, really deep spot here. And Morgan decides, okay, I'm going in. I'm going to look for the pick. We've picked barrels successfully so many times, but yes, you're tanky. I feel like I caster cursed him like the Skarner will never die. But alone, isolated there with nothing coming back, you do. Poolbay, though, being at full health here offers back so much damage in this moment. Killing BDD is so clutch here and taking away that shield from Deft. And Envy, really good game sense here, is like, okay, I can't back. He wanted to get the empowered recall, but he's like, if I get true shot, that is a disaster. Just tries to hold his own here, but eventually just gets pushed out.
Deft was just a bit better on the trigger finger there.
And you know, it looked like it was a really good angle there to punish Barrel, but unfortunately Morgan was just way too far forward there from the rest of his team.
And look, some things happened throughout the game. What we need to report on right now is that the gold is, you know, separated by 1,000. Like, nothing, pretty much.
Yeah.
So we have an entirely even game state outside of the fact that KT has Chemtech's Soul Point, and Koshik, he also has a problem with a circle on the ground. He will be taken down. Poolbay's going to be traded though. BDD just Goomba stomps him. Now it is Youngjae that has to deal with the Tristana, and he will. It's a double kill as Solar Flare comes on through. Youngjae is going to tank it. Def doesn't have True Shot Barrage, so he can't get the snipe. And that's an impale onto Perfect. It's sort of 1 versus 3 at the moment, but he's extremely tanky. Moonlight Vigil comes in, but doesn't do the damage.
This game is so wild.
It's so dumb, Wolf.
It's so dumb. All right, so Envy's level 16. He went, by the way, BT third. Did not go LDR. Did not go IE, which we were
definitely didn't go IE based on what that Moonlight Vigil did.
It's not really hurting them, but he's healing a lot. And
oh, nice buffer this time from Def, but the turret is still going to go down.
Def's in trouble, potentially.
Yeah, that is going to be at least Perfect protecting him. He'll get shoved into the wall, but otherwise he will be able to make his way out.
Polo!
He goes in! I don't know about that one as Envy is able to stand his ground. The Severum doing work, and now Perfect. Oh! It's Def that gets the kill onto the Aphelios, and Beryl, the hero, is still alive. Double kill for Def, and like, what is happening? I feel like we need to have a game 3.
Yeah,
just because of how ludicrous this whole
just want to
series
reset.
is.
I don't want to cast this game anymore, I can tell you that, but we're trapped in Atlas. As Piercing gets caught first here initially, but then Poolbay is... Okay, I got scared about what was happening alive. Nothing's happening alive, just lanes are being pushed.
Yeah, it's
anyway, in the follow-up to this fight, there's a TP coming through from Perfect, and Palu helps P. Okay, glad we skipped this part. Then, unfortunately here, Envy just doesn't do damage to Perfect, and Deft is so well protected by Perfect here. Palu's hook is really a disaster, because if they can actually just keep that health bar full to try to continue to push the issue here and help heal for Envy, maybe Deft gets zoned out, but Deft is just so clean here. Palu's out of the fight, and Deft cleans it up.
He doesn't get baited by the Polo kill as well. He just
slow play,
changes his focus to the target that does the damage. Exactly what they need to do. So that's Chemtech Soul. And in 6 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen, that is when the true climax of this series will be.
Well,
unless the game ends before that, or Baron is taken and then it's irrelevant. But I think Elder Dragon, it's the poetic end.
Palu?
This is Palu. I'm not sure about that one, but now Deft is going to get dove on by Youngjae, and that's a rocket from Poolbay to take him down, and Palu walks his way out just casually. That'll be a Baron.
That's a barrel move right there from Palu. We learned from the best. You know, just look for the crazy flank play. It doesn't work out at all. Guess what? You still won the fight. You still got the pick.
And they were so distracted.
Yeah, and now
you get the shutdown.
Now, I was going to say the climax of this game might be Elder, but it also might be a double Elder game, because I feel like that's where we're going, Atlas. I don't know if one Elder is enough to end this game.
I mean, it's a double Baron so far.
Yeah, that's Deft's first death of the game, by the way.
Yeah.
And he aggressively goes forward for the punish and then is caught by Youngjae, who's had a fantastic game. I feel like it's Youngjae versus Deft for most of this game for me, for all the setups we've seen, for all the clutches from Deft.
That's what it feels like, and now Hook is going to connect onto Perfect, looks to try and get himself out, and it's a fantastic impale. Still, Perfect trying to get out. Seismic Shove's too good, finally has to flash as the inhibitor is going to get taken. And now, with BDD coming back, Infinity Edge in hand, that is 4 items. True Shot Barrage, half healths. Youngjae, that's why they're capable of doing this. Getting the kill onto death, just so big. And now the game is so much further in Bro's hand.
Yeah, if they had actually killed Perfect there, I think they probably could have just slowly pushed to end there, but they decided to think better of it. As this is the Palu angle, right? Deft Ease doesn't have it anymore, doesn't have Flash either, so Youngjae is able to follow up, so successful.
Poolbay gets the money as well, man.
Yeah, and Poolbay kills him with both the Rocket and Phosphorus Bomb layered, bam, right on top of that Ezreal, blows him up. Now he has Rapid Fire Cannon, he's full build, and it's a huge Corki. The Aphelios is getting larger. Deft is pretty huge himself, and the Tristana, given any time in the side, will take out the inner we saw go down bottom side. Has a 2,000 gold deficit because of that bounty, in part due to that bounty that Poolbay picked up on the kill onto Deft, but the gold doesn't really matter that much anymore. It's really just about how these fights play out.
I have to say though, Chemtech, with the way these fights are going, I feel like Chemtech Soul has a lot more value.
That's true. I mean, especially when you consider what Cassante is going to do.
Yeah.
With it.
Not to mention also, like, Nidalee heals, right? Like, you primally surge these double 80 carries. They're going to get a bunch of extra health back and stuff like that.
This is a bit awkward. KT all grouped up on top side, where Tristana would have loved to take that out by herself while they defend bottom, but they're all grouped to then just back. So Bro's going to get some free push, some free map control off of this.
Yeah.
They have Baron too, so this might just be a turret going down.
Trying to find an opportunistic pick there or something like that as the slow from Solar Flare does come in. Barrel just blows up like a balloon. And Bro are just moving forward. Deft is alive this time, but it's double inhibitors now down. And Bro are methodical. They're finding the angles. And now they're looking to siege these Nexus turrets. BDD slowed down by the rocks, thrown in by Morgan. And Deft trying to get these Mystic shots, but he's just not quite finding them. Poolbay will finally take a few, but that is the first Nexus turret going down. Bro, I think they might have done it. I think they might have brought us to a game 3. It's the double pullback from Perfect. He goes all out, but then he just disappears. And it's an exposed Nexus now. BDD, he gets on top of Young Jay, but he goes golden. And will then find the extra, never mind, doesn't find the extra rocks, but Pyoshik, these health bars are so excruciatingly low. But Deft, can he defend? The answer is no, because the Nexus goes down, and Bro, bring us to 3.
That's what we all deserve, isn't it, Atlas? Is a third game.
Absolutely.
Between our 9th and 10th place teams of the LCK right now. Winner avoids last year, halfway through week 3. And a crushing loss for KT, who had a lot of control in that game, but some really decisive calls from Bro, especially by Paulo. He was so feast or famine in that game. He either made the worst possible risky play, which watched and lost control of them, or best possible play, misses the hook, doesn't matter, Deft goes down.
And that could be the expression of
literally
fandom
anyone
on both sides at this point in time.
A Fnatic fan watching this has the same face. I'm telling you, Atlas.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would agree.
TSM fan, yeah, same thing. So, look, if you're a KT fan right now, you are not happy with how these games are going. The first game was way too close for comfort. The second game, you lost control real rapidly. You're the one who had the Tristana. You're the one who had so much map control. Evie went BT third and couldn't hurt Perfect, but guess what? In the end, Poolbay did the big damage in this one, and he did it when it mattered most.
It's a lot of boom boom, and as we can see in this graph here, it was Bro just clawing their way back. No dragons required, no grubs required. They'll just take a couple of barons and they will eventually win the game. Time now for us to go to a short break. We'll get ourselves together and be back ready for game number 3 after the space.
천천히 일단 두입으로 세게 해보자 얘들아. 이거 제발 빨리지 마. 우리 바로 먹고 있어. 빨리 미드라인 지키고. 이렇게 앞라인부터 봐 이거. 딴데 이탈만 조심해. 야 강화살 끌어볼게 이번에. 아무나 끌어도 돼. 타워 이대로 쳐. 딴데 이탈야 조심해. 다시 다 빠졌고. 야 타워 쳐볼래? 미드 노비전. 타워 쳐. 얘들아 위에 앞라인부터. 타워 쳐 얘들아 타워. 얘들아 쌈바. 집중해. 천천히. 얘들아 산대오프. 얘들아 쌈바. 네. 야 조직에 이해야 이거 부대. 아래. 내가 너무 못했다. 타워. 알았어.
Is this thing on? Giga Chad. Don't ever say it's Brover if I'm breathing. Take it to the starlight if I'm speeding. Putting Pull J in and now I'm winning. Guys, you don't want to hear it again? You don't want to hear it again? You don't want to see KT lose again? Welcome back to the space. It's your boy Degon here, holding it down in the battle of the first win of the split between these two squads, Bros and KT, as both guys have been here in a lot of the Brohopium. There it is, the Bropium.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Okay, so obviously we're playing it up. This is a team or a fight between two teams that are struggling, but my boy Poolbay got a win. I'm taking it as an app. That's the best angle I got. Ox unfortunately has no such angle, so he does not. I don't know if he's approachable yet. I mean, we can look at the draft so he gets some more time to boom. Degon obviously having the best of time because he is the soul. I don't know if Ox is gonna recover. I think we're seeing two teams that still are figuring things out as we go. And sometimes all of us are like that. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes it's not what you expect.
How many world champions are on KT? Answer the question, Mao.
I don't want to.
3. And one of them looked like he was trying to be that world champion reputation. The Ezreal for Deft came out huge, but this is kind of a problem we've seen time and time again with these double 80 carry Nidalee comps. I think this one was a bit better regardless, but it's like, the Ezreal doesn't hold up as well in the late game compared to some other picks. The Nidalee just ends up falling off a cliff, and it's basically down to the Tristana to try and make things happen. Here, the Ezreal did try and do things, but then died once, and I felt like after that point, lost relevance, and especially when the other team has the Talia, has the Nautilus, which is great for shutting down the Ezreal, and the Aphelios who scaled well in the late game. It just ended up being a stronger finish for Bro, but I really don't think he should have gotten to that point.
Yeah, it really shouldn't have. I think that the draft isn't really the highlight here. It's more so what happened in game. Degon.
Do you know how many world champions are on OK Man Brion? Zebro. And it doesn't even matter. Let's take a look at the first highlight here. 27 minutes into the game where KT had the lead, but they could not put him away, and they finally are forced to pay.
Barrel getting caught here, unfortunately, was a consistent thing throughout this game. I think both supports. This has happened a lot. This happens generally in engage reports metas. Like when the game gets messy, engage reports are just always going to be dying. The key thing here is that it feels like KT, the moment that happens, again, loses their confidence. I think that there were angles there with everyone having full health. If they're throwing everything into a Leona, you can fight, but instead they just peel off and give over the first Nash.
Also, I'm just going to say, I still think Talia is just incredibly strong right now, and I think she manages to make Cassante look balanced, just because, obviously, you throw down the Rival Death, he tries to hold strong, and you just Dash is interrupted, and she actually has the DPS to shred through him. So many games I've seen Cassante into it, I'm like, oh, maybe this champion is balanced. Then I see a game without Talia, I'm like, no, never mind.
No, definitely a balance maker, even though Unraveled Earth makes you unbalanced. This is where we are in our final match, going into our final match of the day. Let's take a look at our second highlight where the Bros pull off the comeback here. It's on the top side of the map yet again, and Palu's starting the engages, but it's these Weaver's walls and Deft getting caught out.
Deft dying with Flash there is really tragic because he was 100% the only reason that KT was still in this game. Like, I think Perfect was fine, right? But he's just one guy into Talia and into a team that has a lot of damage. So, like, I don't think the Cassante alone can do a lot. That's the highlight. Deft dies once, and then they lose Nash and they lose the game. And Deft, like, we didn't want to do this highlight because Deft was the only one where we're like,
right,
he is so 1v9.
It's like that game from last season where Jiwoo was on the smolder and he died right at the end. But it's like Jiwoo was the only reason the game was still going at that point because KT had definitely fumbled it. Palu on the flanking Nautilus, the execution didn't, like, he missed his dredge line completely, not even on the wall. But I respect the hustle in a game like
the E. He got the shift, and then Youngjae just swoops in and takes him down.
Well, if it was KT, it seems like it would have been a pretty easy POG. But who gets the POG for the Bros? Let's see who it is. Yeah, it's Youngjae in the jungle, the second one and the key player for the success of the Bros.
Had to be mid-jungle, I think. Mid-jungle, to me, really was the standout here. Youngjae, though, his catches were absolutely pivotal. The ability to actually play Talia in jungle as well, I think, is really been a thing that has been setting teams apart because of how insanely strong she is. And if he didn't play the way he did, if he wasn't as aggressive as he was, I don't think Brion would have won this game.
Yeah, no, I agree. And a lot of these picks was really where they found their way back in the game. You know, when they were struggling to deal with Deft, who obviously, as a champion, Ezreal, very effective against Talia, able to avoid interacting with the Unraveled Earth most of the times. The rest of the team really suffered at the hands of the Talia, and that big moment we highlighted was also a scenario where the Ezreal got caught out by the Talia.
So I was thinking about the Poolbay vote, right? Like, and obviously I think I'm a big Poolbay fan, but I also think he generally had a really good game in the Corki.
No, it's not. It wasn't. You went in defense
no,
way. It's Right Media yet again.
Right Media is on a tear today. Like,
yeah.
He saw that.
We're already going through enough. We don't need Right Media as well.
He saw that flank and was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the hype play, you know. The idea was there.
Yeah.
The execution, definitely not.
All right. Well, will the 3 world champs be able to get their first win, or will the combo of Young Bae make it happen for the bros? Let's find out with our decisive game number 3.
Thank you so much, Tigon, for all that you do with all the buttons on the desk today. I think we needed it after that particular game, and I want to give a shout out to Right Media. I think that the Polu vote, 100% deserved. I think the Boom Boom Damage Corki vote, a little bit egregious, but outside of that, looking real good.
It wasn't even Chronicler voted for Poolbay. That's the craziest thing.
Whoa. Who was it?
It was Ox.
Daniel Ox Harrison.
I mean,
the way that Mao was talking about it, it seemed like it was him.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to take the burden off Ox.
Got it. Sort of like stepping in front of the bullet type sort of thing.
That's how Chronicler can make the right choice, but also still shill for Poolbay. It's great.
Beautiful.
I mean, he deserves it. He played so much more confidently. We didn't spend a lot of the game talking about him because the game wasn't really about him. I mean, sometimes the damage was, but how he played a lot of the exchanges against BDD was way more confident than what we've seen from Karis this season. And I hope that this is not the last series we see Poolbay in. Hopefully next time he'll be a starter because he looks like an upgrade, at least at the moment.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Kalista gone, Sejuani gone. These bans repeat. We do see this Senna ban, the Rumble ban here on red side, as Corki not going to be played a second time here for Poolbay. You see his reactions, not feeling too happy about it. Let's see if they take away the Tristana.
Yeah, I think that would be the repeat, right, of the last bans, but see whether they do try and mix it up. No, it's not going to happen. So now it's going to be the Skarner lock-in, I would assume. I would actually prefer Talia. I think Talia has really shown up as the one in this particular series, but they are going to lock the Skarner regardless. I think that Morgan had a great game last time around as well. I really liked it when he pulled over and, you know, said that he wanted to get out and stuff like that. That was really fun, but just being that frontline, he was very, very effective.
I think Bro will probably take the Talia again, though.
I mean, Talia Vi, like, just take it now.
Yeah. You could take the Cassante here and then grab the Talia, then, you know, take the Vi or see if the Vi is taken away and let the draft shape around that, as, you know, there's not a great mid left. I mean, you could play Ahri in this situation as BDD if you want to play Ahri Vi, for example, but
I think this is a perfect choice. And I think picking Cassante early is absolutely fine as well. Of course, just going to that handshake matchup. I think this is like the main thing, though. You get your hands on the Talia and you're feeling like you're the one in control of the series. Ezreal being the consideration here for Deft. Of course, Arcane Shift not being a dash really does help into the Talia, but we saw in that last moment that it was just not enough.
Now you can just take the Vi into this Ezreal. Feels like a great way to lock him down. Sometimes it pulls you pretty deep into the team fight, not quite as strong as it is into a Zeri, for example, but that's definitely a consideration here. Both the Tristana and the Corki are gone for Poolbay. If they wanted to flex the jungle to Talia, they need another AD pick here. Not sure if Lucian's going to fit the bill.
Oh, okay.
It makes a lot more sense.
Poolbay.
Makes a lot more sense to see the Yone in this scenario. And you can, to a certain extent, protect it now in the draft as well. If they want to remove some of the BDD picks, he could play into this. You know, for example, both the Tristana and the Corki that BDD, you know, struggled in his own Yone came into in lane are gone already. They take away LeBlanc, another pick that can be a little bit tough, and they may just ban Azir in that final spot.
Yeah, and I think that's a really great idea because with the Viego locked in, they need a mage. So it has to be someone that's doing the magic damage, and I think that Azir, very good source of consistent magic damage in its BDD, right? He definitely wants to. If he goes to Syndra, I'm going to be extraordinarily frightened because that harkens back to a game that we do mention from time to time, but it isn't very nice to BDD to talk about it.
I mean, I think Syndra in this draft is okay when you have the setup for the Viego. You have a Skarner, there's a lot of burst damage, but I just don't think it's that meta. I don't think we're living in that era right now, and it's just so immobile. Does have some peel, obviously, but that's not going to help.
Getting out of a seismic shove is more difficult. That's absolutely
true. I mean, it's going to be pretty tough into the Yone, Talia, Cassante to play that pick, so see what he opts for here. I mean, we're going really deep. I mean, he could play Veigar again in this draft, but I just don't feel
that might be where we're at, but that would be dangerous. Like, he needs something with a level of mobility.
I just don't think the Veigar is going to be it. Maybe he has to play something with insane push instead, like Rise. I have no idea what he's going to pick.
I have Silas on my brain right now.
Silas?
Of course, Silas just, like, you don't like the rocks.
He is
I mean,
gonna play
Ari also doesn't like rocks, but they're going to lock it in anyway. That's the attempt. And, of course, Youngjae is the one that's going to be playing the Talia, so it's not like you have to deal with the Unraveled Earth in lane, but still navigating these team fights, like Alistair and Ari do require that as, is that support Maokai? That is a lot of fun.
Unless it's support Talia, I don't think so. So
it is something that can very reliably get on top of Ezreal, especially if you sort of time your twisted advances correctly. It does mean that Deft has to do a lot more thinking in order to get out of the way of that one.
It's kind of like budget Vi in its own weird way, but
targeted CC, baby.
Targeted CC plus the ability to lock down an Ari and prevent her from dashing around in the team fights. And you could set up for a Yone ult, you could set up for a really nice seismic shove. And they have great follow-up with this Kaisa in the draft. I actually kind of like what Bro has put together here. Not only was it creative, but it all came together in such a nice way. Ari Viego, we mentioned it earlier in the draft, but when we moved to the second phase, it didn't feel like that was the angle that the draft was looking for here for KT, because there's still that same Ezreal burst where you get a charm, you hook up that W, you go E in, you blow somebody up, but if you use your E aggressively, you're in trouble, as we saw in the last game. In the replay, I thought Deft didn't have flash. Chronica pointed out he actually did. He got caught anyways after that Palu play. He's going to have to play a little bit cleaner than that if KT are going to take their first win of the season. Remember, guys, this is the first time in 4 years that they will go 0-5 at the start of the season if they lose to Bro right here, right now.
And if they go 0-6, we're in uncharted territory. So, okay, Savings Bank Brion, let's see whether they are going to be able to take this and move us towards that history we've never seen. Jump into the rift for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초.
All right, fans in full voice as we now look to see where things are going to start off at. Ari versus Yone, not a matchup that I was expecting to see here today. Is Envy going to avoid the last Mystic Shot?
Yeah, it's not a bad matchup for the Kaisa if you actually can, end up dueling with the Ezreal, but he will range you at level 1. This weird, setup here where you have to chasing him down.
Wondering whether Beryl was going to go for like some sort of attempt, but just going to watch him leave.
I think that's wise, but with Beryl, you never know.
That was what I was thinking. I'm like, there is absolutely no way, but yeah, that would be absolutely insane.
BDD going for Airy here rather than the Electrocute is going to give him a little bit more sustained trading power. Electrocute got buffed on this patch in the early levels, so it's been quite popular, and it's, I think, a part of why we're seeing LeBlanc return to this meta because of the trading patterns. But into the Yone, he can kind of just shield some of that damage and trade with you incredibly well. But the Airy is just going to be every single time you harass, you're going to get some value of that. Also going to give you Mana Flow Band, access to that tree, as well as the Scorch for some additional trading. So good rune choices here for BDD.
Yep. And we'll see how Pulbe is going to do in this lane. I don't necessarily think of Pulbe as that Yone guy. I think of him as a Swain guy. So we'll see how he's going to do here. Of course, was very good at things like the Akali, so we know that he can play melee assassins very well, as Deft and Beryl going to be able to pick up the level 2 first. Control of the lane here for an Ezreal and an Alistar is impressive. Not a lot of level 1 power, but they are going to be able to get control of the minion wave quite nicely.
Yeah, Paulo hits level 2 now. Be so careful about moving forward here as this Ezreal right now.
Yeah, Voidseeker going to connect onto Beryl. Now, Paulo not going to find the Bramble Smash. Few things being missed. That's okay, they're testing the waters. We get the little zoom in. There's a headbutt pole. Paulo's going to get knocked up.
Def just trying to use his Q for some really nice trading here early on where, you know, you see the attempt from Beryl to get a knock-up, then bam, 1 Q comes through. You hit that enough times on the Paulo, then you can actually start to push the lane in and the wave through. Yeah, this is such a tightrope walk here for Polbey this early game. These first few levels so tricky into the Ahri, but he's managing it quite well so far.
I would say so. I actually think that like the pressure feels like it's on the Ahri though to do more, right? To make sure that you're not allowing Polbey to get through unscathed, because you can really take over after that. As Pyosik going to take a few threaded volleys. Too much more happening here as Deft finds the W, but the plant is actually going to even things out nicely. Never mind. Barrier going to be utilized though as there's the ignite onto Polu. Seismic Shove gets 2 as once again he gets that work done, but Youngjae going to get stunned up now. Deft is going to move in. Double buffs on the line. They're going to be picked up by Pyosik, who does not get the Seismic Shove onto the Bro members underneath the turret, and that was neck and neck, but KT, they're the ones that find it.
Really clean, slow play there by KT's. Pyosik's damage is not one to shake a stick at this stage of the game, even with the shove coming through from Youngjae. It's a huge loss for Bro. First blood going over to the Viego. Flash down now for both Palu and Youngjae on the play. KT lose nothing. And just the Ezreal range, the skirmishing power this far, or this early in the game, this feels fantastic. As if you can stack Plasma as Envy in these scenarios, you feel really good about this. Deft already using Barrier to get that trade won. Paulo has to flash over the wall here, and Pyosik's damage output is just so insane, and Beryl helps set it all up there with Deft. They're just 2 split. Envy can't get in there. Paulo already used his buttons.
Yeah. Bit unfortunate there for Bro. Very close to being an incredible moment. Unfortunately, just not quite enough damage at that stage. Did get a taste of exactly what they are going to be capable of. I think Youngjae also, you know, he got a Dark Harvest stack, so it ain't nothing, you know?
True.
But still, it's not the greatest of starts. 500 gold going to be the advantage here for KT as the dust settles. But the big thing is, I think that Deft gets a decent back and can now just really start to scale towards, you know, getting the Trinity Force, getting that Muramana online. Envy doesn't quite find that Voidseeker.
You mentioned how the matchup can turn very quickly in the mid lane. That is already happening here as Polbey is just a little bit of experience down on BDD. Doesn't have level 6 just yet, but is actually going to be able to control this lane, slow down the back. Neither laner has teleported back. You see Lucidity picked up here for BDD, as well as a refillable and a control ward. We'll see what Polbey decides to grab after he backs off this wave. And you know, some attack speed will help him out in this lane.
Yeah, it might just be boots too for both of them.
Yeah, it should be Greaves. He should be able to pick up here off this back with how late it is. But there it is.
Yep.
And TP back to lane. So both mid laners, no disaster just yet. I thought with, you know, how new Polbey is in the LCK, as well as how well versed BDD is on Ahri, we might see something more. As over here,
yeah, going to be wards cleared out as Pyosik has got this dragon down to half as that's a pulverize onto 3. Twisted advance from Polo to try and get him out of there as now Envy trying to chase them down. Beryl, even the dragon gets mad at him. Voidseeker soaked by Pyosik and now Deft is just tanking them. He has Arcane Shift, should be able to get himself out. See, he was holding that cooldown for so long. Never had to use it in the end.
Yeah. I guess all 3 of these games are going to be like this, Atlas.
Okay, BDD going to dash in, finds the charm, and Polo is dead. The Orb of Deception was quite deceiving in that moment, and that is going to be a couple of kills, but I feel like KT are just barely getting away with these.
Yeah, they're just barely getting away, but getting away with it twice now in a row. BDD the one who picks up the kill this time. Polbey does not match his rotation down there, does not come over for a big ult or anything like that to change or warp that fight. And BDD will be able to return to lane and pick up that wave too. It's not like he's really getting anything done in the cross-map mid.
Oh, okay, this is going to go.
Could have been big.
Yeah, it was a little bit worrying. But just going to hold steady. Apollo throwing down some saplings, getting some information. Comes back to lane, and Envy will be able to at least clear out this wave.
Fulbe doesn't even get the plate in mid either. Not a whole lot, unfortunately, as this is started by Barrel here. Youngjae and Envy do offer a lot of damage back, forcing Barrel to flash, and Envy is hoping he's getting that last auto in. Voidseeker blocked by Pyoshik, and then Deft doing his magic here. Fulbe over here, but not actually able to impact the play, decides to go back. And this is where things get really messy here because KT stay, there's no vision here. The sapling comes through, but it's just a second too late.
Oh, man.
BDD comes in with the charm. And if Fulbe decides to stay there, if he actually does impact that play, he could have changed, he could have turned everything around. But it was a trap set by KT, and Brion again on the knife's edge, come up empty.
Yeah, pause is going to come on through here. I'm wondering exactly what's causing that one. I saw some pings on the top side. So perhaps that's what it was. We'll get to the bottom of it ASAP. And in the meantime, we can consider what's going on. I believe
Ref on Deft.
Yeah, Ref was having a look at Deft's PC. And right now, you can see KT abiding by the rules, not having a discussion or anything like that, just taking a rest, pressing tab a little bit here on the side of Perfect.
Yeah, this is a really frustrating situation for Bro. Momentum against them. Pause requested seemingly by KT Rolster's Deft, and not allowed to discuss the situation here on either side. It's one of the most tense moments. Again, this is our 0-4 versus 0-4 matchup with one of our teams that you wouldn't be surprised if they go 0-4, 0-5, 0-6, Bro, with their recent results.
Yeah.
Versus a team that less than a year ago was the top team in the LCK, vying for a spot in the LCK finals, our world's representative. And, I think for Bro, there's a lot less pressure than there is on KT right now. KT is absolutely expected to win this, with the exception of Degon on the English side. Everyone else predicting KT Rolster here, coming in as massive favorites. And the fact that it's been this close feels so tense. But on the other side for Bro, looking at this series, looking at this game right now, how cool would it be to actually beat KT, get that first win, and say KT is the worst team in the LCK right now?
Yeah.
It's hard strength of schedule. That includes us. But, this early game state, 1,300 gold to lead at 8 minutes. Not looking great so far.
Yeah, it's definitely not the start to this game, but, we said that about Game 2. And guess what Bro did? They just refused to give up. And that's what Bro Leaf is all about. It is all about, even if things look dire, even if everything you've seen from this team in the past has equated to most likely you're going to lose, it's holding on to that little shred of hope, holding on to every bit of that desire to win for Bro that you can get. And basically, you're just never going to say it's Brover if I'm breathing and all that sort of stuff that I assume there's going to be a fair bit of spam of in the chat, and it's you guys that are really holding this team together. I think without that, without those paragraphs, it would have been a huge problem. So KT reported a bit of an in-game issue here, so we're trying to figure out exactly what that is, and we'll figure out a fix or an answer coming up. Yeah, still no idea as to what it actually was. I'm sure if that does get clarified, we will see what it is.
Yeah, once we know what it is, we'll put that up for you guys. To give you guys a history, I do think it's time to talk about this being potentially KT's worst season of all time, because if they lose here, as you mentioned, they go 0-5, which will be the tie of the 2020 record, which we discussed a little bit yesterday. Then they play against T1, currently second place team in the LCK, just by 1 point at the moment. But second place team look a lot stronger than KT. KT lose to Bro. There's a very low chance they beat T1, and then the schedule gets tougher again for the rest of their matches. So, the loss streak might be historic for a team that has been one of our biggest organizations since the StarCraft Brood War days in Pro League. And it feels so strange, Atlas, because we've really been on the roller coaster of KT's 2022 looking a little bit better. Maybe they're going to Worlds, doesn't end up happening. It's DRX makes that run. 2023, year of KT, it seemed like summer of KT especially, nearly able to get it. They had the first in All-Pro. Moving to this season, it's a changed roster, lost Cuz, but you got the world champions, you got Deft and Barrel together. Felt like there's some hope. Spring season wasn't too rough, but you think coming into summer, Synergy's going to be better. This team should be better than they were in spring, and yet the opposite has held true. I think it's a bit of a shock to all LCK fans that KT is sitting where they are in the standings, and now nearly beaten by Bro, ahead in this third and final game, but it's never over till it's over.
Yep. or it's never Brover till it's Brover, right? Like it's either of these things for both of these teams. And I think that a lot of what you're saying is true. Like I don't know what I was expecting for KT, to be honest. They're such a difficult team to really quantify and figure out. On the one hand, you know, they could win Worlds. On the other hand, they could be incredibly low in the standings, right? Like, and all of these players have been in every different position, apart from Perfect, who's just been kind of fine. You know, had a great time in Challenger, hasn't necessarily been our best top laner here, but the problems don't come from top lane.
Yeah.
And the top lane hasn't been all that relevant, so it's these other factors, the fact that you just don't know which Pyosik you're going to get, which BDD, which Deft, which Beryl.
That drawing says, let's start going up starting today. At the 10th place mark there, KT hiking up the mountain.
It's actually a very cute picture as well.
I saw a sign earlier in game 1 that said, KT, it's time to start the season, please. And, you know, it's such a stressful situation if you're a KT fan, being on the lower part, the trough of the roller coaster right now. We again don't know yet what the bug Deft is reporting is, as obviously the last few fights went very well for them, and I don't think it's something that necessarily negatively affects Deft, but it might be something that he's reporting in terms of frames, or maybe it's something that he's just doing his due diligence. He wants to make sure he reports he knows something weird, or maybe his items isn't doing the right amount of damage or something like that. We will let you guys know as soon as possible.
He says it's an in-game thing, so sometimes they can be a little bit more serious, so we'll just have to wait until we do get confirmation as to exactly what that is.
Yeah, much more serious than a hardware issue, which is usually very simple.
Yeah, we're going to get some information as to what's going on. Aha, so there is a little bit of an issue with when the minions were making their way down the lane. KT were thinking that they were arriving to lane late, but it was because as they were moving out of the Nexus, so as they were spawning, they lost their sort of home card movement speed by True Shot Barrage.
True Shot Barrage.
And that made them arrive late, and so it wasn't actually a bug, it was just a situation in the game based on the fact that a True Shot Barrage hit the minions, and therefore they were slow.
Guard. Okay, that's really interesting, as that's a very unusual thing that could occur, but if you're not sure the True Shot hit the minions because you don't have vision of that and they arrive late, like it's...
Or you just weren't watching, so you're not really considering that, and then your timings, like these are guys that just spend all day playing League of Legends, so these timings are drilled into them, and so as soon as something isn't quite working, then they're going to notice immediately. But back into the game now, confirmation that everything is working as intended. Pro also going to be able to grab some grubs here. BDD back to lane. And Pyosik moving down will probably trade for this dragon, or at least hope to. Another attempt onto the dragon here. His first grub does go down. Welcome back, scoreboard. We missed you. And there are a couple of grubs, doubling the amount of grubs that Bro have got so far this series. Looking really good. They might be able to triple it here as well, as ulti is going to miss there as BDD just dashing around, trying to find the angles. The rocks go down a little bit late there as BDD just skirts it, playing this one really nicely.
He just easily sidesteps the Yone ultimate, just walks a little bit top, and then he's able to ult his way away from the shove. Doesn't need to use flash. Really well handled by BDD there. And Bro come up a little bit empty. An ult for an ult trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, this ward does spot exactly what's going on here as Beryl and Pyosik going to move into the brush as Young Jay coming on down. Of course, remember, Poolbay doesn't have the ulti, so it's going to be hard for them to fight for this dragon if KT are going to start something up right now. As Envy moving back to the lane and Deft saying, no, I will try and shoot you.
Now, BDD did back here, so there was a window of time to where Poolbay could maybe look for something nice back tonight.
Yeah.
But they don't have a ton of vision here, and, you know, Pyosik's on Dragon now. I just don't think they can group. The True Shot Barrage is going to stop those backs. It's super awkward for the side of Bro, and I think this is just going KT's way, this first Dragon.
Yeah, I think so. Based on the fact that Poolbay needed to go back home, didn't have ultimate, 100%. So Deft holding Envy in position. He's going to now go for his reset. Pyosik going to take that one, and it is not a Chemtech soul. Thank you, Ox.
Right.
No Sustra in the chat. He is doing really, really well in this particular game.
in this particular game. Yeah, I like the...
oh, he wasn't even paying attention. We just got...
He's glued to the other screen.
Ah, that's
Right.
what it is. That's what it is. So he's just somewhere else paying very close attention, guys. Believe me. Trust me. Guaranteed. It's Morgan in perfect, just doing the Cassante Skarner thing. Yeah.
BDD doing the Ari roam thing, though.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. But of course, Morgan does have that thing that he can do where he's like, no, CC, I would prefer it if you did not do anything. And so therefore, he is able to just wander his way out. BDD not quite there at exactly the right time to make something happen. But still, opportunity. And okay, Young Jay was in position. Perfect. Oh, yeah. You don't have to do too much. Still had to flash.
Yeah,
still has to flash.
He does burn his flash off of that, so ends up being a successful play nonetheless. But very much a new Skarner moment.
Indeed.
Where he gets out. Zeri, they were like, okay, we got Zeri out on 80 carry. We got to get someone else that can get out through the walls. And it's going to be Skarner in this case, who...
Hey, in his defense, Morgan did pull him through the wall to begin with.
Yeah, so, there's a lot of that going on these days.
Yeah.
Riot was like, Talon was great. We got to do more like that.
I did like, the Talon rework was fun.
So it ends up amounting to nothing here as Pulbe, nice shield here.
Ooh, Charm is going to miss. That's actually a big deal as Pyoshik going to come on over, and Pulbe takes that as advice to get out of there. That is going to be correct. BDD, half health. As he just needs to charge up that Orb of Deception. It's going to help him out. So, Pulbe just continuing to clear things out. And as we can see, like, the vibe has shifted in this mid lane, right? Like, Pulbe, it feels like, has a lot more control. Now has the Vampiric Scepter there as well. It's perfect. Going to try and change things. As in comes Pyoshik. Does look for the ulti as he gets underneath the turret. I don't know about that one, as he will have to snap back at some point. There is the Impale charged up, and a very simple kill here for KT. They did throw the kitchen sink at him, but it did hit.
At least he was able to force BDD to flash. I think the flash much more valuable on the Ari in general, just because it can help set up flash charms, help get out of a lot of sticky situations, but still not feeling great. Now the Goldie going up to 1,500 here is Pulbe is unfortunately caught a little bit out of bounds there. Perfect, making another good play here.
Yeah,
on the roam.
He really has been the most impressive player so far today. I think Skarner has also been piloted well by both of these top laners, but
absolutely.
Perfect has found these angles. I think it was spoken about yesterday as well, with players finding that you can go for these early roams pretty comfortably on the Skarner.
And if Paulo is level 6 here, the situation could be completely different. Unfortunately, he's not, and BDD, some fancy movement there. The flash traded to make sure the kill doesn't come through. And it's just so much setup here for KT, and unfortunately, without that ultimate, Paulo just not able to do anything in return. And
all right,
it should be fine.
Yeah, Unbound Soul was used in a different direction this time around as Weaver's Wall comes in. And KT are just taking this turret. They will be able to get yet another plate. So a little bit more of a defensive use of the wall. Headbutt Pulve is going to connect, and they look to punish the Talia. And now it's Pyoshik's turn to play at Pulbe. He's going to get flung back into the rocks. BDD gets another one. And Bro, unfortunately, just kind of falling apart here in game number 3. Envy tries to flash. It does manage to get out, but Pyoshik, he'll get the stun. There's the charm. Cool guys don't look at explosions as BDD walks away and Pyoshik gets another one.
And they just have so much control over this bottom side. Deft gets the whole turret as well. Full plates before 14 minutes. And Dagon is no, he's also not believing.
Don't worry, it ain't Prova. It's not Prova yet, man. Oh no, you can't be giving up. That's not what Bro Leaf's all about.
Yeah, I'm as the commentator on this castle. I will tell you guys, if you're believing, maybe hold on to your belief, I guess, because it's not looking great. I mean, this is just a play set up by Barrel, but it's also set up by the fact that they're so far up the lane. Deft is pushing minions in. The turret is basically donezo. The Paulo angle is weak because he's not ulting anybody into turret. He's not ulting anybody into any sort of follow-up. It's just a great map play here by KT. They have control of the bottom side. They have control of mid. They know Pulbe doesn't have flash. He doesn't have ult. There's nothing that can stop this play. They just walk at them and set up the CC. Pyoshik, incredible follow-up there. And then bam! 6 kills to 0. The most decisive game we've seen from KT probably this season.
Yeah, 100%. I think there is no doubt about that one. And you can see the eruption of gold advantage here for KT. Objective bounties are up. at 15 minutes. That's very early. And so KT really with a big advantage. But that does mean, with objective bounties up, if KT do throw, then there's a lot of... Shelly?
You're really bro-leaving right now, Atlas.
I mean, I'm not. I'm just sort of throwing it out there. It's the last game of the day. This has been one heck of a series. And sometimes things like this can happen where Beryl is going to get flung back and eaten alive. Good headbutt, though. Still not going to quite be enough. As Young Jay taking a lot of damage. Heartbreaker comes in, and it might be exactly that. Oh, the Impale. As Polo, I think he's going to be cut down where he stands. And there's a charm onto Envy as well. That insult to injury. There is one. Like, bro's on the board. We on the board. But everyone else is sort of...
Deft is going to get a second turret, Atlas, as well as the assist there on killing Envy a second time. I feel like we're looking at the kill scores of the Viego, the Ari, right? Some of the roams from Perfect. But Deft has also silently just been bopping Envy in the bottom lane. And this isn't going very much better for Pulbay either.
Yeah, Pulbay's like, wow, this champion just does not take damage. And he would be correct.
Yeah, this is a really, really almost unrecoverable deficit at this point for Bro. Deft has so much more money than his 0-0-3 kill score, in fact, indicates.
Yeah, so true. Because they took every plate in that bottom lane.
Yeah, he's so big. I mean, Viego is massive as well as so is BDD, who has now cooldown reduction on his ultimate.
4-0-4 game 2 not found as well here for Pyoshik in this one.
Yeah, let's forget about that one.
Yeah, please, 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 please. For everyone's sakes, 5,000 gold is the lead, and it is very early for a lead like that. Is Beryl caught clear an award, or was he?
Yeah, I mean, Beryl is just so tanky, and, like, you know, his ult is just going to buy a little bit of extra time here.
He was pretty late with the ult.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's chain CC'd, it's fine. It could have probably pre-ulted there if he really knew it was coming, but...
Unless it was just coming back up, wasn't it?
It buys him enough time, though, or he buys enough time for the follow-up to come through, and they're just so ahead. And then Envy here, you can't be here, unfortunately. You don't have any topside. Nobody's alive. And now, I mean, KT are really just rolling the ball down the hill.
Yep. And it is Baron. Oh, he uses an taxi in for the engage. He'll be taken down, but it is a trade. 1-for-1 so far. Pulbay trying to be the hero here, but he just walks straight into that Mystic shot. And now Pyoshik, I mean, this is how, I guess, they're going to play Talia. They just plan to kill her every team fight, and then Pyoshik can do it instead. And they pile on top of the Cassante. Deft is able to stay alive, and it's a triple kill. Oh, Pyoshik.
It looks like KT is going to keep the record at 0-5 in 2020. They're not going to repeat this one. They are not repeating history this season. 7-0-6 on this Viego with the insane resets. And, I mean, if it was a different composition, we might be talking about maybe they're going to break the record for fastest game of the season. As Barrel's created a unique playstyle of strikes again. Because Deft knows, too. He's calling out to him. True shot, I'm going to get the knockups, comes out of the Herald, sets up for the knockup, and then bam, so much damage done. Now they are under turret, so a lot of damage is traded back, but Pyoshik is getting reset after reset after reset, and Morgan is just watching on like, I'm very tanky. Deft gets the barrier here to help survive, and just barely, that extra heartbreak there from Pyoshik, the transformation will be enough to keep Deft alive. So he also is deathless on the game. I mean, 14 Morgan, kills to 3.
He tried super hard at the end there, as we do have a little bit of a knock-up on the Perfect. He ignores it entirely. But Morgan was a pinball in that last fight. He was trying so hard, you know, goes all out, almost manages to get Deft. And look at Deft. You mentioned the gold advantage. 2.8K? It is absolutely ridiculous.
With 1 kill. I mean, the assists have been helpful, but it's mostly just the plates and the turret he picked up earlier.
And I've noticed as well that he's gone back to Frosted Ezreal. This was his original Ezreal skin. When Pulsefire came out, he tried it even when the Q was a bit weird. They did fix that up. He does like to play that one, but this was the OG. So it's cool to see him back to the original picker. Him and Double Lift having that one in common. And I just wanted to non-sequitur into talking about skins for some reason, because I just want to cruise towards this just being a clean KT 9,000 gold at 19 minutes victory without any funny business. That's what would be the ideal scenario for everyone involved, I think.
I just don't think there's any way that KT lose this game.
Oh, God.
I mean,
you're doing everything you can to make sure that there is a chance that they pull it back, right? Well, that's what we're doing.
Look at Young Jay's items. He has a torch and his arm guard. Okay.
Yep. And now Morgan has a dream. His dream is to survive. And it is, going to survive for a little while, but Def will get his second kill.
Now look at the items of Pyoshik.
He built a Trinity Force. Man!
I mean, when you're winning this hard, who can blame him? Pulbe's at least going to get some bounty gold back for his team, but Deft is looking for a third turret in this game, and he's going to get it. 700 more gold back in his pockets. They get the dragon.
So he has like a 4,000 gold lead now, I guess.
Now, who can kill Skarner? Like, trivia question for everyone at home. With the Skarner's at 202, he has Mountain Drake now. He's going to have Mountain Soul very likely.
Turrets.
I'm not sure about that. That wasn't really a part of the quiz. The correct answer I was looking for was no one. But
right. Okay. Sorry.
Which champion on the side of OK Savings Bank Brion can hurt the Skarner? The answer is none.
All of them together with a lot of time. As Beryl is going to face check and then flash in. He'll find the pulverize. There's perfect. Looks for it. Gets it. And oh my goodness, where did Young Jay go? He just disappeared. The ult out from Poolbay. KT will have to take a consolation polo, although he takes a blast cone out. Def says no to that. He'll put up the barrier. Envy trying to stay alive here as Pyoshik dashes on in. He's legendary now. And 21 minutes on the clock. I think it might be Baron time.
I mean, with this barrier and the frozen heart for Deft and how ahead they are, he's actually a tank. He's like, yeah, I'm going to just E into 3 people. Yeah, no one can kill me. No one can hurt me. I barrier all the damage, and I'm just a fountain laser at this point because you guys don't have any stats.
Yeah, he just needs a bloodthirster. He needs a bloodthirster now, so he basically takes no damage for any of the shots and just heals it all back up again.
Bruiser Ezreal in
Yeah. It's beautiful. Well, we remember the days, don't we? You know, the times of the Frozen Fist Ezreal, the Blue Ezreal build.
I miss it.
I don't at all. It was
in live.
Yes. In live, Young Jay is missing. We have the poster up. Where is he?
And it's unfortunate because Young Jay got POG almost unanimously. A few question marks on that one in game 2. And played a fantastic game of Talia.
About my mate, Right Media, okay?
And and one thing I will say is we did kind of get robbed of the real game 3, I feel, because those plays bottom side were so on a knife's edge. Like if Young Jay actually helps set that up, and then we actually see Poolbay stay. For example, that early play, and then he ends up turning that around. This could be a completely different game. This could be a completely different reality we're living in. But they kind of doubled and then tripled down on some of those early game plays. And KT got ahead, and they are just not going to let it go. These are professional players who have a ton of experience, world champions, and that's what you get, man. You flip it, you lose sometimes. You lose half the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's Edge of Night as well on this Viego. He does so much damage, and he's able to ignore the initial CC at the same time. They'll break open the base. KT still with almost 2 minutes of Baron left remaining at the same time. Goodness me, okay. Pyoshik dashes forward. Polu with the Nature's Grasp. They do manage to find themselves a shove, but it's onto Perfect. He's near immortal. Oh, just the very edge of the charm going to connect onto Morgan, who's desperately trying to survive this. He's under an inhibitor turret, but still has to flash. As Polu taking so much. True Shot Barrage not going to hit. The rest of Bro, they're already just corralling towards their fountain. As KT, they run this side of the map as well.
They certainly do. Looks like they won't be able to end here at sub 24. They could just back away. 2 minutes until that very, very scary Mountain Soul prospect for this Skarner, who's already so tanky. Fimbulvinter done, has Sunfire. He's just going to be impossible to kill. People are dying alive again.
Yeah, Poolbay is real dead. We saw the start of an attempted ultimate, and then Beryl poofed him.
This is just a statement game from KT at this
It is, and I don't know what the statement is, Wolf. After what we saw in games 1 and 2, what does the statement say? Like, we were doing the other ones for fun? Like, because this is, like, KT saying we are way better. And right now I believe them, but I saw games 1 and 2, so I don't know what it means. As they are diving these turrets, Pyoshik is so incredibly massive. It is absurd. He's going to be able to take down Envy there, grabs himself the double, and KT, they want to go home. They want to end this madness. They want to tell Hirai that this is how they want to play from now on. Don't worry, dude. We've got this. And we'll see whether he believes them. We'll see whether that's what they can bring to the Telecom War coming up on Saturday for our Saturday showdown. Because after a game like this, maybe there's hope. Maybe there's a chance. Maybe we understand that they've got it in them. But they'll have to show us.
Game number 3 goes the way of KT, and the loss streak is over. An extremely dominant one-sided game off of a few early game plays that went the way of KT. Very close fights, you know, some plays from Barrel, Def layering that damage through. A few of those Qs missed. Like I said, if Pullbay comes down, doesn't go back to lane, when they stayed in the Tri-Brush bottom lane, maybe they actually fight that out. He gets a big ultimate. You know, could be looking at a completely different scenario, but then from behind, we saw continual attempts from the side of OK Savings Bank Brion fall up short, and then KT with the lead, with Piochik on Viego, they just ran away with it. And maybe it's just that the early games for KT have been going so poor the early part of the season with some of the bad, you know, weak laning we saw from BDD. Frankly, he was, again, in some metrics, 10th in the LCK in lane. Some of the mishaps we had with Barrel in the lane, maybe that's why they weren't able to find their footing. But from ahead, we can see it. You can feel it. And I want to contextualize that because KT did get a massive lead early. And with a comp like this, they pushed it out. Because Game 2, they had a decent lead, but I don't think it was anywhere near what we saw in Game 3.
And you can see it. It's on the faces of all of the KT players. It's even on the faces of the KT fans. This isn't good enough, right? This is a KT that are like, yes, this game right here, this is what should have happened the whole series. This is how it's supposed to go against Brion. And we've got a lot that we need to work on. It's good to see that KT are capable of it. It's good to see that these players can get on those terms. And my goodness, I think Piochik has been waiting to have a game like this where he can really pop off because we know how momentum-based this player is. Finally able to pick this one up. I don't know how long that momentum's going to last given their future prospects. KT, I mean, at least able to get through Bro here. Took them 3 games, but they got there in the end, and it's the results that's the most important thing. All starting with this play here.
Yeah, this is where things really start to open up in the early game. Youngjae getting picked. Skip some of the action that happens around bottom lane. This really aggressive attempt here by Pullbay. Although it doesn't have level 6, unfortunately, Barrel does. And it just goes from bad to worse here as Deft, again, he gets those leads, those small leads, and then he just pushes Envy out of the lane. He's like, you are not even allowed to farm. You're a Kaisa into Ezreal, but I'm just outranging you. I'm constantly poking you down. And then it sets up dives for BDD on this Ahri. Once he's unlocked on a pick like this, it's just so easy for him in KT.
This was so sick from Barrel. I don't know whether it was like a better way to do it, but it looked really cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if it works, it works. And in this case, at this lead, it did. That wasn't the cleanest, but it worked. And
he like popped out a Shelly and just dropped his wallet on him.
The last fan sign that we saw right before we went into these highlights was a fan sign that says, if Barrel is sick, then I'm not feeling well either. And Barrel, he came into today's series, you know, after getting some treatment, and he wasn't even able to do like a normal walkout. But at the end of the day, he played very well in this last game. You know, it wasn't his greatest series, but we have to consider he's injured.
I was actually a little bit worried because it did look like game number 2 was a bit of a lower point for Barrel. And his Alistair is something that we know he knows how to pilot exceptionally well, right? Like there's a lot of muscle memory there, but he must be pretty uncomfortable right now. I mean, surgery on the abdomen does not sound like a whole lot of fun. So really keeping it together. So hats off to Barrel there for that one. As we watch him underneath the enemy turret and listen to KT as they put the last few nails in the coffin. Yeah, Barrel just said, yeah, he's like, that hurts. It hurts.
Yeah, he's saying he's in pain, unfortunately. The thing is, like, Barrel is such a... Even though I know a lot of you guys watch Barrel's play and you're like, oh, mechanically it makes a lot of mistakes. His decision-making can be quite off at times. And you look at Wei and Challengers, who, yes, KT's Challengers team had a bit of a... Not the greatest week this week, but... You look at what Barrel does with this roster, his experience with this team already, his synergy with Def, with Piochik, his shot calling. You take him out of the roster and put Wei in. I don't know if they win this series. So if Barrel says, look, I'm sick, I'm in pain, I want to play, Hirai says, okay, I'll put you in, we're going to play. And, you know, he's in pain as they finish the game, but they get the first win. and not going to be the 05 season.
Yep, and hopefully, with a day's break, is going to be able to rest up and feel a lot better for the match on Saturday, which is getting a little bit more intriguing now. We'll see whether it is going to be a good one. But now it is time for us to throw it over to the space to break down the first KT win of the season. What a weird thing to say.
It was a courageous effort there by Beryl to get the win here from KT. Despite the pain, they are finally on the board. The battle of the winless goes to the side of KT Rolster. Welcome back to the space. We break down the final games. Ox and Chronicler here to break it down. Y'all, this was the KT that we wanted to see. Definitive, took the lead and never looked back.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people will say, okay, you beat Bro. What does this mean? But considering the next matchup is against T1, who have looked so hard to beat, I think it's really important that they get this win now. They don't have the room to be giving away games, and it's just really rough that the timing coincided with when Beryl was unwell. So I wanted to give him a shout out because it's not ideal playing in these circumstances, and he powered through. They got the win. And obviously the whole series wasn't fantastic for them, but this third game really solidified faith for a lot of the fans.
It really is just about getting the win, right? That's the reality of the situation. As long as you get the win, in 2 weeks, you're not going to know that it was a grueling, game number 2 they probably shouldn't have lost. And game number 1 was a really big effort as well. Obviously, this final game, I think, was the first time we saw KT really since spring. Like, this is the first time I think they've looked the way that they did, that they showcased a lot of the moments. I do think Brion actually had a really nice angle with the Yone here, because BDD has really preferred the Yone, playing it into the Taliyah. It also pairs well together. It's an AD mid laner, and I think Pulbe in the past has been pretty good at melee laners. I think the draft, though, didn't really matter, because the early skirmishes, particularly when you have Ahri Viego, you need to beat your early skirmishes, because if you start losing those, the game becomes really hard, and then KT didn't just win them, they stomped them.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen this pairing, but I remember we'd have like Viego, Lissandra, and these double reset mid jungles. If you lose a skirmish, you can't just kind of limp and run away from it. It's like you lose 3-4 members on the back of it, because they're so punishing with those resets coming in. And also, that first person to go down, the impact is so huge. Trading a kill for a kill doesn't work nearly as well into this. So, it made a lot of sense for KT, but I think the main thing is, as Chronicler said, draft wasn't the major thing, was how they played around the picks they had.
A lot of the focus on the bottom side of the map and just really getting the best player from game number 2 in depth going as we take a look at our first replay here.
This is so early on, right? I think Pioshik in particular hasn't had the best showing so far. So him going as far as he did, I think is a really big moment here. Envy is never going to be in time to display, and Kai'Sa's really good against isolated targets when she can get like an isolated Q off even this early, but that's not the case. And then here, 3-man knock up, and it really felt like Brion simultaneously knew that probably got to be respectful, because this composition early can really dole out a lot of punishment, but then also didn't respect it enough. And this in particular, Palu walking up here to try and get the cancel. Just Pioshik going is one thing, but the fact that BDD was also off the back of this starting to snowball led to this play.
Yeah, and I feel like all three of these, we saw Beryl leading the charge on this Alistar, and this one was the one where they got that initial kill so quickly, and you see how fast it just spirals out of control. It's so hard to fight back when you get in those resets, and here's the chase potential. BDD has all these extra charges. The fact that this is 3 kills in such quick succession is so big for the momentum in this game, and I feel like after this, there was no real redeeming the game.
Yeah, and in previous games, the gold lead was close enough where Bro could stall out. But the theme of today's matches, same thing with D+ earlier, was when you have the lead, really accelerate the game and take it on over. That's what we see here in highlight number 2 on the top side of the map with, as Max said, the cool Herald Express to get into the back line.
Yeah, Barrel actually there, even with his Barrel getting, or his Herald getting smote, he's like, I'm going to use the momentum. So he just uses it to catapult himself right in the midst of multiple people. And this is the natural endpoint for a composition like this when you do win mid-game. Like when either Viego or Ahri gets like a kill or 2 free, if the team knows what they're doing, and I think that KT, for all of their faults, here very clearly knew, you don't get to play the game. Like, you just get rolled over because they have so much reach, they have so much capability, and one of the big things in particular is that if you try to like get one pick,
you're going to get out-rotated. They're so fast, they have so much mobility, and then you just go down.
Yeah. All right, let's see who gets the POG for this decisive game number 3 by KT. And it's been a tough season for the man in the jungle, but Pyosik gets his first POG of the season.
And I'm glad to see a really good game from him because honestly, in spring, even though KT didn't have the season they'd hoped for, I feel like Pyosik bringing out things like the Rammus had a lot of good games. And I feel like for me, he was the biggest contributor to their success. So with a slow start for KT this split, I'm glad to see that Pyosik is starting to get some big carry performances because he really took over this game.
In this second game, it was Deft. In this game, I think it was the other 2 world champions, both Pyosik and Beryl. Beryl, again, I don't think the series was great, but this Alistair game was definitely a stand-up, especially considering his condition. So Pyosik, though, I think particularly because it was so active in the early game, he's going to get most of the votes because it can also feel with Viego sometimes, like if you just get cleanup kills, it's not impressive, but like he ran the early game.
0 for 3, or depending on how you count. 3 for 3 for Right Media. Great job today, Right Media. We did our job.
This one is okay.
Clap hands.
This one I think they kind of nailed it. This is the first one, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes like in this situation, I don't think the Bell vote is wrong. You know, I think it's valid. Deft vote, what do we think on that? You know, you didn't have a bad game.
Well, the casters were hitting on it. The fact that Deft got all the plates on bot tower, killed bot tower, then goes to mid lane, gets mid lane tower by itself. Deft was sitting at 0-0 and 3, but the most gold in the game. It was a ton. Well, now we've got ourselves the interview translations for the first time. It's KT Rolster standing by with translations from Deer.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Perfect and Pyosik on the side of KT Rolster, who just took their first victory of summer over OK Savings Bank Brion. Congratulations! Pyosik, you finally put an end to your win streak and get to celebrate your first victory. How do you feel? I really thought we would win it all, but it wasn't as easy as I thought. I'm just happy that we were able to end our losing streak. And Perfect, every victory meant that you're getting the POG. How do you feel? I don't think I performed as well as I practiced. I think that's the first thought that I have. And I feel like the only thing on my mind is to play better next time. Yeah, it must have not been easy with the persisting health issues. How did you guys maintain a good team spirit? Perfect. As for the team atmosphere, I feel like the older teammates are really trying to keep uplifting each other. I think I'm just really going with the flow that they set up. And how's Beryl feeling? Beryl wasn't doing very well, but he's progressively getting better. I just don't know how long it's going to take for him to recover. Hopefully he recovers soon. Your head coach actually said that there are multiple complex issues in the team. So what process did it take to cover these areas? Aside from the in-game problems, there are a lot of external issues as well. And I feel like in the process, I feel like everyone put in their efforts to create this good outcome today. And Perfect, in Game 1, you really served with your Skarner gameplay. And we saw that Mordecai is our counter pick, and it may have given you some trouble. So what are your thoughts on the matchup? I feel like because the early game went so well, I feel like I didn't have that many issues during the laning phase. Everything went smoothly. So at what point does Skarner win against Mord? I feel like it's really hard to win a 1v1, I would say. And Perfect, in Game 1, after Vi got picked, OK Savings Bank took the Baron. Let's take a look at the replay over here. You guys decided to engage and win the team fight, so what was your read of the game here? Because I was so tanky, I went in with an E and I tried to waste their abilities. And I feel like there might have been an opening for me to actually engage a lot quicker, which has a lot to which I'm a little regretful about. And in game 2, the enemy swapped their mid laner from Karis to Polbey. Did you guys have any info on Polbey? I think the coach or BDD actually told us that he would play mage, and thankfully he didn't pick a mage champion. So what was the team's game plan? I think we just had the mindset that as long as we catch them off guard, that we would win through teamfights. Pyoshik, in game 3, you locked in Viego and showcased some great plays. And even if AP jungle is in meta, do you still believe AD jungle is viable? I feel like if I were to rank them, I definitely do believe that AP is above AD, but because we are so good at playing AD champions, I think that's why we went with that pick. And in game 3, around 17 minutes, you guys pulled a brutal engage. Let's take a look at this highlight. As soon as you got off the Herald, an immediate engage. Was this all calculated by Beryl, Pyoshik? The Herald had 1100 HP, and I told everyone that, oh, maybe if we dive, just be bold, I think we'll be able to kill them all. And now that you have secured your first win, your next match will be a Saturday showdown against T1. Would you like to share a word of resolution with your fans? I feel like there are a lot left to be desired, but I want to make sure that we are able to cover these mistakes and come back stronger. And Pyoshik, I believe we will be able to get one day of practice and then we'll face T1, but I hope that we put in our best and are ready for our next match against T1. And that's the end of the interview from Perfect and Pyoshik of KT Roster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Let's thank Deer for her translations, everyone. Thank you, Deer. That was fantastic and a great insight to a team with such large aspirations. You can see how hard Perfect is on himself, and they want to win so bad.
It's also what they said, like now Barrel obviously not in great health, but let's not forget Perfect, who is very obviously a really big part of why the team works, also was suffering from some health issues initially, so one can only hope that KT can only further bounce back from here, because I do think that in this game we saw some glimpses, and obviously throughout the entirety of spring, of what this roster can bring.
Tomorrow's matchups, we have Kwangdong Freaks against BNK going up as the #1 matchup, and then Genji versus DRX to close it on off.
Yeah, I think that first one seems like it's going to be a banger. Second one is a hard one for DRX. They got a hard week. But I think the first one, Kwangdong Freaks should have the edge, but I'm hopeful.
Maybe BNK can do something.
Again, the trend is beat the teams you're supposed to beat. If you want to be great, Kwangdong are going to try to do that tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow. But for all of you that stuck around today, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you tomorrow for more LCK action.
많은 팬분들이 응원을 해주시는 것 자체가 또 힘이 되기 때문에 너무나 감사할 것 같고 저희도 또 즐길 수 있는 무대가 될 것 같다고 생각하고 있습니다. 초반에 좀 좋지 못한 성적을 보여드렸는데
장르도 스킬 해줄게 내가.
팀적으로 단단해졌고 좋은 모습 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다.